how do you then deal with it? And obviously some of the decks that have been dealing with it are things like Jeskai have come in and they've tried to use Ojutai's command to get that and get around it with Jace. Jace obviously being a very powerful effect against the Abzan decks, because you're able to mitigate a bit of the removal spell by being able to draw extra cards, get rid of stuff that you don't need.
Yep.
Whilst also being able to use Mantis Rider, which, if your opponent doesn't have a ground blocker, is very powerful. And also things like red-green dragons, Devotion, although Devotion seems to be on a bit of a slide at the moment, downhill. I know there's maybe one player in the room definitely playing Devotion. Haven't seen many more than that, but monster decks, Jeskai decks, Abzan, Mono Red, and the control decks. That's probably what we're going to see this weekend.
Yep.
They'll probably be the most prevalent, and hopefully we shall see. There are a couple of outliers in the room. There's one person I know playing green black elves.
Right. That's an interesting deck.
I saw Called a Calling in the deck list, and then looked up and I saw all the green black elves. I was like, okay, this could be very interesting.
Yep.
Looking forward to this.
Yep.
Obviously, at the same time, you've also got all the other ones as well. So we've been given our pairings for round number 1.
We have.
Hopefully, we will soon be having the deck lists as well. We'll be able to go through them. So our first feature match area.
Yes, we have. It's Paul Thomas versus Alex Roebuck, and we have, I believe, I've been speaking to Alex Roebuck, and I've seen some of the decks he's playing. I believe Alex Roebuck is on Mill, and I'm not sure what Paul is on.
We'll be getting the deck list very soon, and hopefully we'll be going from there. It's very interesting what happened. Obviously, you mentioned Mill, a deck that was very popular at one point. Obviously won a GP.
Yes.
Has then completely gone off the scale again. Whether that's because of the rise of Abzan aggro and all of that, we'll have to wait and see. So we'll just wait for the deck list to come through. I'm actually very interested to see this match. Obviously, round 1 of a big event is the place you always want to start. And then obviously we'll be down to the feature match area as soon as we have that. We're also at the same time going to have a look at the headset, see if we can increase the volume for the person who did pick that up. We will do our best to increase the volume. I mean, looking at the obviously the decks that are likely to be played, and just thinking about them all, one of the big things is that there is no correct deck in standard at the moment.
No, definitely not. You know, you do have all of the matchups. All of the decks in the format have their good matchups and their bad matchups. You know, Abzan seems to be the boogeyman because it does seem to be the deck that has the most 50-50 matchups, or at least close to 50-50 matchups.
Yep.
It's sort of like a bit like Jund. It does have that, but because there are different versions of Abzan, the different versions of Abzan have different matchups depending on the.
So yeah, and even then, like Abzan has one of these fantastic abilities that it sideboards really, really well. So the sideboard obviously really powerful. You have so many different cards. You're playing in 3 colours. You can have a sideboard of. You can bring in more Wrath effects. You can bring in Crux of Fate. You can bring in End Hostilities, depending on what you think meta is. You also have access to things like Mastery of the Unseen as well. Something that hasn't really seen a lot of play for a while. But hopefully we'll be hoping to see a comeback. Obviously with the rise of the Esper Dragon decks as well. The ability to play something that then produces extra creatures, obviously hugely powerful. So Shay's just gone off quickly to go and grab the deck sheets. We'll wait for those to come through, and then we'll be away with our first round. And it's going to be a couple of minutes till they get going. One of the gentlemen has had to quickly nip off to the toilet, and then we'll be going from there. One of the things we were looking forward to, obviously, this is a huge event. We're upwards of near getting on to 200 players. So there's going to be a lot of people in this room and a lot of good players. There's a lot of good players in the room. I know we have likes of Matt Light here. We have Neil Rigby. We have the guys from Nottingham obviously performing well, David English. We also have a few of the guys who have been at the pros. We have Eduardo Sajlik here as well. So there's a good number of high quality players, and hopefully we'll be seeing them at the top end of the standings later on, and in the feature match area as well, depending on how it all goes for them. So, just to inform, obviously, we decided today to change the stream round slightly. So, the player on the bottom of the screen is Alex, and the player on the top of the screen will be Paul. So we'll just wait for their deck sheets to come through now, and then we will be away with round number 1. Here of action from the WMCQ, hosted by Darksphere, down here in London. Shay has reappeared with the deck lists for our first event. Well, I certainly didn't expect to get hold of this one, if I'm truly honest. Paul is certainly playing a very, very interesting deck. So, first off, you start on Alex. What's Alex playing?
I was right. Alex is playing Blue-Red Mill, the Sphinx's Tutelage Blue-Red Mill deck. The one that, I believe this is the exact copy that won the GP a few weeks ago. Probably a couple months ago now. Michael Majors was piloting it. It was a very, very interesting deck. It was very explosive. You did get these, this sort of very quick, once they landed the Sphinx's Tutelage, it was a very, very fast-paced win usually. And yeah, I'm very interested to see this match. And you said Pete is
so Paul
sorry,
has the very interesting deck. He is on green-white Constellation.
Yep.
So a deck that appeared at the Pro Tour.
Yep.
Obviously powered by Starfield of Nyx and powered by Sigil of the Empty Throne. So players are just shuffling up, looking at their opening hands. We're going to send it down to round number 1 of live action here from the WMCQ hosted by Darksphere in London.
Yep. It should just be noted that the bottom player is Alex Roebuck.
So, green-white Constellation in the hands of Paul. Obviously, Paul's on the play, Sea of Blossoming Sands. Obviously, it's a 2-colour deck, so it's making the most of the life gain lands as well. So it has 4 copies of Blossoming Sand, 4 copies of Temple of Plenty, and then obviously using plenty of basics, Windswept Teeth, and 2 Radiant Fountains. Obviously, this man does not want to lose to aggro here today. And it will be a very interesting match because the Constellation deck actually has a lot of answers to what Alex is trying to do. It's 4 Banishing Lights against 4 copies of Sphinx's Tutelage, which is obviously the main way that Alex is hoping to win, milling his opponent out. Obviously, 2-colour decks again, there's a lot of things that are likely to be very easy to mill over 2 things at a time.
Yep.
But when you actually have answers to what your opponent's doing is hugely powerful as well.
Yeah, I think this will be a very interesting match as well because the Constellation deck is a bit slower. So it is sort of trying to, you know, it's quite slow. It's not putting too much pressure on Alex. This allows Alex to sort of get his setup, get his Sphinx's Tutelages down, and get to, you know, get the tutelage down, start drawing the cards, start aggressively, you know, the explosiveness is insane with this deck. It's very, very quick once it gets going, and it's very hard to, you know, once the mill starts happening, it can be very, very quick. So
we see, obviously, an early start. Again, despite it being slow, Courser's Crucifix, the card that we spoke about first, it's one of the things that holds this deck together. It's an enchantment, which is obviously important. So it fuels Eidolon Blossoms, but also it allows him to get the lands off the top of his deck, which finds him more spells when he's there. So again, we're just seeing Alex start to sculpt his hand, a couple of draw spells, trying to find the pieces he needs. And we'll hopefully have his 3rd land in a moment. So, Green-White Constellation, really popular, and it was very popular at Grand Prix Manchester.
Yep.
Not Manchester, sorry, Grand Prix London. What am I doing? The one hosted by Star City Games, completely wrong end of the country. We're in the same city today, actually. But, yeah, so it was very popular then. And it sort of went away a little bit because of the Stormbreath Dragon returning a little bit as well.
yeah,
Stormbreath Dragon obviously very good against a deck which is all white removal, Banishing Light, Silk Wrap, and Suspension Field are the best ways to deal with your creatures, and suddenly you can't deal with them because it's a Stormbreath Dragon, obviously protection from white, and you just end up getting beaten down by this 4/4 flyer, which will eventually monstrous because there's very little chance you stop it. And the amount of cards that this deck can draw in Green-White Constellation is huge.
Yeah, almost certainly. I mean, you can see there's a Silk Wraps there taking care of Jace. Jace is very very good in this blue red mill deck. It's it's got this the modes on all of the modes on it are very relevant. So you're drawing a card, you're once he's flipped, it's very easy to flip him. He only requires 5 cards in your graveyard. That's normally 2 spells in this blue red mill deck. A lot of the spells are the draw a card and as an additional cost you discard a card. So we saw the Tormenting Voice discarding Dig Through Time. We've seen Magmatic Insight discarding a land. These are the kinds of cards that you're looking at. And once Jace flips, he can start flashing these back. He can start flashing your Dig Through Times back and drawing multiple cards. Once you've got out Sphinx's Tutelage, you're getting such a powerfully fast engine going that it's very hard to come back.
Yeah. And Jace being a breakout card from Origins, obviously a lot of people looked at it and went, oh, hang on, this card doesn't really seem to do a lot. But then obviously when you realise Merfolk Looter is actually really powerful when it also flips and flashes back what it discarded earlier in the game.
Definitely.
So we see Alex losing Jace obviously to a Silk Wrap, but now follow up instead. We have Monastery Siege. So Monastery Siege card from Fate Reforged was one of those cards that cycle of sieges, 1 in each colour. The blue one, 2 in a blue. Obviously, as you can see from the card on stream, I have 2 modes. Cards was chosen this time, which is you get to draw an additional card, and then draw an additional card at the beginning and draw something, and then discard a card. So effectively drawing 2 cards a turn and getting rid of the one you don't want.
Yeah.
The Dragons mode, a little bit less seen. Sometimes you need it against your mono red opponent because you get to say no. All your spells, if they target me or something I control, cost 2 extra.
Yeah, and that is actually very relevant in some matchups. So, like you said, against the mono red, they're normally quite light on lands. So they have 1 or 2 lands, maybe sometimes 3, and that allows them to cast all of their spells. But when their spells are costing 3, and then they need the additional 2, they're almost never going to cast them. Yeah. We see Paul has cast a Sigil of the Empty Throne. Now, this card was originally in, I believe it was the original Shards block.
I have no idea. I didn't play that long ago.
I think it was. I think it was sort of a Bant card.
Okay.
And it's whenever you cast it, so we'll get it up on stream for you. It's whenever you cast an enchantment spell, you make a 4/4 White Angel.
And the interesting thing with that is when you cast
exactly.
an enchantment. The enchantment doesn't even have to resolve with this spell, and you have a 4/4 in play.
This card, once you, against some matchups, so against, for instance, like a control deck, like a blue-black control or even Esper, you don't even, once you've landed this, it's going to be over quite fast. Every single turn you can make a 4/4 Angel, every single turn you can make multiple 4/4 Angels if you have the mana, and all of a sudden your board is flooded with 4/4 White Angels that close the game out incredibly quick.
Yeah. And obviously the Sigil of the Empty Throne, for a lot of matchups, is its best win condition.
Exactly.
Because it's 4, and they all fly, so the evasion is obviously really important.
Definitely.
When you're mixing that with your Eidolon of Blossoms, your Silk Wraps, your Banishing Lights, your Suspension Fields, depending on which of those they decided to go with. Also, you can do it. It gets triggered off things like Frontier Siege, Citadel Siege. All of these cards giving you the ability to then go that a little bit further. And this is the card that has really pushed this archetype over the top. Initially, we used to just see straight green-black, using the Whip of Erebos as the engine card rather than the Sigil of the Empty Throne. But now this has come out, it's decided to go the other way around, and instead we're looking more at a deck which is revolved around this enchantment, which then allows them to go overdrive. And obviously, Dromoka's Command not necessarily very good against this deck. It destroys enchantments, but unfortunately, a deck full of enchantments, it's not going to hit the one you want.
Exactly. I mean, the enchantment that they're going to be sacrificing, normally they're okay with. It's either already got the value, or it doesn't have any value to get anyway.
I mean, you can see the card on top of his library at the moment. The Nyx Fleet's Ram is one of those cards that actually, it's once you've got your sigil going, like sacrificing a Nyx Fleet's Ram is normally quite high on your priorities as a target in case you wanted to get rid of something. Now, Herald of the Pantheon as well. Probably one of the less powerful cards in the deck. It's the synergy card. It's a it's a 2-mana 2/2. So the stats in itself are fine. They're not like super powerful, but the ability it gives you is that it says enchantment spells cost 1 colorless less, and whenever you cast it again, a very important keyword, you gain a life.
Yep.
So we can see Paul all the way up to 28 already.
Mm-hmm.
We've had a Blossoming Sands, we've had we've had 1 Blossoming Sands, and then we've also had all of these triggers from these Heralds of the Pantheon, and also making all stuff cheaper as well.
I have a feeling that the life total in this game is probably going to be largely irrelevant.
Of course.
But in other matchups it would be.
Yeah.
The Nyx Fleece Ram also helps with that against, for instance, a burn deck. You know, you've got this very, very difficult blocker to get through, and also every turn you're gaining a life.
Yes. And when you're able to play such impactful 2-drops, at the same time you also have Nyx Fleece Ram, which in itself is a 0/5 that gains a life every turn. There's a lot of life gain. This deck gains a huge amount of life. Fortunately for us, they don't have Mastery of the Unseen, so it can't go completely ballistic and basically break the life total counter. But obviously we can see Alex all the way down to 8. He had a couple of Shivan Reefs early on, which have caused the damage.
Yeah, that Corsair does attack for 2 as well. The Herald only attacks for 1, but it's still...
That was a 2/2, so...
Oh, is it a 2/2?
Yeah, it's a 2/2.
Sorry.
It actually has decent stats for what it needs to do.
Yeah, so, you know, you're looking at not an amazing clock, but 4 return is pretty quick.
Yeah.
And, I mean, you know, Alex does need to find a way to deal with the board at the moment, because...
And at the same point, Alex has already treasure cruised as well.
Mm-hmm.
He's already resolved to treasure cruise, and he's still in the position where he's falling behind the thing each time. So, see 3 mana being tapped. And Sphinx's
There is
Tutelage.
the card itself, Sphinx's Tutelage. So, for those who don't know what this card does, is whenever you draw a card, target opponent puts the top 2 cards of their library into their graveyard. If they're non-land and they share a color, then they repeat the process. So you end up with it happening. So, for instance, if 2 white cards go into the graveyard, then you repeat the process, or 2 green. In these 2 color decks, it isn't always as important. In the 3 color decks, it is. And that's because cards like Siege Rhino, Mantis Rider do have multiple colors. So they do trigger off each other. So, you know, a Siege Rhino and a Hero's Downfall would cause it to mill again. But, yeah, if it looks like if Alex untaps with this Sphinx's Tutelage in play, that's going to be very quick, because he does have this Siege, and the Siege will also trigger it.
But the question always is, does he have enough time?
Does he have enough time? It will depend if Paul can't deal with this tutelage, it will be, so there we go, we've got the
first tutelage. So we'll see the first one. So we have Eidolon of Blossoms and a Citadel Siege. So miss number 1, second trigger for the card draw of the
draws
turn.
And then discards, and then put the trigger on the stack.
So we have Courser of Crufix and an Eidolon Blossoms. So let's go
process.
again. We
Yeah,
actually have to repeat this one.
Yep.
But it doesn't matter this time. There's a land on top. It's non-land permanent. So
but let's
again,
share a colour, yeah.
So, and another land on top. So he's safe in the knowledge that the next one, card draw, is not going to do any more than 2. And that's the little thing. The decks that actually play a lot of lands, and this is the interesting with Sphinx's Tutelage against, say, the control decks. It's a very powerful effect, but they run so many lands that sometimes it just isn't enough.
True, but most of the control decks will have cards that are the same color. So even it's a clock that against some control decks it's not fast, but it's good against the control decks because they're so slow that it doesn't stop. It just stops them from doing anything. So we see a roast on the Courser of Crufix there.
Unfortunately, he still has to answer the problem, which is those 2 4/4 angels.
Yeah.
There are answers.
It looks like he's setting up for a treasure cruise here, because that is exactly 8 mana, and as we can see, here is a treasure cruise.
So obviously, he's almost hoping that this draws him into another Magmatic Insight, or into a Tormenting Voice, which allows him to go again. So we see, number 1, we see 2 lands go over.
Number two, Eidolon and a
Banishing Light, so it doesn't spare, and
Starfield and Ram, so repeat, and Sigil and Banishing Light, repeat again. Silk Wraps and
a land. So again, we all stop. We're all on stop again.
But I mean, that was 3 mana, draw 3 cards, mill 10.
Doesn't take long.
That that sounds like a pretty nice effect to me. I would.
Certainly doesn't. And we see the untap. I'm fairly sure Alex has got nothing at this point.
No, I think
at
he
3
actually,
life.
No, I think he has a Send to Sleep.
Okay.
So I think he's going
go
to
combat.
send. Oh,
Oh,
yep.
he does
Stop
have
in
Send to
combat.
Sleep.
He does have Send to Sleep. There we go.
So a fantastic draw there for Alex. Send to Sleep, another interesting card. One from Origins.
Yep.
We're just going to pull that up on the stream for you. So
Very
you
good
can
in
also-
limited.
It was. It was fantastic in limited. Obviously, not much longer now until we are going to be moving on to the next set. So won't be seeing much more play. So for those of you at home, Send to Sleep, 1 and a blue, instant tap 2 creatures. Doesn't obviously sound too impressive. Up to 2 creatures. But the interesting thing is sort of spell mastery, and obviously spell mastery. Well, if there are 2 or more instants and/or sorceries, and let's be honest, there's 1 in there at this time. Unfortunately, there is only 1.
He did just Treasure Cruise. So.
Yep. So this will only be untapped. They will be able to untap in his own turn. It then says these do not untap during your turn.
But it does give Alex this turn, and
it
that's
certainly
extremely
does.
relevant. And
So
here he is discarding a Jace. Now Jace is an absolute powerhouse in this deck, and it's a powerhouse in this matchup because it's very hard to deal with. I mean, obviously, Paul did draw the double Silk Wraps, but you can see the mill going
6
off
gone
there.
from 1. You see a land this time as well. So we'll be on stop there. So that's 8 from that.
And that was a draw 2. This allows Alex to, you know, start drawing more cards, and it's not uncommon for this deck to draw more cards. Okay, so he had another Jace, so that was why he
Pitch the J. So he's going to nick it back from underneath the Silk Wrap, making the most of the cards available to him.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what he does. Oh, and he's got 4 mana, so maybe maybe he has another Send to Sleep.
Okay, which will be very good at this point because that will actually have spell mastery this time. And again, it'll be another. Well, it's a 2-turn time. So we see Send to Sleep in the upkeep before he gets to draw any cards.
No, I think he's already drawn. I think he did it in combat.
Okay. So he's got it, at any point against a Constellation deck. It's not going to have an effect because there are no haste threats. Green white is very short of haste, unfortunately. So he just passes the turn back. Trigger. So at the moment, Paul obviously not having anything to cast, or if he has an Eidolon in hand, not wanting to cast it.
Yeah,
drawing extra cards, not a good position.
I think Alex just drew a Whelming Wave. But I mean, he
doesn't even have to do it this turn because his opponent's stuff not going to untap next turn.
And
he's got so much time.
I think he has a Treasure Cruise in his graveyard.
So we're going to see the Jace activate here.
Jace activation, draw a card, you mill 2.
Trigger again. The synergy of this deck is something to behold.
It is, and this is what this matchup is about. You know, it's so hard for them to deal with this tutelage. And once it's down,
they need a Banishing Light.
They just
that turn to get rid of it.
And as soon as they haven't got it, you know, it only takes a few draws. And
I agree.
The whole point of, I mean, I've played the deck. The deck is all draw cards all the time. All they need to do is just hit their draw spells, and draw their whole deck in one go. And they draw so many cards at once that, you know, here we go. Look, we're seeing a Jace, and I believe
he's actually going to have a quick count of how many cards he's got left in his library. Yeah. Doesn't feel like it's going to be enough for the Treasure Cruise.
No, and
we are on to game number 2. Yeah. So, Paul's seen enough. He did have a point in the game where if he has a Banishing Light, he wins on the spot because Alex had to tap out and basically crossed his fingers that the Sphinx, that the tutelage survived.
Well, it wasn't so that much that he would win on the point. On that point, he would have been heavily favoured because Alex didn't have the second tutelage.
Yes.
You know, this deck really is an all-star once it lands its tutelage on turn 3 and untaps with it straight away. Then it's really powerful. But if we're looking at
if we go to obviously sideboards are a crucial part of both of these decks because what they're trying to do in game 1, a lot of decks can't interact with, but they then have to go to the sideboard with how they're doing from there.
Yeah,
so
and they both get cards in their sideboard from against each other.
Yeah. So
you know we'll start with the Constellation.
So we'll start with the Constellation deck. So there's a couple of things that stand out. One of the big things about this deck here is that it's trying to probably just become more aggressive, and because as we saw in that game, he was almost there, and if he just had a few points, here and there. And there's a couple of cards that stand out for me in this matchup. One of them, he has one copy of Kithian, Hero of Akros, and he also has, unfortunately, 3 copies of Boonsater. So unfortunately, Boonsater not recognised on our card storage system, and they're the important ones to me. They're the big cards that he wants. He just wants to become more aggressive and try and beat down early enough. And Boonsater is a very good threat against this mill deck. 4 power for 4/2 for 3 mana, and as we saw there, it's an end step threat. He can end step it in. He will always hit for 4 because there's very few instants that really interact with Boonsater, especially on turn 3, and something like that is hugely powerful. Kithian, there's only 1 copy. But again, it's just something to be doing early on. It allows you to start the ball rolling, deal the damage. And we saw Alex dealt a huge amount of damage to himself in that turn. Shivan Reef into Radiant Fountain into Shivan Reef. That's a lot of damage. Even though he's able to gain some of it back, that's a lot of damage. So for me, the cards that I think will be coming out now are things like the really expensive spells, like the Starfield of Nyx. I'm not necessarily a fan of, because even though it can bring stuff back from the graveyard, you actually want to be more proactive. I also think that the Nyx Fleece Rams are not necessarily hugely powerful because they are very slow. But again, something like even like the Frontier Siege, at this point in the game, neither of the abilities are hugely going to benefit you. The extra mana is sometimes nice, but you're trying to get in quickly. So Boonsater, Kithian are things that stand out for me in this matchup, coming in out of the sideboard, and even the Arishin Clerics as well, if so needs be, because it's just another beater that can attack. If you're trying to attack, this is the way to do it. So on the blue-red side of the table, there are some very interesting cards to look at.
Yeah, so the blue-red mill deck, I believe, will be boarding into. It has 3 copies of Annul in the sideboard.
Okay.
And 4 copies of Negate. Now, I believe some of these will be coming in. I'll definitely bring. If I was in Alex's shoes, I'll definitely be bringing in the Annuls. Yeah.
It says counter your deck.
It is pretty much.
For a mana.
Almost all of them are. All of the spells in this deck are enchantments. So, 1 blue instant counter target artifact or enchantment spell. It counters everything from Courser of Crufix to Sigil of the Empty Throne. It's countering all of this stuff in Paul's deck, and that's
for 1 mana.
For 1 mana.
And that's the thing. It's these trades that are so cheap are going to benefit Alex more than they are going to benefit.
The only way that Paul has to deal with all of Alex's stuff is non-creatures.
Enchantments.
The non-creature enchantments. So you're looking at your Vanishing Lights and your Silk Wraps. Negate counters those. It is 1 more mana. It is 1 and a blue, but
sometimes that's all you need.
Exactly.
So
shuffled up for game 2. They've just started. We have Alex Roebuck on the draw. So he started off with a Swift Water Cliffs.
And a very interesting start here. There is nothing for Paul on turn 2, and he's going to be wanting to do something on turn 2. He needs to get the beatdown going. I'm hoping he's gone a more aggressive stance, because otherwise he's going to be struggling.
I think he maybe has a Silk Wraps. Oh, and he doesn't have a Silk Wraps.
So this Jace is active.
So this Jace is untapped, and this is what this wants to be doing.
So we see, wow. So quite the curve. We have got Jace into Sphinx's Tutelage, and hopefully, wow, and he even gets to mill the first 2 as well. So what right now Paul really needs is one of his 3 remaining copies of Banishing Light in hand to deal with the Sphinx's Tutelage straight away. There is a chance that Alex doesn't have another Tutelage in hand, and he is hoping to ride this on to victory.
Yeah.
Which we'll wait and see. And as much as the Sphinx's Tutelage is really powerful against the deck, and Paul's had a slow start, Alex still needs to find another copy, because there are 3 copies of Banishing Light in the deck.
Yeah.
And he has tapped out, so the Banishing Light now resolves.
Yeah. And, I mean, that's the thing is, the problem now is he also has this Jace to deal with, and this Jace is huge. And he's not found it, unfortunately.
So we have passed the turn, and no 4th land drop, so seeing another missile land drop, and we're seeing trigger 1. And he even brought the cleric in. He brought the clerics in, get them with their 1/3s. But again, it's just a way of beating down, because that's what the deck can sometimes struggle with. It still needs to apply enough pressure early on to actually do something. And some of the cards are just really bad, like Silk Wrap is not good. It's fine because it gets Jace, but if he's not on a Jace draw, and we have
a
Sphinx's Tutelage number 2.
So this Jace is loot, mill 4. at least mill 4. So,
That's a lot of
that is a
cards.
lot of cards. And, you know, Alex
We even see a discarding of a magmatic
oh,
insight.
there's mill 2, and
Boomsater.
it was the same. They were both green.
But now we've stopped. There is a land in there, and we're going to keep going. There we go. So there was a few lands in there to stop it, but right now
I mean, that was still draw a card, discard a card, mill 6. That's
we see an end-step
end-step
Boomsater.
Boomsater.
So the Boomsaters did come in. So he's found something to do, so he can now start attacking. And with only 1 mana up, fortunately, there was no Annul in hand, because I think right now Alex would snap Annul this Boomsater.
I'm not sure. I think at this point he probably wants to keep either his Jace or his tutelages alive. So if he has a null, I think he's at 24. This Boomsater isn't killing him anytime soon, and it's a very powerful deck. And he is sort of got to this point where there's a banishing
so
light.
there's one Banishing Light targeting this. So
No, and he did have
so
he didn't have the annul.
but there is still a tutelage in play, and there is still a Jace in play, and both of those together are going to cause havoc.
Yeah.
We see 2 lands, so that's a good start. So there's no mill there. We see Island, 3 mana. Oh wow.
Wow. So this is basically an insane draw for
Yes.
Mill.
I'm fairly sure you couldn't draw it up any better than this. Jace into tutelage, into tutelage, into tutelage.
Yeah. I mean he hasn't played and I spoke a little too soon. I was about to say he hasn't played any draw spells.
He doesn't need it to.
He doesn't need it. So there you go. So it's draw 2 and there is a double hit off that. So that was the first trigger. Second trigger.
Still going.
Third trigger.
Tormod's Crypt as well has come in.
Interesting. And
That's a
trigger.
very interesting thing.
So that was a very, very, very good turn for Alex. He played his third tutelage, got that active, and magmatic insight. So he
Oh wow. Is tutelage when it gets going does not take long.
no, definitely not. And once sure they have some lands, but once the lands get got, then the game can be over quite quickly. And by quite quickly, I mean very quickly.
I wouldn't even want to do a deck count right now, but I'm fairly sure it is quite low.
I'd like to see the land count actually.
Yeah, there's a lot of lands gone in the graveyard.
Yeah, and these constellation decks don't run tons of lands.
Because it has access to cheaper ways of cheap interaction,
Yeah.
cheap spells. It also has the ability to make the other stuff cheaper.
Exactly.
So we're going to see 3 mana. Have a Courser of Krufix. What do we see on top? Oh no. Vanishing Light, unfortunately in the wrong place.
So draw, mill 2, 1 and 2, and then again. And oh, that was a hit, and he's milled 2 more lands. I think at this point Alex isn't too upset about him milling lands.
No.
And now we see Jace flipping with 2 magmatic insights in the graveyard.
So this is one of the powerful things.
And that was a discard of what appears to be Treasure Cruise.
One of the powerful things with the one of the problems with the green-white deck is because it's a constellation build. It can't run its own back to natures.
No.
So it struggles on the fact that it can't destroy mass enchantments. Unfortunately, he doesn't also have any copies of Dramoka's Command either. So he's very soft to these enchantments.
Yeah, there's the handshake.
Wow, that is a hand. 2 Tormenting Voice, a Whelming Wave, and a Treasure Cruise left over. So there, ladies and gentlemen, we see the power of
Blue Red Mill.
Blue Red Mill. That you always want on camera. You want close games, and to be fair, game 1 was very, very close. But
yeah,
game 2, unfortunately, getting stuck on 3 lands, not having anything on turn 2, not having anything on turn 3 for a turn. Unfortunately, the green-white constellation just can't keep up.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is the game 1 was quite close. The game 2, I think once Paul realised how many of his lands had been milled, I think he realised that he didn't actually have any answers. He most of his Banishing Lights had been milled or used by this point, or if not all of them. And once his lands are gone, there's nothing to stop those constellations. You just have to hope that it goes green, white, green, white, green, white, green, white throughout the whole of your deck, and you don't have green, green, white, white, or anything like that where you end up milling more cards than you're meant to.
And
And you can't even really race it because he didn't have any pressure.
one Boon Satyr is not going to get
no.
you there, unfortunately.
It will, but not fast enough. You know, so
and that's one of the interesting things with these mill decks is that you can't ever rely on drawing all your things, because you sometimes get to the point where you run out of card draw, or you don't have a removal spell for the things, and sometimes you just don't have the answers, or they've presented a threat that you can't answer.
Yep.
Because they've maybe played an X4 and you're looking at an Anger of the Gods, and it's just they've played an Anafenza and you're looking at an Anger of the Gods, or they've played a Doomweight Giant and you're looking at a Roast.
Yeah.
Sometimes the answers do not line up well at all.
Yep.
But sometimes,
They
as
do.
we saw in that game, they line up fantastically well. So, congratulations to Alex.
Roebuck.
1-0, a very good start.
Very good start.
Obviously, we're not quite sure on how the numbers will play out if people can start to ID.
Yep, he is definitely happy with that first that first matchup. That was one of his favourable matchups.
Yep.
That was one of the cards that one of the decks he's looking to play against. It's an interesting deck choice for the current meta, because there is quite a lot of Abzan aggro, and this hanging back Abzan aggro decks, and it's very hard for the mill deck to beat that, because they do run the multiple copies of Dromoka's Command in the main deck, and they do have this very quick pressure that they can put on. So you do end up with decks going incredibly fast, matches going incredibly fast. So yeah, I think it's going to be it'll be interesting to see how he does throughout the day, and we will be back.
We shall look to come back to that.
Quite a bit of time left on the round. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at.
We're going to try something out.
We're going to try something out.
So something that will be new for this. So we're just going to quickly bring it back to the booth. So as I say, welcome back. My name is John Partridge. I'm joined by Shay Holland in the booth. Round 1 in the books.
Yep.
Now, because it's a WMCQ, we decided to go a bit all out on the stream.
Yes.
Because normally we don't have the banner in front of us.
No.
Obviously now you know who we are, and one of the big things we've tried to do is put faces to names.
Yep.
There was also one of the things we tried to do, which is we have a deck tech page.
Yep.
So what we're going to do is you're going to see our lovely faces again, and what we're going to do is we are going to try it out. Because we've not actually tried this on stream yet, so I'm really looking forward to this. Now, there is a man in London who has made top 8 of both WMCQs.
Yep.
He has made the finals of one and the semi-finals of the other. Unfortunately, bridesmaid never the bride.
Yep.
He lost to Tom Law in standard.
Yep.
And he lost, unfortunately, to the Naya Burn deck in the modern one.
Yep.
I'm assuming he's playing the deck as always.
He is.
I certainly hope so, because otherwise I'm about to put up a deck tech that is completely irrelevant to what he's playing.
I have. He is a good friend of mine. We have been doing some testing. We have been talking about this, and this is what he is playing. And to all of those at home who know the man, it is Joao Choca. Yep. He is playing, and I bet you've all guessed at this point.
Wait. Let's just go to the deck check first. So send it into the deck check. So card on the screen, which I'm hoping all the viewers at home can see. A card from Khans of Tarkir.
Yep.
One that we haven't seen for a very long time.
Nope.
It fuels combo decks galore in Modern, Standard, when you had Treasure Cruise League in Modern, and it also fuels what Joao's saying today. He is playing Jeskai tokens.
Yes. Now, I played this deck quite a bit. I really enjoy this deck. The deck is... It wins from nowhere. It's very capable of switching up from being controlling to being outright aggro-y burn. And it's... the card is a... So, as you can see, it's whenever you cast a non-creature spell. Now, to those of you who have played cards at all, Jeskai was all about this monkey style of inner peace and playing your non-creature spells and getting benefits from that. So, this prowess was the Jeskai mechanic from cards. And that was whenever you cast a non-creature spell, then the creature with prowess gets +1/+1 until end of turn. And that some of them would also have another benefit. So Seeker of the Way, for instance, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Seeker of the Way gains lifelink until end of turn. There was
Rabble Master, Monastery Mentor.
Yeah, so the original deck of this was running things like Rabble Master and the Seeker of the Way, that kind of build. And that moved on to the more tokens heavy builds. So Hordling Outbursts, Raise the Alarm. From Dragons we got Secure the Wastes.
Yep.
All of these cards that were basically make some tokens and do stuff with those tokens. Pump the tokens huge, swing with lots of damage. And the second ability of Jeskai Tendency is whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you may draw a card if you do discard a card.
And obviously,
this is insane. You get to... So when you've got no tokens out, you think, oh, this Jeskai Tendency is not going to do anything. And then you're like, oh, well, I'll cast a Lightning Strike on your 3/3. Oh, I'm going to draw a card and I'm going to discard this land. And all of a sudden, I've actually just drawn some gas.
Yeah.
And don't need
obviously,
don't need this 7th land. Don't need that anymore.
You've got to remember that putting things in your graveyard in this deck is very good, because the second most powerful card in the deck, I'm going to go with Jeskai.
First most powerful. Jeskai Tendency is the second.
Okay, so is the next card
definitely the most powerful? Treasure Cruise. This card was a mistake. I'm not even going to lie. This card was an actual mistake by Wizards. They decided to think, okay, how could we make Ancestral Recall fair? And it was, make it cost 8. And then it was a question of, well, that's a little unfair. How do we make it slightly fairer? Well, we give it Delve.
Yes.
And the extra 7 mana that Ancestral Recall costs is all going to be colourless. So you can Delve it. And then they realised what a big mistake they made in the fact that they had to emergency ban. 3 months after this card was printed, it was banned in Modern and it was banned in Legacy.
And it's restricted in Vintage.
And it is restricted in Vintage.
And that is where busted cards exist. That is Ancestral Recall, Time Warp, and Moxes.
This is where the power exists. This card is on par with power, with the power.
Yeah.
When you look at cards and you evaluate them, I think a lot of people were underestimating how easy it was to turn on Delve 7.
Yeah.
It's insanely easy.
And one of the very interesting things, I actually went back and had a look, because I was actually interested to do a bit of research into what was the first standard deck that won when Khans came in. And obviously it was the Jeskai Winds or Jeskai Temper, Mantis Rider, Rabble Master, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I actually went and watched the Legacy. It was won by Blue Red Delver with 4 copies of Treasure Cruise. And you just watch this game, it's just like Fetch Land Ponder, well, that's 2 cards, Fetch Land Swift Spear, or however you decide to do it. That's 3-4 cards already, and it was cruising on turn 3. And the card in itself, the ability to draw 3 for 1 mana, no matter how long it's taking you to get in your graveyard, is huge, because you're able to do so many other things with your mana in the same turn. You can cast a Hordling Outburst, or you can cast a Jace, and you can cast a Treasure Cruise, and just go for nuts with it.
Exactly. And it did allow this Delver deck to fill. A lot of problem with the Delver decks is they run out of gas extremely quickly. And, this is something that's a massive problem for them. They spend all of their resources. They cast their Delvers, they cast their Swift Spears, they cast their Bolts. They're out of gas. They can't do anything anymore. Their opponent's at 7 and they don't really have anything.
Yeah.
But Treasure Cruise stopped that. Treasure Cruise allowed you to delve 7 cards, draw 3, and be like, oh, well, here's a Swift Spear and 2 bolts, and you're dead. So,
and one of the interesting things as well with the modern version is Delver became a real force in Modern as well.
Yeah. So,
Treasure Cruise is obviously hugely powerful. Jeskai Ascendancy is one way of doing it.
So, I mean, obviously, as you said, the Jeskai Ascendancy is incredibly good because it does allow you to you do fill up your graveyard. So every spell you're casting is putting 2 cards in your graveyard, and that is extremely relevant. So you're looking at every spell putting 2 things in your graveyard.
Yeah.
And this is what allows this deck to function so so quickly is you get to fill up your graveyard as quickly as you can,
Yeah.
or you know, as quickly as
And
possible.
also, you got to bear in mind, this also triggers Jeskai Ascendancy
It does.
itself, and the ability to loot one and then draw 3 and keep the gas going. And
Mm-hmm.
it's the same in Legacy with a lot of decks. When you have a Jeskai Ascendancy, you aren't drawing more cards. You're drawing the same number of cards, but you are in a position where you're not gaining card advantage until you're able to cruise, which is why there's 4 copies of the card in the deck. And even when people look at the deck and go, and when you look at your opening hand, you've got a treasure cruise already in hand, it's not going to take you long to do it because all your Razor Alarms trigger it, or your Hordling Outburst trigger it as well. So with the deck, one of the other main important cards you're able to use, Stoke the Flames.
This card is very strong.
Mm-hmm.
It's 4 damage for 4 mana.
Yep.
Doesn't sound great, but it does have this Convoke. So Convoke, you can tap creatures to help you cast the spell. Now, Jeskai Ascendancy, I don't know if you remember this, Jeskai Ascendancy has a mode of, the first mode of, not only does it give your creatures +1/+1,
Yes.
it untaps them.
It certainly does.
So when you have 3 goblins, your Stoke the Flames costs 1 colourless mana. And your goblins are red, so they allow you to pay the red.
Yep.
If you have 4 tokens and any 2 of them are red, that's a free Stoke the Flames.
Yes.
But that's not only a free Stoke the Flames, it's a free loot, and it's a free +1/+1 to your tokens. So all of a sudden you're looking from 4 tokens, a Stoke the Flames turns 4 damage into
A lot.
4 plus the 8 from the tokens. So that's 12. From 4, so you have 4 tokens, they're 1/1s,
Yep.
you stoke them, and all of a sudden you're attacking for 12.
Yep.
You're attacking for another 8.
And things like Stoke the Flames are also very good on the defensive, because you can, if you attack with your tokens and they do something, you can go, well, I'll cast this Raise the Alarm, trigger my Jeskai Ascendancy, untap everything,
and then stoke everything.
and then stoke your thing, stoke you, untap again. Now my guys are 3/3s, and
Exactly.
in your turn, and Stoke the Flames gives you this fantastic instant speed effect. So
It does. The thing about this deck is the Stoke the Flames also allows you to use your mana very easily.
Yep.
So once you've got 4 tokens out and your Stoke the Flames are free, it allows you to stoke, loot, cruise.
yes,
And that's 3 mana, 2 mana sometimes.
it doesn't take long to get going.
It does not. And once you've got this going, it's insane. So a card that was in Dragons of Tarkir that was printed, that everyone was raving about.
Well, hopefully this goes in the right order, because hopefully I've set this up.
yes.
So otherwise we're going to see a different card, but
It
hopefully.
was the old Jeskai.
It's not worked this time.
I think it was.
Maybe we've spelt it wrong.
Yeah, that
So
might have been.
this
It's-
card should have been something
I
else.
think it's meant to mean either. That might be why.
Well, we'll soon find out. Hopefully this works this time.
Hopefully this works.
But we'll move on.
Oh.
So we'll go back to that one in a moment. I might have to actually work out how to spell the card. So while you're talking about it, I'm actually going to find the card.
So the card itself is Narset Transcendent.
Do Jace.
So
So-
we'll go on to Jace first, because that's actually on the screen, and then we'll talk about Narset. So Jace is Merfolk Looter. I've heard that it was originally described. Well, I've heard that someone said it was Merfolk Looter but worse, and the reason it's worse is because it has 0 power and it's legendary, and you don't always want to flip it.
That's not a
That
downside.
person I'm 90% sure is probably eating their words.
Yes, I can imagine.
So, Jace, draw a card, discard a card. If you have 5 things in your graveyard, flip him.
Yeah.
Which is,
That's a
not.
lot.
It's not that hard to flip this.
As
way
we saw in that game.
Exactly. And in Ascendancy, when you have Ascendancy out,
Yep.
and every spell you're casting is putting an extra card in the graveyard, that's 2 cards per spell, so 1, 2, flip. Done. Another thing to note, this deck runs a lot of instant speed spells. So you can tap your Jace, put the trigger on the stack, and then cast the spell to untap him, and then tap him again to draw another card, cast another instant to untap him again. All of a sudden you're looking at having 3 triggers on the stack. It doesn't matter which one flips Jace, because you're still going to get all 3 of those triggers.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, you have 3 loot effects going on, and you're flipping Jace. And once you've flipped your Jace, you get to pretty much cast whatever's in your graveyard.
Yes.
Usually a treasure cruise.
Yes.
And you've probably put so many cards in your graveyard already that you are, all of a sudden, your treasure cruise costs 1 red.
And
1 green, sorry. 1 blue, sorry.
and one of the very interesting things about Jace Just leave it. It's fine. One of the very interesting things about Jace is that when he actually transforms. Now I'm hoping this works because this system is brand new, so you'll have to excuse us while we're looking around a bit because we're actually trying to work out this system a little bit. Okay. So obviously one of the important things is he is able to transform into the Telepath Unbound, which then allows you to flashback spells and get the extra value. But obviously we've managed to spell it correctly this time. So what the card we were trying to show you before was Narset Transcendent.
So the reason this card was looking very promising in this deck is the card advantage it offers is insane. A lot of the spells in this deck are non-creatures.
Yep.
You know, all of our token makers are non-creatures. All of our burn spells, everything is a non-creature.
Yeah.
So it was one of the reasons that this deck moved to the full tokens.
Yes.
Because
and only having Jace.
And before Jace was out, it moved to full tokens.
Okay. That's fine.
Because your Narset was just basically 4 mana, draw a card, and then you untap and you get to rebound a Treasure Cruise.
Yes. That's
it's
horrible.
very hard to lose a game
That's
when
so
you rebound
powerful.
Treasure Cruise. The amount of times where you're playing against like an Abzan deck, and they've thought seized you, and you know they've made a couple
filled the
guys
graveyard
and
for
killed,
you.
Yeah, or, you know both of you are out of gas.
Yeah.
And you have 5 mana, and you have a Narset in hand.
Yep.
And you draw Treasure Cruise, and you just go sure. Here's Narset, -2 Narset, cast Treasure Cruise with rebound, go. And you've got 3 cards in hand, and you're drawing another 3 in your upkeep.
Yep.
That is insane.
It's pretty good.
That is very hard for Abzan to beat.
It's pretty good.
I definitely have had a game where I've had a Jeskai Ascendancy out, and I've rebounded a Treasure Cruise. So I've -2 Narset, cast Treasure Cruise, loot, draw 3.
Yes.
And then in my next turn,
Looted and drawn more.
Rebounded my Treasure Cruise, got the cast trigger, so looted again, drew 3, and then drew for turn. I counted. That's 9 cards in 2 turns.
Yes. It's very powerful.
That's a lot of cards.
It's a lot of cards. And one of the interesting things with the Jeskai Ascendancy deck is everyone was like, you can't play the deck anymore because of Dromoka's command. Well, actually, you turns out you can. You just have to make sure that when you cast your Jeskai Ascendancy, your opponent is dying the same turn. And they have to have Dromoka's command. There aren't many decks that have that many of Dromoka's. Like we saw Green-White Constellation, no Dromoka's command. Only Abzan Aggro does.
Even if they're not, even if they have the Dromoka's command, you can still play a very good Jeskai aggro deck.
Oh, you certainly can.
And, you know, when they're making, you know, sure they make a Rhino, but there's a lot of removal for those Rhinos.
Valorous Stance and the likes.
Bear in mind, that Hangerback Abzan won a GP in August.
Yep.
And since then, it has been immensely popular.
Yes.
2 weeks, I believe it was after that, was the first WMCQ.
Yep.
And that was the standard one. And I'm pretty sure that a lot of people were on Hangerback Abzan.
Yes.
And tokens still top 8'd.
Yes.
Not only top 8'd, top 2'd.
Because at the end of the day, because you have cards like Hordling Outburst, Raise the Alarm, and obviously the one from Dragon, Secure the Wastes, the deck can just go wide and beat your opponent.
And a lot of people forget about Secure the Wastes. Something incredibly interesting about Secure the Wastes. It has X in its casting cost.
It certainly does.
You can cast it for 1. You can just pay X, you can just pay white, and pump all your guys. That comes up a lot.
It certainly does.
It's scary how much that comes up, and it does win games.
Yeah.
Quite easily. You know, people don't respect that you're going to be doing something like that. So, you know, Hordling Outburst is incredibly good because it makes 3 goblins. And when Dragons came out, they reprinted Dragon Fodder, which is 1 and a red to make 2 1/1 goblins. A lot of tokens decks were switching to that, which we tried, and it just wasn't powerful enough.
Yeah.
It was 2 goblins is not 3, and that's incredibly relevant.
Yes.
It doesn't sound, I mean, it sounds really obvious, 2 goblins is not 3.
Yeah.
But it's the fact that the 2 goblins that you make don't make your Stoke the Flames cost much less mana. That's the problem.
But at the same time, Raise the Alarm's just better, because Raise the Alarm's instant speed.
Yes.
So you can have these massive blowouts with your opponent's combat maths.
They were running Raise the Alarm and Dragon Fodder.
Of course.
But it meant that you weren't making 3 goblins, and that was really relevant.
Yeah. And it's one of those things, the whole power level of the deck is... If you've ever played against it, once they get going, there's so little you can do. It's one of these decks that just goes into overdrive at that point.
Yeah, it's also very interesting. The sideboard for it tends to be a little more controlling.
Yes.
This deck is able to switch gears incredibly fast. I mean, you're literally going from completely controlling the board to all of a sudden you've made 3 goblins and you've dealt them 16 damage from a couple burn spells in your goblins.
Yeah.
And it happens like that.
Yes.
Done. Game over.
It doesn't matter after that, they're gone.
Exactly. And there was, when Ojutai came out, she was in there, Dragon Lord Ojutai. We were talking about her earlier when we were discussing Esper. In this deck, it was insane.
Yes.
And the reason being
card.
was a Jeskai Ascendancy.
Yep.
So they tried to kill your Ojutai, and in response, you cast Raise the Alarm, and you make 2/1/1 soldiers. But that doesn't matter because it's instant speed, and it untaps your Ojutai, and all of a sudden your Ojutai has Hexproof again.
Yeah, and their spell fizzles.
And their spell
doesn't fizzle.
Countered on resolution.
Countered on resolution. Sorry.
Sorry, Tom Ralph.
Sorry. We will respect the judge's wording of correct ruling, and we will just go with it. It's countered on resolution, or in my case, fizzles and nothing happens. So that's a very quick deck tech on the Jeskai tokens. Now it's actually interesting. The deck itself actually survives quite well post-rotation.
Yes.
It loses a few important cards.
It loses Stoke the Flames.
And it loses Raise the Alarm.
And it does lose Raise the Alarm.
But the rest of it's still there, and the mana is good as well.
The mana is still good.
You still get to play with the decent mana because you get the dual lands, you get Priory Stream as well, which is nice. And hopefully in 3 months' time, when the next set comes out, a mana land as well, or 2.
We get 2 mana lands.
Yes,
it
hopefully.
Gets blue-red, and it gets red-white, which I'm interesting to see because because Jeskai Ascendancy in Modern was running mana lands.
Yes, it was running Fairy Conclave, wasn't it?
Fairy Conclave. And that's because when it becomes a mana land, it taps for mana, actual mana, and then you cast a spell, and it untaps. So all of a sudden, you're making mana. Once you've got enough, once you've got 1 or 2 of them out, you're making mana. And I'm very interested to see the new 3 blue and a white. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, awaken 3.
So you cast your
spell, and you awaken 3, and then you let your Jeskai trigger resolve. So you untap the land that you've just awakened.
Certainly do. And that's one of the things, is one of the things we'll also try and focus on with the deck techs is how these decks will survive rotation.
Yep.
If they will survive rotation, and if they'll get better. Now, there's a couple I've got lined up that I want to do, because actually I think I mean, we're both Magic players, so we like to think we know what we're on about, when in fact we probably have no idea what we're on about, but we do our best.
Yep.
One of the interesting things will be looking at how we believe decks will survive rotation. Now, I've got one lined up for the next deck tech, which we'll do at the end of round 2, which we'll have a chat about. We will make sure that it's all listed out ready to go in the right order, and fingers crossed it works, and all the cards because we've spelt them correctly. And that'll be, I think this is one of the decks that'll be very interesting first week post-rotation.
Yes.
We won't reveal it yet because I want to keep that one a secret. I want to just check you're happy to do it, and then we'll go over that one there. So what we'll do is we will bring it back to the booth. And my name's John Partridge. Shay Holland has joined me here. Players are, from the noise coming from the room beside us, pretty much finished round 1. There might be a few things happening, and hopefully we'll get the door shut, the noise will go away again, and hopefully we'll soon be on to round number 2. So we're going to have a quick 5-minute break, because I need to go get a drink of water.
For those of you who haven't seen the Battle for Zendikar video, it is.
So this is one of the things we're going to do.
It's beautiful.
So what we've decided to do is we've got the Zendikar video loaded.
Yep.
So we're going to play it on the way out. But what we're going to do is, because unfortunately, unlike Star City Games, we aren't in the market of having our own jingle effectively to come in like they have on the show, the characters. That's something that we'll be doing for the near future, because again, you don't necessarily know who we are until today. What we're going to do is we're going to run the Zendikar video. So when you see it for the second time, it means that in a minute we will be coming back and you'll see our lovely smiling faces, and we'll be ready for round 2. So thank you very much for watching. That concludes round number 1 here of the WMCQ in London, and we will hopefully have you join us for round number 2, which will hopefully not be too far away. My name's John Partridge, Shay Holland. We have a video on the way out for you, and we'll hopefully see you soon.
Our world is a place of beauty and danger. It is equal parts adventure and disaster. It is Zendikar, our home, and it is under siege. Monsters have emerged everywhere. Some say they have been here all along, trapped But I say they are not of this world. And it is we who are trapped. They are spreading across Zendikar, killing and consuming. Left unchallenged, they will leave our home a wasteland. But Zendikar has its defenders, heroes who fight to save this world from the forces that threaten to destroy it. We all must find strength in one another. Only then can Zendikar be saved. Now is the time to face this alien threat, to take a stand, to battle for Zendikar. Our world is a place of beauty and danger. It is equal parts adventure and disaster. It is Zendikar, our home. And it is under siege. Monsters have emerged everywhere. Some say they have been here all along, trapped. But I say they are not of this world. And it is we who are trapped. They are spreading across Zendikar, killing and consuming. Left unchallenged, they will leave our home a wasteland. But Zendikar has its defenders, heroes who fight to save this world from the forces that threaten to destroy it. We all must find strength in one another. Only then can Zendikar be saved. Now is the time to face this alien threat, to take a stand, to battle for Zendikar.
So, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to round number 2 of coverage here from the WMCQ, hosted by Darksphere here at the Millennium Gloucester Hotel. Got it right this time. Hotel here in London. My name's John Partridge. I'm joined alongside me again by the fantastic and glorious Shay Holland, and we shall hopefully be on with round number 2 very soon.
Yes.
Pairings have just gone up.
Yep.
We believe our next feature match, as I'm sure you saw just before we came back, is Sam Luca-Rolf versus Roy Raftery.
Yes.
Now, I have no idea what either of these players are on.
I know what Roy's on.
Okay.
I've been doing some testing with him. He is on the Hangerback Abzan. So he is... One of his main testing partners, I know, is Fabrizio and Terry.
Oh, so here, deck list anyway. So you can have this one. I will have this one because I can very easily, quickly put in for Sam Luca-Rolf that he is on, if I can actually spell. It'll be a very good start. He is on the fabled...
You spell the Hangerback there. It is with an A.
Oh, it's Hangarback.
It is Hangar.
Even better, Hangarback. So we will send it down to the feature match area now. The next round is Sam Luca-Rolf versus Roy Raftery, and it's been a bit of a quick turnaround actually. The pairings went up before we realised what was happening, but
Yeah.
both at 1-0. We have Sam Luca-Rolf on Esper Dragons, the deck we were speaking about beforehand.
Yep.
Seen a bit of a comeback recently, and Roy Raftery on Hangerback Abzan. So talk to me a little bit about Hangerback Abzan. What is it? What's it trying to do? And where's it appeared from?
So it's basically it's this new version of Abzan aggro. So like we were saying earlier, it's replacing the Rakshasa Death Dealer for Hangerback Walker. Hangerback Walker is excellent. It's XX, colorless X for a 0/0, and it comes into play with X counters on it. It's an artifact creature. Comes into play with X 1/1 +1/+1 counters on it. The when the Hangerback dies, so as you can see there, when it dies, you get a 1/1 Thopter for each +1/+1 counter on Hangerback Abzan, and then it has this other ability of tap the Hangerback Abzan, tap the Hangerback Walker, put a +1/+1 counter on it.
We'll get there eventually. Our English will improve at the moment, but we'll get there.
Probably.
Okay, so here we're going to see what Roy is actually working with. So
2 Dromoka's commands.
So he's not mulliganed. He doesn't.
Oh, sorry, 1 Dromoka's command. Yeah.
He does have a Siege Rhino hidden there, so obviously he'll hopefully be revealing the rest of the cards. We have a Siege Rhino, a land, an Abzan Charm, a Den Protector. So not a very aggressive start. And obviously being on the draw, he's just basically said drawn, land, go.
Yep. Interesting, really. This matchup is quite tough.
Yeah.
It's probably one of the worst matchups for the Hangerback Abzan deck. It's definitely the one that Roy did not want to see, especially not this early in the round.
No, definitely not.
His hand as well is quite slow, but it does have this. You have to take the Den Protector there. You can't not let them have this Den. You can't let them have this Den Protector. It's such a powerhouse.
Yeah.
And Sam hasn't played any white mana yet, so Roy may think he's just on blue-black control, which.
An Evolving Wilds. Ooh, that's spicy.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
No, I've never seen that one before. It's very spicy. But of course, at the moment, so we know it's on Esper Dragons, and obviously Esper Dragons, the principal card of the entire deck, is all geared around Dragon Lord Ojutai. It's a very different deck to blue-black.
Yep.
It's one of the decks that can actually just go to town on what your opponent's doing.
Yep.
It only takes 4 turns. It's 5 power, and it draws an extra turn on each turn. So we went over a little bit earlier. Obviously, it's a very powerful deck. He's running of everything, but he does have 1 main deck Ugin, 2 Jace, are the standout cards, 3 Dragon Lord Ojutai, 2 Silumgar the Drifting Death, and then we've obviously got the usual 4 Silumgar Scorn, 1 Disdainful Stroke, no dissolves, which is very interesting, but he has only got, like I said earlier, 2 cost Foul Tongue Invocation. So we see an Abzan Charm there, followed up by an Anafenza the Foremost. So we're going to see a Silumgar Scorn there very quickly. Roy's lands doing him a bit of pain, down to 14 already.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in time, his health isn't that, it isn't that massive. It is a control deck. He doesn't really mind if his life total is quite low. Obviously, he hasn't seen Ojutai yet,
Right.
so
And that could be a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, he might not be aware that is in the deck, so he might be quite worried about that.
Yeah. And generally, what you find with the blue-black decks is that you can go down to a reasonably low life total because they're going to be doing you in damages of 3, either with Ugin, which is 3 points of damage, or with Silumgar the Drifting Death. Whereas with Esper Dragons, it doesn't take quite as long. Ojutai is very powerful. Let's see this. So we see 4 mana being tapped, losing a life, down to 13. Probably going to see an attempted Siege Rhino, which was still in hands. We see Siege Rhino, and it resolves. So obviously, Sam probably got a removal spell for it. Oh, no, instead, no, something better.
Nope,
Dig
something
through
better.
time
Dig
instead.
through time.
And Siege
So-
Rhino in this matchup is very powerful.
Yep.
But it's not at its best.
No,
Because it's
definitely
just a 4/5.
It is just a 4/5. The Drain 3 is very rarely relevant. Interestingly, Sam is playing this blue-black control deck at the moment. He's not played any white. He's not played any Ojutai. Roy probably is thinking that he's on the Esper because he's played Silumgar Scorn, but maybe he's thinking that he's some sort of blue-black control with dragons. That has been seen before. So, it is one of those cards that you are, it makes you think that they're on Esper, but you're not 100% sure.
And of course, there's still no white lands. And the deck actually doesn't have a huge number of white lands, or white lands that produce white. Obviously,
I believe it's 6.
we have 3 Temple of Enlightenment and 3 Caves of Koilos.
Yep.
We also he does also have
He
2
does,
Haven
yeah.
of the Spirit Dragon, and we see a Jace, which is obviously fantastic against Abzan decks generally. Whether it's good now, because we know about the Dromoka's command in hand. So we're going to see a Hero's Downfall here. Now, in response, I can see the Dromoka's command being used to kill the Jace.
Definitely.
It doesn't get any better than this right now.
No, not at all.
But he's
Oh,
decided not to, so he's decided to go against it. Jace is still
Maybe he
there.
has a second Rhino, or maybe he
Maybe
has
he does.
another Den Protector. I think if Roy doesn't have a follow-up this turn, then it's going to be very,
Very difficult. To
very
come back.
difficult. Yeah.
And obviously, one of the things we've mentioned earlier, we've seen Count the Thoughtseize, Den Protector, a new card that has really appeared in the Abzan decks of late. We saw Brian Bronduin at GP London playing copies in his Abzan deck. He was the one, he wrote an article. Apparently, the Hangerback Abzan deck was developed after the Pro Tour when they realised actually this Hangerback ball could be very good.
Fabrizio and Terry, the actual team captain for the WMCQ, for the
Magic
World
Cup.
Magic Cup for England, played this in GP London and won.
Yeah.
And it says a lot about this deck.
Yeah.
It's incredibly powerful. I mean, obviously Fabrizio is a very good player.
Yes.
But he said that, I was speaking to him after the event, he said that all day he felt that he was just playing unfair Magic almost.
Yeah.
He had the tech to beat his opponent's Hangerbacks with his own Anafenzas.
Yeah.
And this deck is incredibly powerful. Hangerback is such a powerful card, and the extra bonuses it gets in this Abzan deck from the Dromoka's command and the Abzan charm, insane. In response to your kill spell, I'm going to put 2 more counters on my guy, and all of a sudden I've got 7 Thopters.
Yeah.
How do you beat 7 Thopters, really?
So we see Siege Rhino in for 5, dropping Sam down to 8 life. Now,
It's very
Sam,
low. One more hit.
2 Siege Rhinos and 1 attack does a lot of damage,
Yeah.
but Sam's now cast 2 Dig Through Time.
Yeah, but
And only 1 hit.
interestingly, He did cast that second dig through time in his main,
Yeah,
which makes
however,
me think that he doesn't have.
That was a very, very quick cracking of a polluted
maybe
delta.
an Ugin coming.
Maybe we're going to see the first sighting of the weekend.
Ugin,
Ugin, the Spirit Dragon. I'm going to get it up on the screen for those of you who don't know.
I love this card.
It's fantastic.
I used to play Blue Black Control, and I played Tron in Modern, and this card is beautiful. It's so
Ugin Spirit Dragon. Unfortunately, our artwork not the same.
Not the same, no.
Not the same, but
so
the cards do the same thing. This one, the more expensive artwork than the other one.
Just a little. So its +2 is Bolt, deal 3 damage to target creature or player.
Ghost Fire, because it's colourless. Remember?
Sorry.
Got to get in with the tech.
It's sorry. It's minus X is exile each converted mana cost. Each card with converted mana cost X or less.
Permanent. It's not just creatures.
Sorry,
it's
yes,
permanent.
Permanents. There's one or more colours. This is insane.
And that's before you even get to the -10, which says win the game. Well,
No,
it's
well,
not win the game, but draw 7,
might
gain
as well
7,
say
put
win
7
the game,
permanents
right?
into play it is pretty powerful. And one of the interesting things about the Hangerback Abzan deck is that it's got a distinct lack of Heroes Downfalls in it. They've gone away from Heroes Downfall. They've gone for the more efficient removal spells in Dramoka's Command, Ultimate Price, and Abzan Charm, because obviously Abzan Charm able to be very good in the mirror, getting rid of Hangerback Abzan. But we do see the Heroes Downfall from Roy's deck. And still at the same time, Roy is, despite despite there has been a Silumgar Scorn cast, some blue-black decks do go to Silumgar Scorn if they've got Icefall Regents and stuff, but he's not seen any white mana. And there is every chance that right now Sam has a Dragonlord Ojutai rotting in his hand because he can't find that white mana.
Yeah, but I mean, Roy out of gas.
Yeah, unfortunately that was a position where he needed something to do.
He did, yeah. He really needed.
He's drawn quite a few lands, but his initial hand had 4 and 5 lands when he was Thought Seized, because he had 2 in play and 3 more in hand.
Yeah.
So we see Jason's Ingenuity drawing extra cards.
Yeah.
That's what control decks like to do.
And there's the white mana, so we might see an Ojutai
next
very
soon. Obviously, Ojutai in itself, the namesake of the deck, effectively. Esper Dragons. It only has 5 in this version, but they're all really powerful. And one of the differences also with Sam's deck, he has no copies of Dissolve. So things like this Sorin are more likely to resolve if he doesn't have a dragon in hand or a Silumgar Scorn. There's a lot less counter spells in his hand. There's only 5. A lot of the decks run a lot more in that they run up to 6. And they run 4 Scorn, or up to 7. 4 Scorn, 1 Disdainful Stroke and 2 Dissolve. So Sam's decided to go away from that, include a bit more removal, and go at it that way instead.
Yeah,
so
he does run 1 copy of Disdainful Stroke as well. So that is something that obviously is very good against, well, not very good against Abzan deck, but it is quite good.
But it hits a lot of important things. It hits Wingmate Rock, hits Sorin, hits Siege Rhino.
I don't think...
Is he not running Wingmate Rock? And there's also a Tasigur in his list as well.
Oh, he does run 1 Wingmate Rock.
1 Wingmate Rock and a Tasigur. And hitting either of those is really important, because right now Tasigur could be a way of pulling into this game. But we see Haven of the Spirit Dragon drop down.
Definitely going to get back that Ugin.
Yeah, Ugin feels like it is a one-way ticket to
winning the game,
closing this game out. Even if Roy's able to find a few things, we see the count-up of lands. We see the count-up of Sam's mismatched lands, his mismatched basics. We had white-bordered basics in the last round.
Yep.
We're going to have mismatched lands. We see Bulblight targeting the Vampire token. It's been a very interesting day for the basic land choice. I'm not going to lie. Some people obviously less of a fan of the white borders than others. Obviously, some people less of a fan of the mixing artwork. But
you run white border lands because it allows you to fetch them. Yeah. If you're running fetchable lands, you run white border.
Yes, because you can find them very easily, as it turns out. Even, well, some people don't agree. Jack Doyle giving us the look, which says we should be very quiet. We should be very careful with how we speak about white bordered lands.
Jack Doyle with his fully black bordered legacy deck.
Ugh.
You know. I believe he's running probably some form of Grixis. He looks like a Grixis player, doesn't he?
So there we see it. The Disdainful Stroke taking care of it, and Roy's had enough. So we saw Ugin come down, take care of the Sorin, then Disdainful Stroke for the Siege Rhino, and I think Roy's realised that this game is done. Unfortunately, he won't be able to come back from that. So moving on to the sideboards. Do you want to start with Roy's first?
Yes. So Roy's sideboard has 2 copies of Thoughtseize, which I believe will be coming in. Probably something like I believe that is 1 Duress, although it's quite hard to understand his writing.
One of the other things to point out with the, just before we go further, someone's pointed out, the Esper Dragon deck actually doesn't have any planes in it, so the Evolving Wild is simply there as a way of fueling Dig Through Time to find the lands. There isn't actually a copy of planes, but going through the sideboard then.
Yeah, so 2 copies of Thoughtseize, and I believe that's 1 copy of Duress. Yep. I can definitely see them coming in. The Elspeth is a bit too slow.
Okay.
I mean, if Sam's running not Ojutai, sorry, Silumgar Drifting Death, which he most likely is, then Elspeth just isn't gonna get it done. It doesn't die to Elspeth doesn't kill Silumgar, and Silumgar kills all of the tokens that Elspeth makes. Cards I dislike in this matchup: Ultimate Price. Doesn't do anything.
It doesn't kill anything.
It
kills Jace.
It kills Jace, but that's it. And that's not really enough.
And that's the same with Bile Blight as well. Oh no, he doesn't have any Bile Blight.
He doesn't have Bile Blight.
But let's be honest.
I can see the Wingmate Rock coming out as well. It's a bit too slow.
There is a card worse than Ultimate Price in the deck for this matchup. 3 Dromoka's Commands.
Yes, I can see them coming out. The only thing is they do actually have 1 relevant mode.
Okay.
Sometimes 2.
Okay.
And that's +1/+1 counter on my guy in response to your Bile Blight.
Yes, and to be fair, sometimes they have the mode of fight your Ojutai. Very rarely, but sometimes do.
Sorry, I didn't see this card the first time. 2 self-inflicted wounds I
Okay.
can almost certainly see coming in for the Ojutai.
Way to answer Ojutai,
Exactly.
because that's the problem card.
And, you know, it is 2 life as well. They lose 2 life. That's very relevant.
So, moving on to the deck for Sam. Sideboard, we have a Dragonlord's Prerogative, 3 Drowning Sorrow, a Bile Blight, 2 Tasigur, Golden Fang, 2 Negates, 2 Thoughtseize, a Dragonlord Silumgar, 1 Disdainful Stroke, a Liliana Vess, and a Duress. Now, to me, there's maybe 1 or 2 cards that I would look at to bring in, which is the Dragonlord Silumgar and the Bile Blight. It's extra ways of dealing with the threats, and also you don't know how efficient the removal is going to be after board. So something like Dragonlord Silumgar can come down and take a Siege Rhino, and that could cause real problems for the Abzan deck. Like we saw in that game, you run him out of gas, and then you get that. Generally, the pre-board for this deck is already at a stage where he probably doesn't have to board too much, because Esper Dragons has this natural answer. Now, one of the interesting things with the Abzan decks, when Esper Dragons was popular, the way that a lot of people went about beating the Esper Dragons deck is they went to the Death Misraptor Den Protector plan. So they went to the Abzan Megamorph. Now, at the moment, there's very little of that around. People aren't playing Death Misraptor, they're just playing the Den Protector. And it wasn't necessarily that the Death Misraptor was in itself very powerful, but you cast it on turn 3, and you could attack a few times with it and do 9 points of damage with it. It could attack through Ojutai, it could attack through Silumgar, and all of that as well. And one of the other really powerful things is, at the moment, the Esper Dragons deck can normally deal with just a Den Protector, flipping up and getting a spell back. But when that Den Protector brings back 6 power worth of Death Misraptors, that was when the real power level went over the top against the Esper Dragons deck, as you could go end step, turn this up, 9U from nowhere. And it's very interesting how that deck started to go away a little bit, and the Esper Dragon deck is now coming back to being that deck to beat.
Exactly. And something to note as well is the cards that the Esper list has, because of this downfall going, you know, Resolve Jace, flipped Jace is very hard to deal with. Ugin, very, very hard
To deal with it.
to deal with.
It's anything that's very hard and uninteractive. Something like Ashiok as well, depending on if the decks... obviously, Sam's decided not to play Ashiok. He's gone for Jace instead. And actually, he's gone for quite a lot of Wrath effects. He's got 2 copies of Crux of Fate and 2 Languish in the main. Now, that's a lot.
That is a lot.
Normally, they only play 2 Crux or maybe a Languish, but it's going up to 4. And that actually gives him a huge bonus against these Abzan aggro decks as well, because they're not very good with sweepers.
This is true, yeah.
Even if Hangerback makes a few guys... Esper, they don't care about a couple of Thopters, because you're going to take 3, but then you just go, okay, I'll gain 4 back, or I'll cast this Silumgar and make your tokens look really bad at this point.
Yep. Also, I quite like the. There was a card I saw in Sam's sideboard. The
Dragonlord's
Prerogative, yeah.
Just as an additional way to get ahead, draw extra cards.
This matchup tends to come down to both of them getting into top decks. You know, the draw 4 is very good at that point.
So, players are set, opening hands are being drawn. Game number 2. So we can see already in hand Elspeth, Siege Rhino, Den Protector, Fleece Main Lion, and a couple of lands. Obviously, Roy's happy. He's got a Fleece Main Lion, and that card's actually quite good.
That card is very good.
But is it going to be fast enough? Hopefully, he has an untapped land. See from there. So,
I believe
to start with.
Fabrizio is coming down later. I believe he might actually be joining us in the commentary booth a bit later as well.
See, we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, the man in charge of this year's WMCQ team again, Melbourne Magic Cup team again. Congratulations, Fabrizio, becoming the captain again.
Yep.
He's been on a tear. He's three Grand Prix wins.
Yep. He did. I know he was quite disappointed with his results this year. The previous season just gone. But he started this season off well. He started off with a Grand Prix win in London. He had a 9-0 victory in Prague on day 1. That was also standard. And he went 15-0 in a limited GP in Madrid. And
unfortunately lost the quarterfinals.
Unfortunately lost the quarterfinals.
First loss of the day.
Your luck has to run out somewhere, right? He attributes 100% his 15-0 victory to one card in his 9-0 pool, and that was Hangerback Walker. And it was in his opening pool, and he said it was the last card in his pool, and he saw it, and his little face lit up, and he knew that it would be a good day, and he proceeded to go 9-0. And then he said his drafts, he said his first one was quite good, but his second one was immense, and that was what really won in that second draft. He said the second one was very, very good. So,
and I mean that's the whole thing. If Hangerback Walker is pretty good, it started making its way into modern as well, into the affinity decks. I mean that shows you the power level of the card. It is a very, very efficient card. Obviously, the card he's got currently on the table.
Also quite powerful.
Our very favourite Watch Wolf with upside.
Yep.
Fleece Main Lion.
Watch Wolf with built-in Force of Will. I believe was the term it was
Force
coined.
of Will. Okay, that's an interesting way of looking
5
at it.
mana counter target spell.
Yes. And also make my guy a 4/4 indestructible.
Well, sure. Counter target removal spell.
And Fleece Main Lion was certainly a prominent part of Craig Wesco's green-white aggro deck that performed well for Jackson Cunningham as well at the Pro Tour M15. The card's very powerful. It's a 2-mana 3/3, which in itself is an above average rate that just happens to have this ability that actually your removal spells are now dead. Unfortunately, one of the problems for the matchup for Fleece Main Lion is the Esper Dragon deck has copies of Foul Tongue Invocation.
Yep.
And Foul Tongue Invocation doesn't care if you're hexproof. If you've only got that in play, that's what's going in it. Obviously, we gain life as well. So we see the duress here.
It's probably going to be taking this Crux of Fate.
Yeah. So we see there's an Ojutai.
I think it's the only thing it can take.
Yeah. So we've got a couple of lands, Dragonlord Ojutai, Tasiga, Golden Fang. Now, two very, very good threats. Obviously, Ojutai being good, but at the same time, so you see the Crux of Fate go there. Now, what will be very interesting is, does Roy have a 6th land? And does Sam go for
this is turn 5.
Okay. So, does he have it in hand? Because he has Elspeth in hand. And the interesting thing will be, does Sam go out and just slam Ojutai? Because if he does, on turn 5, and Roy's able to untap and cast the Elspeth, feels really far ahead. But Roy now knows the coast is clear for this morph. He's got rid of the Crux of Fate. He knows his opponent has a
Disdainful
Dragonlord.
Stroke. He does have a Disdainful Stroke.
He does have a Disdainful Stroke, and also a Tasiga.
I think if I'm Sam at this point, my probable plan is to make a Tasiga.
Yeah.
Reason being that Tasiga doesn't die to Languish.
Yep.
And it blocks Fleece Main Lion quite nicely. So a monstrous Fleece Main Lion is, fine. More than happy to play the block all day. Yeah. Sorry, but it looks like he's making an Ojutai.
We shall see. He's tapped his mana, so he's going for Dragonlord Ojutai. So this will be the interesting thing.
So
I think Roy, if he has the 6th land, he just goes for Elspeth.
Definitely.
Down-ticks it, attack for 5. I mean, Sam's not on a lot of life at the moment. Obviously, he's at 11 life, and Roy does have land number 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and the Planeswalker from Theros comes in, makes her presence felt, in for 5. I mean, Elspeth has been doing this for a very long time.
Yeah, she does it well.
Yeah.
Next turn we're looking at a probably make some guys have a
Just seeing
flip.
the thoughts. I think Sam
writing's
wants
on
to have
the
a.
wall.
I think
I
Sam
think,
wants
yeah.
to have a look at what Roy's playing with.
Yeah, I think he's just going to get some information at this point. You know, he knows that the writing's on the wall.
So there's a Siege Rhino that hits the bin. Obviously, Roy having no other cards in hand. The Elspeth is at the moment good enough. We see a Jace. Unfortunately, the Jace. Oh, and a Tasigur as well. So a very few interesting plays actually. The problem is that there is an Elspeth now in play, and
Sam's only at 4.
yeah, and at the same time, there is a Den
Well,
Protector in play.
this is
There's a Den Protector in play.
this
as well.
Jace has to die, right? Because Roy flips his Den Protector back,
Gets back the Siege Rhino.
gets back to Siege Rhino, attacks with both, and he has to block.
Unfortunately, he is going to lose one of his threats, but
Well, I mean,
That's
he
not the end
loses
of
the
the
Den
world.
Protector. That's
Yeah.
it. Because Sam can't block Den Protector with his...
and of course then the Elspeth
Jace.
still gets to make more 1/1s.
Exactly.
Gets to fill in the board up, keeps going and going and going. And this is the power with Elspeth. If it does stay on the table for more than a turn, even if you kill it, it's made 6 1/1s. You're normally wide enough to be able to start attacking through whatever your opponent's doing as well.
Ah, here we go. So we're seeing a...
So we see Abzan Charm taking care of that. We see a flip up with the Den Protector, hopefully targeting a Siege Rhino. Oh, are we going for the
I think
dress?
he's looking at the dress.
I think you take this.
I think
He's
you
taking
take
the
this.
Abzan.
Oh,
He's
he's
gone for Abzan Charm.
Interesting.
Obviously, he's one of the, we're going for it. So the J snap
block.
blocks, which is why I would have liked taking the Siege Rhino, because it gives him 2 modes of attack. He can either attack, and if he gets cruxed or whatever, he can then go, all right, I have a Siege Rhino. How would you like to pursue the game? And we see Sam scooping up his cast that one. So a very different match to what we saw in
Yeah.
round 1. Sam not able to contain Roy, what he's doing. And I think that this is the difference for Abzan, the Hangerback Abzan deck on the play. As soon as it's on the play, it gets to deploy a siege, Fleece main line really early. It then gets to go forwards from there.
Yep.
That's a fair point as well.
Yeah, that was...
We of course didn't know there was an Abzan Charm in hand, but correctly pointed out by someone on the chat, Abzan Charm is actually lethal because it makes the Den Protector big enough to attack past the Tasigur.
Yeah,
Obviously Roy.
probably something that Roy forgot.
Yeah, but again, when one of the differences that we always have to remember is that we have so much more information watching from where we are. When the players are down there, and this is one of the things we've always found when we've done the commentary recently, is that especially sort of when we did the legacy one, knowing what we do, we can obviously make these fantastic decisions, and then sort of everyone else is a bit in a position where it's just like, oh, and then they're down on the table and they're like, oh, hang on a minute, I actually have to think about this.
Yeah.
And they have to go play around a few different things. Obviously, Sam had tapped out, so we could have just gone for it. But
Yeah.
obviously, Roy maybe forgot that part of it. But at the end of the day, fortunately, it didn't matter.
Yeah, it's one of those things that doesn't come up often either. You know, making your one of the reasons that Den Protector was really nice when it came out was because it did get past the... Once it was flipped, it got past your Corsair,
Yeah.
your opponent's Corsair. That was one of the reasons that people started running it, because, you know, they wanted to get past Corsair.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons Corsair's not being played as much as well, because it doesn't block Den Protector at all.
No. But again, they're 2 different cards for 2 different situations, but
Exactly.
both are hugely powerful, and it just depends on which position you're in. So we see the players shuffling up for game number 3. A very quick game 2.
Yep.
Both of these games, to be fair, have been very quick, and this is one of the powers or the strengths of the Esper Dragons deck.
Yep.
Is it can win the game very quickly.
It can.
Ojutai ends the game very quickly. So does Ugin. And
Yes.
it's one of those very interesting things. Like we saw in that one, Sam didn't even get to 5 mana really. He got to
No.
5 mana and then just fell so far behind that he was never going to be able to come back from it.
Yeah, he really did miss his early his early few turns. He didn't really do anything, and then, you know, once he did finally actually land something, it was just too late. Roy was in such a commanding position that it was...
Yeah, he was unfortunately in a position where Fleecebone Lion had already done a lot of damage to his life total, and he was just in a position where he couldn't quite get there. So we'll just let the players quickly shuffle up for game number 2. So, I mean, so game 3. What do we really expect that we're going to see different in this one with Sam being on the play, or do you think it's important that Sam is on the play for this one?
So with Sam being on the play, it does allow him to. Roy now has to sort of be a little bit. He's a bit slower. He doesn't get to make the turn to Lion as easily. There's every chance that Sam has the Silumgar's Scorn when he casts the Lion.
Yeah.
So it's a bit slower. The deck's a bit slower. This game will be a bit slower for Roy. Again, it's quite a interesting match again because interesting game because Roy does still have everything he needs, and he's tapped out. Sam's now tapped out for a Jace. I could see Roy following this with something like a Lion.
Yeah.
Fleece Mane Lion, which you're more than happy to.
And I mean, this is also one of the things that you have to remember is that these Esper Dragons decks have started to include this card now. Jace has, from when people first saw it, they were a little bit unsure. It's everywhere. It's in Jeskai tokens. It's in Jeskai midrange. It's made its way into the Esper Dragon deck. It's made its way into the blue-black deck. And I imagine if there was a Bant midrange deck right now, people would be playing it in Bant midrange. Something like Ojutai Bant.
Yep.
That existed before, and what it does is something that we haven't really seen in Standard for a little bit. That it allows you to play a very interesting game where you can use its ability to filter away excess lands. And Reed Duke wrote an article about blue-black control after the Grand Prix San Diego, and basically he said that because he cut Ugin from the main, he was able to cut down on some of his lands.
Yep. So
he played a Jace version of blue-black at the Pro Tour, which didn't do so well because there was so much of the Searing Blood. But after, at GP San Diego, basically Mono Red disappeared because the Constellation build and the green and Kibler Green-White appeared. Now obviously those decks have gone away as well, and Jace seems in a really good position where you can main deck him. And obviously, when he transforms into the Telepath Unbound, he gives you this fantastic ability of getting spells back. And in Esper Dragons, when your spells are so powerful, Dig Through Time, Crux of Fate, and when he turns into a Planeswalker, you can Crux the opponent's board, you still have one. And he's... Reed Duke wrote a very interesting article where he's basically saying, look, I've cut my Ugins, which means I can go down on the number of lands. He only played 26 or 27 lands because the Jace filters so quickly to those lands. And when he plays a Jace, he can get rid of the excess lands that he doesn't need. So we see a very early Tasiga facing off against a Hangerback Walker and a Fleece Mane Lion.
Unfortunately, Roy has missed his third land here, so he doesn't have a way right now to deal with that Tasiga.
Okay, so we see a pass the turn again. Miss this third land again. Admittedly, with the way these Hangerback Abzan decks are built, you are able to play on slightly fewer lands than normally. If he finds a black source, he's probably able to play a reasonable game, especially post-board, because he has Tasigas obviously doesn't cost 6 mana. It very rarely does. Hangerback's 2, you can play Hangerback off of any 2 lands you have. And Fleece Mane Lion is obviously, you're able to cast it off a good number of them as well. But we see Dragonlord Silumgar did come in, and has now been passed down. So we see Crux of Fate going away as well. So it seems like we're going past the Crux stage of the game, but Fleece Mane Lion are able to do anything.
I think at this point, Sam doesn't really want that Hangerback to get too big and flip and blow up. Because when it blows, it's going to be a lot of 1/1 thoughts.
This is very interesting. Obviously, Sam not in a position where he wants his Jace to flip. He's obviously wanting to make use of the draw discard more than anything else. So we've seen a Tasiga delving away a graveyard, Dig Through Time delving away a graveyard. Whereas that turn, what he could have done is gone, I'm going to activate my Tasiga because you aren't doing anything to me at the moment. Activate Tasiga, see what I get back, and then activate Jace and flip the Jace, and then you have this Planeswalker that, at this position, you could work towards the ultimate very easily.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think maybe Sam doesn't want to flip Jace. Reason being, he doesn't need to. You know, he wants to filter his deck. You know, he wants to filter his draws. He wants to make sure that he's drawing 2 cards a turn and getting rid of the one that he doesn't want. That's immensely powerful. It's an effect that this deck wants to be doing, and you know, Sam can get to this point where he does activate his Tasiga and then do other things. It looks like he's making an Ojutai.
We're making Dragonlord Ojutai, so He's played Scryland as well, so we did actually lay some bits of tape on the table, which players should be hopefully sticking to. So that's why the land's slightly off. They should be within the area. What we'll do is for the next round we'll try and pull the playmats together a little bit and redo those bits of tape. But Dragon Lord Ojutai, so good at ending these games quickly. I mean,
I believe Sam actually had a dissolve on top. He does have one in his deck.
So he scryed, saw dissolve, and I think he's going to keep that on top.
He's going to keep that on top, and it means that when Roy tries to kill this Ojutai, it's not going to get killed.
So I'm really sorry, Cassis. And Roy's struggling on lands so much. He can't.
He's
not going to be able to do 2 spells a turn.
That's really where this matchup is win or loss, is when it's. I mean, Esper Dragons is meant to be a control deck, but it plays a lot more like a mid-range deck.
Yes.
And the reason the mid-range decks win is because they get to cast two spells before the other one.
So here we see Abzan Charm targeting Dragon Lord Ojutai. I think Sam will probably snap this dissolve off.
Definitely.
Ojutai is going to end this game very, very quickly, and also going to draw in more cards. And right now it's what he needs. So there we see the dissolve. He gets the scry as well, which means that Ojutai will either be looking at 4 deep. He's seen a land, obviously doesn't need any more of that. So trigger the Ojutai down to 14. Just 3 turns away from being hit. So trigger. That's what we see. Haven, land, and
land.
Well,
I think it was. I think it was a temple.
But it's still extra cards that are in a position where you can use them.
I think you take the temple.
Yeah, I mean, there is a thought that you take the Haven, so it gives you a bit of out if your Ojutai does die.
I mean, it doesn't really matter. He can discard it. He gets to draw 2, right?
Yeah.
So
Jace again activating, and Jace discarding another dragon. Obviously, don't need any more of them. Polluted Delta to play for the turn, and he still has Tasiga, which he can choose to activate as well. Try and get back any of the spells. And right now, his graveyard is stacked. Dragon Lord Silumgar the Drifting Death, Dissolve, and Dig Through Time. If he hit land, I mean, this is one of the powers again of the Esper Dragon deck. Is the stuff you're putting in the bin is so much more powerful than anyone else. What anyone wants to do, and your top decks are so powerful.
Exactly.
And when we did the trial yesterday, I got a bit unfortunate to lose. But at some point, my opponent, I was just like, my top decks are so much more powerful than yours. I've got Dig Through Time. Any Tasiga activations does the same thing. It's obviously really powerful from there. So Roy obviously drawing for the turn. He's under a lot of pressure right now to answer this Ojutai. He has a few turns to find something, but one of the powerful things about the Abzan control deck, and it was interesting to people, these Abzan decks get much more powerful when they're doing 2 spells a turn rather than 1 spell a turn, especially against the control decks.
The problem is he doesn't actually have that much time, and the reason is because every time that Sam anticipates, Sam looks at the top 3 and picks 1. You know, he's picking the best out of 3 cards.
Yes.
Even if it's 3 lands, he gets another chance with Jace. So, you know, he is reaching this point where he does have a lot of cards in hand.
So we see Siege Runner
a lot of powerful spells.
So we see Siege Runner resolving, and then being taken down by Hero's Downfall.
Yep.
First removal spell of the game, Sam. So tells you a lot about how this game's gone. He's been able to go Jace, Tasiga, Dragon Lord Ojutai, and he's not really ever missed a step at any point.
No.
We see Ojutai in for 5, Roy down to 12, anticipating again. It's just that little extra bit of text box on the bottom that pushes Ojutai right over the top. Being able to anticipate every time he connects with the players.
Yeah,
is huge.
and there's an Ugin.
There's going to be Ugin as well. Bye-bye, Fleecemane Lion.
And
obviously, Ugin against Hangaback Walker is always an interesting one, but right now, Roy's so far ahead that it doesn't matter almost. He's so far ahead of Roy that the Hangaback Walker can't even attack through Tasiga yet.
No.
Obviously, Jace can also do his wonderful block and flip mode as well. Block your Hangaback Walker, activate, flip, turn into the Planeswalker.
So it'll be interesting to see what Roy has in hand. I think if he's got something like a Dromoka's Command, that'll be very good. Here's a Abzan Charm, I believe.
No, so we see Nissa. There is a one of in his deck this weekend.
Excellent.
Very interesting. Good position to be in. Try and find a land. Try and keep going. See if he's got forest. If he doesn't search, then we know both forests. But no.
No, I think he's running 3 forests.
They've had to skew the mana bases slightly to accommodate Nissa. Obviously, wanting to make sure you cast it, but the card's very powerful.
Mm-hmm.
You can see that on the face of the card how powerful the card is. It's never something you look at and go, oh, I'm not sure how good this is. It has the upfront value and the value down the line. They're both very powerful. Obviously, in the middle, it's not great. But
Yeah.
Nissa is one of those cards, like Jace, you can cast on turn 3 or 2, depending on when you're able to. So you can cast Nissa on turn 3 and not feel so bad about it. Because if your opponent doesn't kill it and you hit 7 lands and it flips, but at the same time it's a fantastic draw,
Late game as
unlike Jace a little bit, that you can play later on.
Yep.
Play it straight away, flip it straight away, and get the value straight away. Whereas sometimes with Jace, you draw it later on in the game, in the games, and you just look at it and go, really wish this was something else right now.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Ugin can just
Yes.
immediately kill it,
Ugin is
which
Ugin.
is unfortunate.
Ugin is Ugin. Ugin is hugely powerful. It's 8 mana for a reason.
Yeah.
It's the most expensive Planeswalker in Standard for a reason.
Yep. He
And
is.
I can't see it changing anytime soon.
No. He is very, very strong.
While people play lands and spells, Ugin will be played in some deck, and the control decks are likely to exist post-rotation as well. We've seen 2 brand new counter spells spoiled. The one that gets rid of creatures with converted mana cost 4 or less, Devoid, the spell, which exiles instead, and also the more expensive souped-up mana leak. The 2 and a blue, Devoid spell again, counter-target spell unless its controller pays 4.
Yep.
And both of those spells make you feel that actually these control decks could exist. So we see the Hangerback Wall coming in, we see the Jace jump in front, activating the Jace, draw, discard this temple, flip my Jace, no combat damage dealt, and I now have another Planeswalker in play.
Yep.
And I do feel that this Nissa is not very long for this world.
No.
And although I'm sure Sam doesn't want to kill the Hangerback Walker, there is a school of thought where he says, I'm just going to alter my Ugin, so I'm going to kill your Hangerback Walker, let the 1/1s do, and then I'm just going to draw 7, gain 7, put 7 permanents into play, see if I can find my Dragonlord Silumgar. Because what he can do as well is he can crack the Haven, get the Silumgar back, put that into play, and then you're on a completely different game.
I think if he draws a land this turn, he can do that as well. If he draws a land now, I mean, because he can. The Haven is 2
Yes,
to
he
crack,
can, yeah.
and he's got 8 mana, so that's 3 to crack it and 6 to play.
Because obviously Silumgar being 4 blue-black.
It also triggers off any dragon, so if he's able to kill the Hangerback
As well,
as well this turn.
So in with
I don't think
Ojutai.
he is. But
Down to 7.
Roy's on 7.
It's 2 turns. Or
yeah.
well, 1 turn if he gets
One
back
turn.
with Silumgar.
Well, it's 1 turn with the Ugin as well.
Yes.
Because he can just bolt face.
So he needs to find a way of answering this. The problem, the position that Sam has put Roy in now is that he needs to answer both of the threats.
Yep.
And that's very difficult to do. I mean,
Yep.
if Ugin decides, so he's going to bolt the Nissa, get that off the table, don't want that flipping, don't want you getting any more card advantage or drawing anything else. We're not going to run that. We're not going to play this game. I'm going to play a different game to you. What we're going to see. So we've got 3 mana being tapped. Foul Tongue, Invocation. So I imagine there might be a Bile Blight in hand as well.
Yeah.
Gain 4 life because he has the Dragonlord Ojutai in play. 2 mana, using Urborg, Bile Blight on the tokens. Again, using Urborg on the lands. Bear in mind, he now has 2 copies of Underground Sea if you really want to go down that route.
Yep.
Let me see the Haven and the Spirit Dragon being tapped. See,
Interesting you
lands
decided
gaining
to
life.
tap the Haven there.
It certainly is. I think you should probably at that point tap one of the islands because the Haven has the ability to then get the symbol back.
I guess
But
he doesn't
right
need
now,
it. I think he's just won
he's so
next
far
turn.
ahead.
Yeah.
And this is a demonstration of how bad the matchup is for Hangerback Abzan. Like we saw in game 2, if you can get ahead and you can stay ahead, then you're likely to do very well. Unfortunately, if you ever fall behind to the Esper Dragon's deck, the Esper Dragon's deck won't let you come back in. Ojutai kills you so quickly. If you fall behind, you will get left behind.
Yeah.
By this Esper Dragon's deck. Roy's will gamely carry on. As you say, I don't think he's happy that... Oh, so we see Silumgar Scorn as well. See 3 mana. See Anafenza. Unfortunately, that is
Not enough.
not enough. We're going to see an attack for 5 by Dragonlord Ojutai. 3 damage from Ugin, and that should be all she wrote for round number 2 from the feature match area. So, in for 5, trigger up, take one of the spells, and Roy's already realised that Sam knows what he's doing. We see double Hero's Downfall in hand for Sam as well. So, congratulations to Sam, marching on to 2-0. A fantastic start for him. Esper Dragons, there's a lot of it in the room. There's a lot of very good players. I know Matt Light's playing it, Graham McIntyre's playing it, we've seen Sam Luca Rolfe playing it, there's a couple of guys playing it yesterday, all are on Esper Dragons.
Yep.
The
It's a
deck's
very popular
very
deck.
powerful.
It's very powerful. It's a popular deck. It's very good against these Abzan decks, and that's really where the deck shines. You know, as we just saw, game 2 was okay. Game 3, Roy unfortunately did get stuck on lands. That, I think, definitely changed how the matchup went. It was a, it did mean that he was very behind. He couldn't really cast anything, and yeah.
And that felt like it was just unfortunately that in the game he just fell too far behind at that point in the game to ever come back. So we've just been handed a couple of pieces of paper which will give us a breakdown of who's playing what. So so one of them's got some interesting. So one of them's got different decks.
Yep.
And one of them's got the breakdown. So.
So
you just have a quick look through that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up the information for the next deck tech.
Yep.
Which we'll do in a moment, and you just have a quick flick through that. And if you just want to go over quickly, what are the cards that have stood out from what we're doing at the moment? So you just want to start going through that.
Sure. So Abzan aggro is 26 decks out of the 188. Abzan control on 24. We've got 16 copies of mono red, 15 of red green dragons, 14 of Esper dragons.
So a lot of Esper dragons.
Jeskai 13.
Okay.
We've got 8 of these black red dragon decks.
That's interesting. So that's something that's come around more recently at the GP.
Yep.
Performed very well. Been putting up some good results.
Yep. We have 6 copies of Jeskai tokens.
I'm more looking at the one above it. 6 copies of Sultai control.
That deck's very good.
I haven't seen it for a very long time. So obviously it combines Nissa and Jace.
Yep.
Alongside Den Protector.
Den Protector, Deathmiss Raptors.
Okay, so it's either Megamorph. So it depends. You can either be on Megamorph or you can be on the controller. It's one of those interesting.
It's an interesting one as well because it's very tough to beat the Abzan aggro deck with that deck.
Okay.
So
just because they're more efficient than you, doing more powerful things.
They run cards like Anafenza.
Yes.
Anafenza the Foremost, who exiles creature cards, no matter where they come from to graveyard.
Yes, it does.
So if you mill a creature with Anafenza out, it's going to get exiled.
Yes.
That means your Deathmiss Raptors are probably going goodbye.
Unfortunately so.
Yeah, we've got some Mardu Dragons, some 4 copies of Blue-Black Control.
So there are, in this room, if we go for the control deck, we have 24 control decks of 188 players. That's quite a high percentage of the field.
Yeah. I mean, we do have 1 copy of Blue-Black Dragons and 2 of Blue-White Control.
So there is more control, but there's less numbers of them. Someone's decided to put their deck list down as Splinter Twin, but we'll step over that one, because that one is definitely not legal in this format. Yeah. So we will move over that one slightly. So it's very interesting. Obviously, Abzan aggro, we've got to assume that most people are on Hangerback Abzan, because it's the one that's performed very well at different levels, and that has been performing very well. Don't take people's comments on chat too personally, Shay. You can't believe everything that gets put up.
There's 2 copies of Rally as well.
Okay, so there's people playing Rally the Ancestors.
Yep.
Which will be interesting. There are a lot of that Rally the Ancestors deck will only survive this standard. It won't survive rotation.
No.
Whether you have something like someone's put on stream on the chat, whether you have something like Rally the Allies.
Yep.
Depending on it, I can't remember. Is there a haste one, or I'm not sure. But obviously, it's one of the things you've got to bear in mind that a lot of the decks in current standard won't survive rotation. Blue-Red Doctors won't survive.
No.
The Rally the Ancestor deck won't survive. Losing Mogus Marauder is huge.
Yeah. I mean, it depends.
Rally the Elf.
It depends if there is a deck that is running. If there is an ally that gives your other allies haste. If there is, then there definitely will.
However, one deck that will survive rotation, or in a manner of speaking,
probably will survive rotation.
I'm assuming it will do. There are people playing it today.
It's one of those decks that's very popular at the start of the new season of the new rotation, and it stays popular. It's normally fairly cheap. It's normally very aggressive, and it's when people are still trying to work out what they want to do, it works well.
Sometimes being linear, aggressive strategies are very good. So
exactly.
We're going to go down to the deck tech. Obviously, you'll have myself and Shay doing it again. We are going to cover one of the most aggressive decks in the format from Dragons of Tarkir.
Yep.
And one that looks poised to do very well post-rotation. Despite losing a few pieces,
Yep.
it doesn't lose as much as other decks. And that deck is Ataka Red.
Yes.
So basically, Ataka Red, and you're going to have to see if I get this wrong, because obviously you're the technical side of it, you're going to have to give me a chance on this one. It revolves around a mono red deck, which revolve around things like Hordling Outburst, Dragon Fodder, and uses Ataka's Command as a way to go over the top after going wide. So it's red deck splashing green for Ataka's Command.
So this is very interesting. So Ataka's Command is very interesting. It's when it was first spoiled, everyone was excited because their first thought was, "Ooh, it's a it's a 8th Skullcrack in Modern, the 5 to 8 copies of Skullcrack in Modern." It does have these 2 modes of, so it's got 4 modes. Like all commands, it has 4 modes, and you pick 2. The modes are: opponents can't gain life this turn, deals 3 damage to each opponent, put a land from your hand onto the battlefield, creatures you control get +1/+1 on gain reach. The 3rd mode very rarely comes up, and in Standard, the 1st mode very rarely comes up. It's normally the 2nd mode and the last mode.
We've seen a lot less Nylea's Disciples.
Exactly. You're looking at pumping your team and dealing 3 damage. When you've got 3 tokens, that's 9 damage for 2 mana. That's quite strong.
That's a lot.
Yeah. But I really like the card. I think it's very strong. It's when you're making a load of tokens, so when, as you were saying earlier, we have copies like Dragon Fodder, which is make 2 1/1 goblins, and we have Holding Outburst, which make 3 1/1 goblins. You're looking at cards that are all of a sudden putting, if you go turn 1 Monastery Swift Spear, turn 2 Holding Outburst, turn 3 turn 2 Dragon Fodder, turn 3 Holding Outburst. All of a sudden you've got 6 creatures.
And a lot of power.
A lot of power. That's 6 power. Add an Ataka's Command to the mix, you're looking at 12 power. 13 power because of the prowess trigger from
Plus hitting them for 3.
And hitting them for 3. That's a lot.
Now,
that's
a lot of power to put on the board.
That is.
And obviously in Standard at the moment, we're going to look at both. So we're going to look at current Standard deck. Now, it's kind of fallen off the map a little bit because everyone went back to the mono red burn deck, and the problem with the Ataka red deck is that it was having to run Mana Confluence, fetch lands, and also the one of Temple of Abandon. So sometimes its mana was actually really painful to itself, and it could lose just to its mana base. Now, in the current version of the list, you have 4 Mana Confluences, 4 Wooded Foothills, 1 Forest, and a Temple of Abandon, and that's the way that it manages to go around. So we've just heard time being called on the round, so we'll soon be on to the next round. So one of the powerful things as well with this deck is that the top end of it is slightly different to the burn deck. So instead of having Abbot of Carol Keep, you're running Goblin Rabblemaster as your top end. Obviously, we all remember Goblin Rabblemaster. It has been and is still a very, very powerful card. Being able to make additional things, especially against control decks, it's a threat on its own that has to be dealt with straight away. Otherwise, it just completely gets out of control. It goes 1 damage, 6 damage, and then goes bananas after that as you put more goblins into
It's
play.
incredibly strong. It's one of those cards that, if unanswered, will win a game by itself. It doesn't need any support at all. It just wins a game. You're looking at a card that 3 mana, hit you for 1, turn 1. Turn 2, hit you for 6. Turn 3, and if it lives this long and there's nothing else on the field,
hits you for 8.
Hits you for 8.
It's just going and going and going and going and going.
And if you manage to make turn 3 Rabblemaster, turn 4 Rabblemaster, game's probably over at that point.
One of the other things with Rabblemaster is, because it leaves the tokens behind, you can put your opponent in a position where you just play a Rabblemaster as they go and attack them with a Rabblemaster and maybe burn their face. So they have to be in a position where they can't just go, oh, I'll kill your Rabblemaster. Oh, wait, you still got 3 tokens and you still have a grip full?
It requires sweeper effects to actually deal properly with Rabblemaster. Things like Drowning Sorrow or, you've got Drowning Sorrow, you've got Languish, you've got Crux. But most of the time they're all a bit too slow.
Yes, and Rabblemaster doesn't care because you've just played 1 spell. You still have so many more in reserve.
Exactly.
And Rabblemaster found its way into the Jeskai Winds deck, the Jeskai Aggro deck, because you could play Mantis Rider, or it found its way into the Ataka Red deck, where you made the most of Ataka's Command. It made its way into, if you remember back to Fate Reforged, the Red-White Aggro deck, which was Chained to the Rocks and Rabblemaster Stormbreath Dragon. Outpost Siege, all huge powerful things. But of course, Goblin Rabblemaster, as we've just said, you've made Goblin tokens with the Dragon Fodder. You've made Goblin tokens with Hordeling Outburst. You've made a Goblin and more tokens with Rebel Master. There is a 1-drop which has only really ever appeared in this deck, but if left unchecked, can do a lot of damage. And obviously, it's Foundry Street Denizen. Was released in M15. Whenever another red creature enters the battlefield, it gets +1/+0. And you go this on turn 1, and then you 3 them on turn 2 with the Dragon Fodder. And it just gets up from there.
Yeah.
It's another 1-drop that really complemented the Monstrous Swiftspear. Zergo, it was a toss-up between the Foundry Street Denizens and Zergo for a lot of people. A lot of them went for more Denizens and maybe 1 Zergo. Zergo obviously being very good because of Dash. Foundry Street Denizen, still there. Will unfortunately be obviously rotating out. But for the Attacker Red deck, it's the 1-drop you want, followed by Dragon Fodder and Hordeling Outburst. Obviously, the other thing with these red decks is
cheap
Wild
removal.
Slash as well. It's cheap removal. It's Wild Slash, Lightning Strike, and of course...
we don't have Lightning Strike isn't here anymore, unfortunately.
and this boy.
this
It's technically removal, right?
I mean, yeah, it trades with one of their cards. So, Goblin Pile Driver. This card, when it was, in Legacy, when Goblins was popular, this card was absolutely insane. You were looking at a creature that was just getting huge. Yeah. Absolutely huge. And you were swinging for, at times, 11 plus damage.
Yeah.
And, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're not always able to attack with your tokens.
Yeah.
Sometimes, your opponent has a load of 1x creatures, which point your tokens aren't really doing anything, but they could be. And they're red, so they could be casting this card.
And obviously, it hasn't seen a huge amount of play in Standard, but it doesn't always make a difference. But obviously, the main thing with this, as you say,
Stoke the Flames.
this card appears in pretty much every red deck.
Yes.
If you're casting red spells, you're probably going to be casting Stoke the Flames
Exactly.
as well. And with that many goblins...
Exactly. It's one of those cards that you're normally casting for free. Like I said, if you've made 3 1/1s and your opponent has 3 creatures that can block your 1/1s, you're probably not attacking. But that doesn't mean you're not using your creatures, and you can use them for your Stoke the Flames. So, you're still casting your Stoke the Flames. And, yeah, it's still doing the 4 damage.
Stoke the Flames is going to be a huge loss for this sort of deck. Just because it's basically a free spell in these decks. The burn decks less so because they were actually normally having to cast it for 3 or 4 mana. But there is a replacement, obviously from Origins going forward. It's obviously not as good, and obviously that's
arguably not as good
because you can't cast it for free.
Yes, but it can't. If you have spell mastery, which these decks normally do,
Will do because of your fodders.
Yep, it can't be countered.
Yep.
That is relevant because a lot of the time the control decks stabilize. They're at a few life. They sometimes have a Foul Tongue, sometimes don't. But if they don't have Foul Tongue, then you're looking at a card that's 3 mana guaranteed 4 damage. They can't counter it. Sometimes that's all you need to finish it off. So,
and I mean, one of the interesting things with the deck is that Exquisite Firecrafts had this really nice ability just to burn your opponents out. Obviously, there are cards that aren't surviving rotation, which are Lightning Strike and Goblin Rabble Master, but at the same time, you have a very good way of still beating your opponent up. Like, if you look at the spoilers from Battle for Zendikar, you have, Dragon Master Outcast, which maybe not great, but it's a card that you can probably play because if you ever do hit a land, you make a 5/5 if you hit 6 lands in play at the beginning of your upkeep.
Yeah. So, looking at the spoilers, there are a couple cards that I'm interested in seeing.
In Attacker Red.
In Attacker Red. So firstly, I see this deck more moving towards a red-green aggro landfall deck.
Okay.
Reason being is we have Wooded Foothills.
Yes.
It fetches green and red mana.
Yes.
Green or red
and
mana.
Also, you have the new dual lands.
We do have the new jewels, which are green and red. We also have Landfall back. Now, for people who don't know, who weren't around for Landfall the first time.
That was me. That would be me.
That would have been me as well, but I did play Modern when Step Links was popular, so I know how Landfall works.
Okay, good.
Landfall is whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, an ability happens. So, Step Links, for instance, is Step Links gets +2/+2 until end of turn.
Yes.
There's a Snapping Turtle, I believe it is, that's Landfall change its power and toughness. It's a 1/4 with Shroud.
Yeah.
you know, you're looking at cards that when you cast them, when they, you know, when you get landfall active, it does stuff. And why is that relevant? Ataka's Command.
Yes.
We spoke about the first and the third mode, how they're not very relevant in standard. But we're looking at something that lets you put a land into play at instant speed.
Yeah.
That allows you to instant speed, without a fetch in play, make a landfall trigger. When that landfall trigger is pump my guy, or give my guy first strike, that is a combat trick. That is insane. But it's even better, because if you put in a fetch, you can immediately use the fetch to get a second landfall trigger. So not only have you gone from 2 mana, pump your guys, deal 3 damage, you're looking at 2 mana, pump your guys, pump your landfall guys, and potentially pump your landfall guys again with a fetch. That's very good. That's why I think this deck is going to look at more going into a red-green landfall.
So going slightly bigger.
It's maybe slightly bigger. There is a 1 green red drop. There's a red drop.
It's the
green
landfall.
1 drop.
Yep.
That's a 1/1/1/1 whenever I land into play.
Scythe Leopard.
Scythe Leopard. Yep. There's
also
also
have your
Snapping
Snapping
Larlid, who's a 2 mana +1/+1 when it gets a thing. And you know, you've got your bigger ones. You've got your 5 mana Baloths. You've got your Beastmasters, stuff like that. I'm not sure if those will see play. They're just too expensive.
Yeah. I mean, one of the very powerful things with Zendikar coming back is you're playing mono red, right? You get these lovely thing called spell lands. So mono red, you have Looming Spires. So for those of you who aren't aware, Looming Spires is a land which does enter the battlefield tapped. Not always a bad thing, but later in the game it says whenever Looming Spires enter the battlefield, target creature gets +1/+1 at first strike. There was a card from the original one called Teetering Peaks, I believe, which was +2/+0.
Yep.
When it comes to battlefield, and all of these just give you more ways of pushing through damage, make your guys more powerful, especially giving something first strike makes it really hard to block.
Also to be noted, Ataka's Command can put this land into play at instant speed.
That's true.
Give your guy +1/+1 and first strike.
Yeah, and with the loss of, and also one of the other differences, with the loss of Elvish Mystic in the green decks, they're also going to be a lot slower. So this is where this deck becomes a really powerful thing. You're losing Courser of Crufix, you're losing Sylvan Caryatid. Both of these cards very powerful against the red decks. Now all of a sudden they're gone, and you now get to basically have a game where you can just go at them in your own way. So that concludes the deck tech for Ataka Reds. What we're going to try and do is do a couple more as we go throughout the day. We'll have a discussion in a moment. We're just going to take a quick break. So on our way out, obviously we have our Zendikar video, courtesy of Wizards. And obviously have one of the representatives here today, so I would be probably very much told off if we didn't do it. I might be told off if we didn't show the Zendikar video going on our way out. I'm really looking forward to Zendikar.
Yes, me too.
About Zendikar, I'm really looking forward to just rotation, a brand new format, and also a new card I want to put in my modern deck, but we'll get to that one later on.
No, I know what you're going to say. No.
But I want to play it. But it's
we're going to keep saying no until you finally understand.
It is the truth. It is a way of playing in my modern deck. But that's for later on. Thank you very much for watching. This concludes round 2. Round 3 will be up very soon. Time on the round was called very recently. So on our way out the door, we'll be playing the Zendikar video. Thank you very much for watching. Hopefully you will join us back here in a very short while for round number 3, a standard action here from the WMCQ in London.
Our world is a place of beauty and danger. It is equal parts adventure and disaster. It is Zendikar, our home, and it is under siege. Monsters have emerged everywhere. Some say they have been here all along, trapped. But I say they are not of this world, and it is we who are trapped. They are spreading across Zendikar, killing and consuming. Left unchallenged, they will leave our home a wasteland. But Zendikar has its defenders, heroes who fight to save this world from the forces that threaten to destroy it. We all must find strength in one another. Only then can Zendikar be saved. Now is is the time to face this alien threat, to take a stand, to battle for Zendikar. Our world is a place of beauty and danger. It is equal parts adventure and disaster. It is Zendikar, our home. And it is under siege. Monsters have emerged everywhere. Some say they have been here all along, trapped. But I say they are not of this world. And it is we who are trapped. They are spreading across Zendikar, killing and consuming. Left unchallenged, they will leave our home a wasteland. But Zendikar has its defenders, heroes who fight to save this world from the forces that threaten to destroy it. We all must find strength in one another. Only then can Zendikar be saved. Now is the time to face this alien threat, to take a stand, to battle for Zendikar.
So hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for round number 3 of coverage here from the WMCQ Dark Sphere here in London. And as I said, my name's John Partridge. I'm again joined by the lovely and fantastic Shay Holland.
Thank you.
He does his best as we both do, as we run through into round number 3 of standard action. The feature match, as Troy saw earlier, is going to be Matt Light versus Marco Orsini-Jones. So a battle of the heavyweights.
Indeed.
For Magic, actually, both well-known players.
Yep.
And we're going to go straight down to the feature match area because
Yep.
we know what they're playing. We're just getting the deck list through now, and we shall soon be off. So we have Marco Orsini-Jones, and it's basically a mirror of what we played in the last round.
It is, yes.
Hangerback Abzan versus Esper Dragons.
Yep.
Battle of the heavyweights.
Marco opting to use the...
Both members of the Blue Envelope podcast. Very nice.
Yes.
Very nice.
Yes.
Doing a bit of promotion on camera
Yep.
as well for us.
They are both members of the Blue
Yes.
Envelope podcast.
So, of course, the Blue Envelope podcast, for those who don't know, is a number of UK-based players: Matt Light, Neil Rigby, Rob Wagner, Matteo Orsini-Jones, and obviously Marco as well, have formed a group of people who basically do a podcast each week, known as the Blue Envelope podcast. Obviously, the Blue Envelope, for those who don't know, is what the Pro Tour invite used to come in when you won a PTQ.
Yep.
And obviously, from there, that's what's come here. So we are underway. Dismal Backwater leading off for Matt Light. So again, it's going to be a very interesting one. So we've now got 2 different players, 2 players who are probably rated amongst the best players in the UK. Obviously, be interesting to see how this match will go and whether Marco can overcome the disadvantage that he had in the last round that Roy had.
That Roy had, yes.
Against Sam Lukarov.
Yeah. So obviously it's a very interesting matchup, as we found out in the last one. It's one of those matchups that the Esper Dragons deck is known to be favoured, and that's just because the deck is almost just slightly bigger. It does have this permission. It does have these removal spells. You know, there's some permission right there. Silumgar Scorn, and you know it does have all of this, and it has a good finisher. It has Ojutai. It has Silumgar. It has the Ugins. You know, this list is sort of quite
very
similar.
standard.
Yeah.
I mean, Matt's list is very standard, very similar to what Sam was playing in the last round. However, he's got 3 Jace rather than just the 2. But
Yeah.
in terms of the Hangerback, it's a lot more streamlined. You have 2 Wingmate Rocks, 4 Siege Rhino, 4 Anafenza, 4 Hangerback Walker, 4 Fleece Mainline, 4 Den Protector. Very streamlined. There is no to and fro, but there is 2 Sorin, Solemn Visitor. So there's no Ajani in this one. Then we've got 4 Abzan Charm, 1 Ultimate Price, 2 Heroes Downfall. That will make a big difference in this match, and 3 Dromoka's Command with the associated lands as well.
So interesting to note as well, Matt Light has decided to go for 1 Ashiok main, which is interesting. It's very good in this matchup.
Yes.
The Abzan deck finds it quite hard to deal with an Ashiok, and it's a clock. It's a clock that can also get back Marco's cards. So, you know, it can get back the Siege Rhinos, it can get back Tassigars, stuff like that. Or, I mean, he's not running any Tassigars, but you get the idea. It gets back the good cards. He's also running 2 Silumgar Drifting Death, which I know is very good. in this matchup. It's very hard for Abzan to deal with. It's a 3/7 that can attack and block. It kills all of the hangerback walkers, the Thopters that are made from a hangerback walker, and it's incredibly strong.
Yeah, and that's always been one of the interesting things with the way the Esper decks are built. This is one of the distinct differences between Matt's list and what we saw in the last round with Sam. Matt has gone for only one copy of Ashiok Nightmare Weaver, and I believe there's two more in the sideboard.
Yeah.
The card is incredibly powerful against the general green creature decks. Maybe not so much Hangerback Abzan, because you're a lot more. You have a lot more cards that attack very well early on, whereas things with Abzan control, if you only play something on turn 3, they've already landed an Ashiok, you have to have the downfall, otherwise they're just going to run away with the Ashiok at that point. Take a few cards on top of your library, maybe put a Siege Rhino into play, maybe take a Dem Protector, for heaven forbid, as well.
What's quite interesting as well is because of that proactive stance that the Esper Dragons list has at the moment, it means that the Abzan deck falls behind. It can fall behind quite easily, because the Abzan deck is the one that wants to be the proactive deck. It wants to be the one that goes, here's a 2-drop that you have to answer, here's a 3-drop that you have to answer, here's a 4-drop that you have to answer, and all of a sudden they're massively behind. And that's something really, really big that the Esper Dragons deck manages to do, is it fills that role. It makes them say, okay, here is a Jace on turn 2 that you have to answer. Okay, you've dealt with that, here's an Ashiok. Okay, here's something on turn 4. Maybe even they just keep up permission, they keep up the denial, they keep up the counter spell, or even just the normal kill spell. But then turn 5, here's the Ashiok. Sorry, not the Ashiok, the Ojutai. Okay, turn 6, here's the Silumgar. It's this constant pressure that the Esper Dragons deck plays that has to be dealt with by something like the Abzan deck. And that's what really favours the Esper Dragons deck in this matchup. Is it's one of those decks that, unlike the normal blue-black control deck, it does apply this pressure. It does apply this. Okay, I'm going to tap out for this. I'm going to tap out for this. It's more of a tap out control than the normal.
It's less Sphinx's Revelation control, more blue, white, red from Innistrad, where you're actually doing something on the board rather than just burying your opponent under a hugely powerful spell. And obviously we see the Fleece main lines being monstrous here. Obviously,
no, it hasn't. It got Dromoka's command on the.
Sorry, my apologies for that.
It's okay.
One of the things, like you say, is so we have Dragonlord Ojutai here. We saw in game 3 of the last round, that card ends the game really quickly.
Yeah.
It only takes a few turns to get it going.
It does.
And Matt has managed to hit 6 lands at 19 life.
Yeah. And an Ojutai. This allows him now to, he's happy to take 5 off this. I'm pretty sure Marco is more than happy at this point to just monstrous this line. This line is a 5/5, so it doesn't die to the Languish. It doesn't die to Crux. It would have Hexproof and Indestructible, so it doesn't die to most of the removal.
But is he wanting to do that now in the face of Foul Tongue Invocation existing in the Esper Dragons deck?
That's the problem, and that's where this Esper deck really does shine. Is before Foul Tongue, it was almost impossible for the control decks to actually deal with a monstrous Fleece main line. Ugin was 8 mana. Normally it's quite slow by that point. You do have, you had to get it early. You had to kill the lion as fast as you could.
It was the same with the Rakshasa Death Dealer as well. They really struggled to deal with it because of the +2/+2 or regenerate.
Exactly. But
it was the best threat against the old blue-black decks.
But now look, we've got Foul Tongue Invocation. We've got Languish because unless it has a +1/+1 counter already from something like Dromoka's command, it's only a 4/4 when it's monstrous. Dies to Languish. These Esper decks are running the Ugin as well.
Yes.
So they do still have that way of just making Ugin.
That can't feel nice, having to hardcast the Dem Protector. Which is very interesting, actually, why I choose to hardcast it.
I'm very interested why he decided to hardcast this Dem Protector. That does not seem correct.
But again, if he has a couple of Abzan charms, gets them up high enough, he'll be able to maybe go to town. But we're going to see Dragonlord Silumgar.
Yep.
Obviously, Ojutai gets to attack now. And this puts Marco in a very interesting position. If Matt chooses to attack, if he has an Abzan charm in hand, how does he go about dealing with it? Because he's going to trigger.
Ojutai. You have to kill Ojutai.
Rather than
you're going to lose your Dem Protector, but you have to kill Ojutai. you can't really afford to take this. I mean, you can afford to take the 5. You're at 20. But the problem is, he gets to draw a card off this. And he gets to keep his Ojutai for another turn. Ojutai is insane. We saw last game, the card selection from Ojutai is so good. You know, you look at your top 3 cards. Yeah.
Getting rid of the at the same time, but now he's got a 3/7 roadblock as well.
Yeah. I mean, this guy is going to be blocking this lion all day, every day, until Marco finds some way to deal with it.
Or something else to attack with.
Or something else to attack with. And he's just monstrous. But that's not enough. If... Oh, and this looks like a Falcon. There it is. And Matt is now at 19.
With a dragon in play that he can start attacking with, which he will do,
Marco's
because
on 17.
hexproof doesn't matter if he's untapped or tapped, he's still hexproof.
Exactly.
And also, he has to kill. He still has to win this game. Marco still has a lot of good draws in his deck. Abzan Charm's a good draw. Siege Rhinor's a good draw. All of these cards are still very good.
I mean, I can't see. Does Matt have any cards in hand? I think he has 1 or 2 cards in hand. He does have some.
Keeping them very close to his chest, Matt, like is today. He doesn't want anyone to have any information. So Anna Fenza is a follow-up. We see Heroes Downfall dealing with that.
Another 3. Now, Silumgar is not that quick a clock, but it's still a clock, and it's a clock that's very hard to deal with. It's almost impossible to deal with, in fact. I mean, there's a Siege Rhino countering basically an attack from that, but you know, I don't think Matt really minds at this point. I mean, unfortunately, he hasn't found another attacker. He hasn't found like an Ojutai or even just a Jace at this point. A dig through time would be very good. Any of these cards are pretty strong. And there's an Anafenza. So this Siege Rhino is going to start getting big.
So this is where the Abzan Hangerback deck has a good advantage. If he's managed to run Matt out of cards, this is where it can start to get a little bit of advantage, because it's an on-board deck.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how many cards you have in hand. If Matt can beat your cards in hand but can't beat your board, that's where you want to be. You want to be doing it on board. So he's having a quick count, work out if he wants to risk the Ugin.
Ooh. Now, if an Ugin comes down, -4, hit you with Silumgar.
We're right back in this game. 1, 2, Jace, 3. What have we got here? What? 3 mana. We might have a dig through time. Oh, that is a very good draw for Matt.
That is.
That is a very, very good draw. And obviously, if he does find an Ugin and he puts it in his hand, he knows it's safe. So we see Faltong Invocation, some lands, a Dissolve,
7.
and something else. Now, one of the things we found when Matt did his trial yesterday, so Matt actually won one of the 2 trials yesterday, which gave him a bye in round 1.
It did.
So he won his first round on the because he had the bye.
Yep.
And one of the interesting things with the way it worked, he actually played against a blue devotion deck with white, so Ojutai and stuff, and it's just very interesting that there's a lot of decks that people can play against, and this Silumgar has always stood out to me as the best, as one of the best answers to a lot of things that other people are doing, because it blocks forever. It's a 3/7 is very, very hard to get through. And Matt winning that one, he had a chance to play with this Esper deck, and it was very interesting watching the way he does with it. And you realise, until someone who's very good with it, you realise how important finding a dig through time on time is.
So you know how we were saying earlier how Rhinos come in crashes?
That's another one. This one got dissolved though.
Yes. So that was, I think, the second one that got dissolved, that got countered.
Yeah.
But you know, it's still. Oh no, sorry. The first 2 resolved.
Now, it was very interesting that Marco decided to sacrifice the Siege Rhino to the Faltong Invocation, obviously realising that Hangerback Walker plus Anafenza the Foremost is quite a good combination.
Yeah.
But I think, so the Hangerback Walker came in for 3, so using all of his mana.
Yep.
There's a Bulb Blight here, this is going to be a very hard, so we see Bulb Blight targeting the Hangerback Walker in for 3, triggering, killing all the tokens, putting Marco down to 14 as well.
Interaction that we were talking about earlier, that was, you know, something that we were looking to see. Silumgar attacking after a Hangerback just dies does kill the 1/1 Thopters.
So
they are 1/1s.
I think at this stage where both players are on top deck mode, obviously this then comes back to how powerful the Esper Dragons deck is. Its top decks are more powerful than what his opponent's doing. So Matt trying to decide, he is going to attack. He's going to in for 3. We can see follow-up of Dragon Lord Ojutai.
There we go. I mean,
We found our win condition, ladies
we
and gentlemen.
did, yeah.
We found it.
This is just, this is looking pretty good for Matt right now. He's got this 3/7 that can next turn stop blocking again, and he's attacking with a 5/4. That's a couple turns. He is almost certainly looking quite strong at this point.
Yeah.
Obviously, I don't know what Matt's hand is, so I'm not sure how we'll be doing with what his follow-up's going to be, and if he's got anything to follow up at all, really. But I mean, if Marco has a kill spell for this Ojutai, it might change the game a bit. But Matt does have this Haven, so he can just get it back straight away.
As long as it's not an Abzan charm, that should be fine to attack. So Matt's going to actually have a check first.
Thoughtseize, yeah.
So I assume he's going to lead off with the Thoughtseize. So we can see Dramoka's commands putting a +1/+1 counter on the Anafenza. Obviously that was the only card in Marco's hand. Matt will obviously be asked to sacrifice an enchantment and will be, of course, unable to sacrifice, but in for 8. Marco's life total very quickly disappearing.
And there is a
down to
hero's
6.
downfall.
There's a hero's downfall there as well. But I
Ojutai.
mean, Matt's it there, so there we go. So he's just going to get rid of it now. He's not going to take any risks.
Nope.
Do it now. Get it done. Don't have to worry about it. Marco's had enough of that.
Yeah.
So again, one of the things we saw in the last match was that, especially pre-board, the Esper Dragon deck has a certain advantage because as we saw there, like the Dramoka's command +1/+1 counter. It's not anything special. There are a number of dead cards. Ultimate Price, if he draws any of those, are also quite dead as well. But I mean, moving to the sideboard. So we'll start with the Esper Dragons deck. Obviously, we have one Dragon Lord Silumgar. Again, we saw that last time to come in. We got one Disdainful Stroke, one Thoughtseize, an Orbs of Warding. Interesting. Maybe for the Abzan decks and stuff like that. 2 Drown in Sorrow, a Languish, a Perilous Vault, 2 Ashot Nightmare Weaver, a Liliana Vest. Matt seems to have this thing that he really enjoys having Liliana Vest in his deck. An Ultimate Price, 2 Foul Tongue Invocation, and 1 Dragon Lord's Prerogative. Now, obviously, if we're going on the way it was played last time, Dragon Lord's Prerogative seems like a good place to start. But also, Perilous Vault seems really powerful as well against this Abzan deck.
Yes. The Abzan deck very rarely has a way to actually deal with the Resolve Perilous Vault. So it can sit there and basically pressure the Abzan deck to almost like a, okay, well, I'm not dying right now, so I'm not going to crack my vault. But you're not putting any pressure on me, so I don't have to crack my vault.
Yeah.
So until you put actual pressure on me, I'm just going to sit here with this vault active, and you're going to have to try and, if you overcommit to it, then I win because I just cracked my vault. If you don't overcommit, then I win because you're not doing anything. Yeah. And that's basically how that goes. I really like the Perilous Vault and the Dragon Lord's Prerogative coming in. Probably the 2 more copies of Foul Tongue Invocation.
Yes.
They're very strong, and the 2 Ashioks.
Yeah.
In this matchup, I quite dislike.
There is an option to bring in the Languish as well, which will be very interesting to see if Matt decides to do that.
I could see that. I could definitely see that. I could see the cards coming out. I could see probably Barblight doesn't seem at its greatest. It doesn't kill much. Quite honestly.
No.
The Ultimate Price is, doesn't really kill much again.
There are cards in there that can certainly be changed out for more impactful cards that will have a better impact.
Almost certainly. So for the Abzan deck, I could see he's got Marco has 1 copy of Dramoka's Command, 3 Thoughtseize, 2 Duress, a couple Ultimate Price, a Barblight, Tragic Arrogance, an Elspeth, a Glare, and then a Johnny. So in this matchup, I see the Duress and the Thoughtseizers coming in.
Yep.
I could see potentially the Elspeths.
Yes.
And I could see the Ajani. All of them coming in.
No, the one that stands out is, of course, the Johnny Mentor of Heroes, able to keep up the card advantage, actually be able to find something once it resolves. And if you put enough pressure on them, actually, the Esper decks sometimes do struggle to deal with a resolve Planeswalker. Obviously, Thoughtseize Duress, standout cards for this. Bear in mind, you're able to take out your Ultimate Price, your Dramoka's Commands. Sorin doesn't feel at its best, and neither the Wingmate Rocks. You're able to take out a few of them as well.
I would maybe disagree on the Sorin, just because it is a threat.
Okay.
It does make a 2/2. It can make 2/2/2s. You don't have to let it die straight away. You can make a 2/2, plus it, make a 2/2, plus it, make a 2/2. You know, if the game goes long enough, it's quite good.
Obviously, the sideboard game's quite a bit different to the pre-board games, with now Marco having a 60-card deck of useful and powerful magic cards compared to pre-board, where he's maybe only playing with 50, 55, 56 cards that have direct impact on a lot of what Matt's doing, because obviously Dramo's Command not at its best. Ultimate Price is basically a dead magic card, a dead card in this matchup, especially pre-board. If Matt had Tassigas in the side, then obviously he might be able to do that. Obviously Matt's gone away from the Tassiga sideboard. He's just got Ashiok and Dragonlord, one Dragonlord Silumgar as the ways he's going to push over the top of decks by trying to beat them that way. Obviously with less mono red running around, Tassiga is maybe of less importance to the Esper decks. It was a really good way of putting a cheap powerful blocker onto the table early in the game. So Bayer's just shuffling up for game number 2. Marco will be on the play, unfortunately having lost game number 1.
Yep. And in terms of why the camera setup is how it is, it's just the way that we've had it set up.
We are able to show more of the game wider in terms of that, which is why we set up horizontal. We are playing around with it, deciding on the best way to set these up in future. Obviously, we've done a lot of playing around with the setup for today. We wanted to try a few new things, which have actually worked quite well. And obviously, we will continue to take the feedback and look to improve the stream for the next event, which the next big one, which will probably be the RPTQ.
I believe that's the next big one that Darksville will be hosting, yes.
So Marco leading off, something that we've grown very used to now in current standard, a temple on turn 1.
Yep.
Going to be very different seeing post rotation. With obviously we'll be seeing a lot more dual lands come into play untapped with the new lands that require the 2 basics to come in untapped, but maybe more fetch lands being played turn 1 to fetch them at the end step, whereas fetch lands at the moment you don't need to play them on turn 1 because you're not fetching a dual land, you're fetching a basic. So we see dueling temples to lead off. Matt on a Temple of Deceit for his first turn, Marco untapping and taking a draw. From what we saw before, being on the play is certainly a big difference for the Abzan aggro deck. So we
almost
see
certainly, yeah.
Turn 2 Hangerback, one of those, and Hangerback has been a very interesting card. So we're going to see so Matt keeps in the Thought Seizers in this matchup. We're going to see that is quite a good hand. Unfortunately, uncastable Fleecemane line in there.
It is, yeah.
So we have Urborg, Duress, Hero's Downfall, Fleecemane line, and a Den Protector. So it'll be interesting to see what Matt takes. So he's just going to have a quick write down. He's decided to go with the Den Protector. Like, Den Protector is probably the most powerful card in the hand. If Matt doesn't have a way of dealing with it, Marco can just simply play it and then move on with the rest of it. We'll see another Temple. We'll see a Temple of Enlightenment this time from Matt, leading on turn number 2. Matt being one of those older school players who lands in front of spells. I used to do it. I've now realised that it's a terrible way of doing it, and I should really play spells in front of lands. But again, like I said before, we've done our best with the setup. We've tried to give more information and stuff, so we'll mess around with it, and obviously we'll try different things depending on where we are.
Yeah, we will ask the players in the future to put their lands behind their spells.
Spells in front of lands, yeah. Probably should have done a bit of paper for that to go there as well, rather than just the tape lines.
Yeah, I think that might have been smarter.
Oh well, it's fine. It's one of those ones that we do what we can with it. But one of the things I found with Hangerback Walker is that it's a very good threat, and it's one that's very good against the control decks, but it is very, very slow. I mean, I don't know what you think of the card. Obviously, it's been something that's made its way into these Hangerback Abzan decks, but the card is very slow. And it sort of feels that maybe going back to the Death Dealer might be a way, but it'd be interesting to see, because obviously post-rotation losing Fleecemane line, maybe the Death Dealer does make its way back into the deck rather than Fleecemane line, and you keep the Hangerback Walker, because Hangerback Walker's so good against some decks, like the aggressive decks.
Yeah, you know, it's against the aggressive decks, it's a blocker that when it dies, it becomes another blocker, or multiple blockers. You know, you're looking at casting something that's you're looking at making a card that can grow really big, and once they kill it, it's a load of smaller guys. And you know, for a lot of decks, some decks it's very easy for them to deal with one big guy. For some decks, it's very hard for them to deal with one big guy, with a lot of little guys. So it varies it varies wildly depending on the matchup. So, like for instance, against Esper Dragons, Hangerback Walker is very good because they're very good at dealing with one big guy. Not always great at dealing with a load of good little guys. Whereas something like Burn, they can't really deal with either. But they're much more. They care less if your opponent has made a 5/5 Hangerback Walker or a 3/3 Hangerback Walker. They're fine with that because they can just go wide. Whereas if they've made 3 1/1s that can all block, then that's quite hard. So
we see Barblight dealing with the tokens left behind by Hangerback Walker, cracking fetch land. Obviously Urborg assisting with casting the Barblight, targeting the remaining tokens. One of those really powerful parts about the Esper Dragons, like it has so much removal that can deal with a lot of different threats.
Exactly. You're looking at a card that's just absolutely insane. The Hero's Downfalls, the Barblights, all of this. The removal suite of Esper is so good that it just does everything it needs to.
Yeah, and that's the important thing, isn't it? That the stuff you're putting in is a lot more powerful than what your opponent is trying to do as well. If I could spell, it would be also better. And one of the things we're seeing here is just a display of how powerful the Esper Dragon deck is. Obviously, Marco has got a bit stuck on lands.
Yep.
And also having no white mana has
Yep.
made a difference because he has a Fleece Main Lion in hand that he can't actually cast, but it's just allowing Matt to start pulling further and further ahead. He's now at land 5, so we're now in Ojutai territory. We may go to land 6, then we're in Dragonlord Silumgar, and again, Dragonlord Silumgar and Silumgar the Drifting Death.
Yeah, and that's the thing about this matchup is, in the mid-range matchups, it's if one of them gets behind, one of the decks gets behind, it's so hard to come back.
And also Dig Through Time is a very powerful part of the deck as well. It glues the whole deck together. So we see an Ugin in that. So the Ugin is still in as well. I mean, the card is so powerful against these cheap decks as well.
Yeah, this deck is really, really strong. It does everything you want it to do, and more.
So 1 mana. Wonderful use of the Urborg. So we're going to see the hand, still for Marco, of Duress, Anafenza, Fleece Main Lion, Hero's Downfall, Abzan Charm. 3 of those cards, unfortunately, not much use right now. Although he did find a Sandstep Citadel, which allows him to cast them next turn. So Matt decided to take the Duress. Obviously, doesn't want Marco to see what he's working with. Obviously, he must have something very powerful in hand to keep that. Obviously, maybe he's taken the Ugin, decides not want to keep it, and we see a Languish to deal with the Den Protector as well. So, taking the Duress is a very interesting play from Matt. Obviously, it signals that he probably took the Ugin off of the Dig Through Time, because otherwise you probably don't take the Duress. You probably take maybe the Abzan Charm because it draws into extra cards, or you take the Anafenza because it's the biggest threat or something like that.
Yeah, almost certainly. I mean, the deck is designed to basically just win through a lot of card advantage and at the same time get a lot of really, really powerful creatures out.
So now we start to see Marco drawing into his lands. Now I hit land 5, Anafenza out, unfortunately. That 1 missed land drop with no white mana means that a little bit behind right now. And it'll be interesting to see if Matt can capitalise on this. So we see 5 manas.
Probably
Dragon Lord. So another dig through time.
Wow.
So Matt sculpting his hand.
Yeah.
To be the best way to describe it.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, he hasn't actually hit the. He hasn't got the finisher that he needs, so the Ojutai or something similar, which is not really where he wants to be. He wants one of these finishers. He wants something like an Ojutai, like even a Silumgar, but he clearly hasn't found it yet. But it does mean that he gets to, he gets to keep drawing the spells he needs.
He found
Draw the
another land.
removal.
It's just moving forwards. He found
Yeah.
land number 6.
You know,
He's at
he's
12 life though. I mean, Matt is not at a lot of life, and this was what we saw in the last round with Sam against Roy. Roy was able to just land a threat that didn't just die. He was able to do quite a lot of damage, and this Anafenza is going to put Matt down to 8, which is only 2 hits away from a 4-power creature. So it's been one of those interesting things as we move into the mid to late game of this match, in game 2 of round number 3. Esper Dragons yet again against Hangerback Abzan. If we look at this breakdown, Abzan aggro, whether it's Hangerback or with Rakshasha Death Dealer, 26 copies in the room today. Obviously, we were 188 players, 8 rounds, and that is a lot of copies of Hangerback Abzan, or even Abzan aggro. I mean, the interesting thing is you've got 26 copies of Abzan aggro, 24 copies of Abzan control. That's 50 copies of Abzan, and they're the 2 most popular decks. That's almost a third of the field is on Abzan. And that's not to count in anyone playing Abzan midrange. There's 2 Abzan midrange decks. There's an Abzan Dredge deck. There's at least 1 copy of Abzan Megamorph as well. I mean, you're going up to 55 copies of these Abzan decks. Siege Rhino is all over the place at the event today. The next deck after that, 16 copies, a full 8 copies less than Abzan Control is Mono Red. Then Red Green Dragons at 15, Esper Dragons at 14, and Jeskai at 13. That's a big difference between the decks that people have seen, the top decks, and the decks that are being played by everyone else.
Yeah, and you know.
So we just had a quick judge ruling by the looks of it. There seems to have something been written on one of the judge slips. So in with Anafenza, Matt down to 8. Obviously Matt is definitely working his way towards this Ugin as well. So it'll be interesting to see. It's an interesting position where we are right now. There are, yes, a lot of Siege Rhinos everywhere. So she's good at painting. And it's a very interesting metagame breakdown. Obviously, while we just wait for the game to move on to the next position, obviously it's a position where Marco's got to take some time to think what he wants to do. So we're going to see a Fleece Mainline resolve, because he knows that Matt at any point could just land a Wrath effect. I mean, if we look at Matt's list, in the main he has, let's have a quick look. He's got 2 Crux of Fate, and obviously he brought the Languish in from the sideboard. So there's still 2 Crux of Fate in his deck. So Marco doesn't want to extend too much so that he can't then come back.
Yep.
Obviously we've got some very interesting little decks that have been picked up, but for the most part, the breakdown is so heavily in Abzan's favour that Esper Dragons is probably a good choice this weekend. So there we see Crux of Fate there, picking up the pieces, getting rid of the Fleece Mainline before it gets moss and the Anafenza, and we see an Abzan Charm from Abzan Charm from Marco, drawing some extra cards. What the card does, really powerful effect to be able to do that. We'll see what Marco has for this turn. He's untapping with 5 mana, so it's a good position to be in. Obviously, if he has a land and an Elspeth, he's fairly sure it will more than likely resolve. It's unlikely that Matt has got that many copies of Disdainful Stroke in after sideboard. I'm sure we'll have to wait and see. So certainly, Marco's in a very interesting position at this point.
Yeah.
He's got a few tough decisions to make, I will describe.
It's, you know, it's looking tough. He does, I mean, obviously, Matt has resolved 2 dig through times, and Marco did just draw 2 cards off the Abzan Charm. Unfortunately, the cards from dig through time tend to be better than the cards from Abzan Charm, just because you're choosing 2 from the top 7, whereas Abzan Charm is just your top 2 cards. So, you know, sometimes it's better, sometimes it's worse. I think right now, Matt is probably looking in quite a commanding position. You know, he's cleared the board, he's stabilised it. I mean, there's a Rhino.
Siege Rhino doesn't necessarily, it puts him to 5. Like,
yep.
We do have to bear in mind that Matt is at 5. Well, we would love to stop Esper Dragons. Unfortunately, it's the deck that is performing. It's one of the best performing decks today. It's one of the best performing decks today. So it will be very interesting to see how we go forwards and stuff. But Esper Dragons at one point just disappeared off the face of the earth almost.
Yep. you know, it was one of those decks that was just when certain decks are popular, it becomes bad, and here's Silumgar. Silumgar blocks Rhino quite nicely, and this is what we see. You know, that we do see this Silumgar just being a blocker.
Snap blocking.
Yeah.
Matt's snap blocking the Siege Rhino. 3 mana being tapped. You see Anafender, the follow-up of Anafender foremost. Again, in a position where we can start to... So we're just starting to get players moving past us with their first round, with their third round results. Some are 2-1, some doing well, others in not so good position as we see Ugin the Spirit Dragon make his return to the battlefield yet again.
-4.
-4. Goodbye Siege Rhino.
Goodbye Siege Rhino. Goodbye Anafender.
Into exile. No Den Protector for you.
Yeah.
And the Rubbins for 3 as well with the Silumgar. Obviously, Hero's Downfall dealing with the Ugin, but Ugin's already done his job. He's cleared the board. Marco has to have a very good follow-up now to be able to come back from that.
Yeah.
I sort of say that Matt doesn't find a haven for the Spirit Dragon in his next draw step, but...
Yeah, I mean, even if he doesn't, you know, he still has this Silumgar. Marco, at the moment, doesn't really have any pressure. So, you know, it's more than likely that Marco just bricks, doesn't find anything, can't actually do anything, and just doesn't get there.
So we see Fleecebane Lion into Hangerback Walker 4-2. Obviously a very nice follow-up there. It could be that it's left Marco empty-handed, but we see Foul Tongue Invocation from Matt. Main phase. Targeting. This is also very powerful.
What do you sacrifice?
Well, Matt is only at 5 life.
Yeah.
So there is a thought that Marco goes, okay, I'll sacrifice my Hangerback Walker, put these 2/1/1s into play. Your go.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
Yeah.
Because if Matt attacks, then it puts him dead to a Siege Rhino. Trying to find out people's results from this tournament is quite difficult, as they don't always want to do it. But Matt Light up to 9. Marco's gone for sacrificing his Hangerback Walker, keeping alive his Fleecebane Lion, reasoning that maybe Fleecebane Lion's better. Obviously, we don't know exact number of cards in hand, but Matt's now up at 9. Certainly further away from where he was. And
yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, he does have this Fleecebane Lion that can go monstrous next turn, if it survives long enough. But you know,
follow up Dragon Lord Ojutai.
Sure, why not?
That's quite a good turn.
Yeah,
if we're honest. It's not a bad turn of events, that one.
Not at all. And, you know, this is a 2-turn clock. It's...
Are you enjoying playing with my Reanimator? Do you enjoy looking at the Reanimator deck, actually?
I am very much enjoying playing Reanimator. It's a interesting deck.
So for those of you who are asking, the camera view we are using today, we've decided to try and do something different because we're slightly restricted by the space in the venue and the length of the cable. We're actually sat just outside of the main build, the main.
That's why you can hear a lot of people talking, because we do have, you know, people are walking past and talking, and some of them are quite loud. So we do apologise for any background noise of players talking as they walk past, but as John was saying, we are just outside the venue. Just outside the venue hall. We are
slightly limited by the space available. We will try next round to bring the playmats closer together to try and allow for more room available. It seems that someone might have accidentally knocked the camera as well. So we will, once we finish this match, and once we've done our little deck tech, we will make sure that we have a look at where the camera's positioned. We'll have a look at the playmats, have a look at the various table positions, and see if we can put it in a position where we can see a little bit more. Because obviously for us, it's easier for us if the lands are behind spells. Obviously, Matt's decided he wants to do lands in front of spells. Fair play to him, can't argue with that. Obviously, we can't cover the same coverage rules as say the GP with the Wizards, but we will do our best in the next round for round number 4 to make sure that we have got a better camera view so we can see more people. I will re-go and do the tape if needs be, which shows people where they should be playing. And obviously we will do our best because we want to provide you guys at home the best coverage that we can possibly provide, as well as we want to provide ourselves with the best viewing platform to do that with. So we see the handshake there from Marco. Obviously Marco realising there's unfortunately nothing he can do against the power of Esper Dragons.
Yeah. The setup is quite difficult to do so. We're limited with webcams as opposed to full-on.
Yeah, we're looking.
Big cameras.
we are in the process of looking to go through all the different things we can try and do to improve the stream going forwards, and we will hopefully for the next event have a better setup again. We do appreciate the feedback a lot. It's something that makes a big difference for us, both positive and negative as well, depending on what it is. We will always try our best to count into what you guys are saying, and obviously with the camera position, that's something that we're able to fix very easily, and we'll do our best in the next round to see if we can sort that out.
Yeah.
Obviously.
There's some very nicely signed Thought Seizers that Matt Light has there.
Yeah,
signed
definitely
by,
want to see them.
Alexi Bryclot in silver, I believe.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah.
But congratulations to Matt Light, marching on to 3-0. The bye doing him wonders, a little bit more sleep, whatever he decided to do with this time. So he marches on to 3-0, Marco to 2-1. Obviously still live. It's early round still. Marco, very good player, very good deck, very strong deck for the weekend. So hopefully he will be in a position to make top 8 still. So we're just going to bring it back to the booth, and then we'll have a very quick deck check, and then we'll go to break before round number 4. So as I say, welcome back to the booth. My name is John Partridge. I'm joined again by Shay Holland. We've just seen round number 3 of standard action here from the WMCQ in London. Congratulations again to Matt Light.
Yep.
Moving on to 3-0.
Yep.
A good position to be in.
Yes.
You always want to start this sort of tournament, especially with this many players and 8 rounds. You want to be in a good position, 3-0, 4-0, whatever, so then you can afford to take a loss later in the tournament.
Yeah.
Esper Dragons, very popular and doing very well.
Yeah.
From what we could, for all intents and purposes. Obviously, the most popular deck in the room is Abzan Aggro, followed by Abzan Control, and Esper Dragons, the 5th most popular deck in the room. But the players on it are some of the what we would class as the well-known players in the UK, or players who have Pro Tour experience, so Matt Light, Neil Rigby, that sort of standard. They're all on Esper Dragon and all doing very well with it. It seems to be the choice for the good players. Abzan Aggro seems to be the choice of the room for what people want to play. Hangerback Walker, just a very powerful card. We've one of the interesting things is the heroic decks are at 3 copies. So not many people playing heroic today, deciding that maybe Hangerback Walker's too hard to beat. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a quick deck check. Deck check. What we're going to do is because Esper Dragons is so popular today, we're actually going to do a deck check on the Fabled control deck, or the choice control deck currently. And we're also going to look at some of the cards that might be coming in post rotation.
Yes.
So hopefully this works. We've been very fortunate with it working so far, and the system's actually been really good. Alexi Darksphere has done wonders with this system.
Indeed.
For this weekend, and it has been a joy to work with. So we will now, fingers crossed, have a deck tech. So you'll join us again when we flick across to the new screen, and we'll have one for Esper Dragons. So, Esper Dragons. The card I've chosen to start off with, obviously we had Jeskai Ascendancy for the Jeskai tokens, Atakara for that, but we could very much start with any of the cards. We could have started with Dragonlord, Silumgar, we could have started with Silumgar, the Drifting Death, we could have started with Ugin, but this is the reason. Dragonlord Ojutai is the reason to play Esper Dragons. So talk me through why this card is such a crucial part of the deck.
So it's 5 mana. Now in a control deck, that's quite a lot. That's it's what your finisher wants to be. Normally you would be playing your finisher around turn 7, turn 8, when you can play your threat, and at the same time, play the counter spell to stop their kill spell. Ojutai doesn't need that. Ojutai has hexproof. As long as Ojutai is untapped, she has hexproof. So, already she's a very defensive threat. She protects herself. Then she has flying, so she's quite hard to block. And then the third ability she has on her is whenever she does damage to a player, look at the top 3 cards of your library.
Yep.
Put one into your hand and the other 2 on the bottom. This means that when you're attacked with her, you pick your best card out of the top 3. It goes to your hand, and then all of a sudden, your hand, not only is your hand better, but the card that you took was the land that you needed to cast your spell next turn. It was the kill spell you needed to cast your to kill their creature that they've got. It was the counter spell to stop them from killing your Ojutai.
Yeah.
You know, it's always the card that you need. Almost always the card you need, and that's what's so relevant about it. It's so strong in that, you know, it has 5 toughness. 5 power.
And it ends the game very quickly.
It ends the game. That is 4 turns most of the time.
Yeah.
Less in with Thought Seizers and other pain lands and stuff.
And fetch lands. And all that we've
You
got
know,
used to.
it's fast.
Yeah.
It's a good clock, and it protects itself.
And obviously, one of the main things this round deck, it is a role player alongside the second most powerful
Yes.
delve spell printed
Yep.
from Wizards in Dig Through Time.
Arguably second most powerful. This card got banned in Modern.
Yep.
It's probably on its way out in Legacy.
Yep. Because now all the decks are
And-
incorporating that. It's made Omnitel quite
Exactly.
the force to be reckoned with.
It does. Unfortunately, Legacy at the moment is dig aggro, dig control, dig mid-range, dig combo, dig
Or combo,
this,
combo.
dig.
Being
dig.
able to 2
It's
mana
pretty
to-
much always dig. Most of the decks in Legacy, are running dig. You know, it's one of those cards that's so strong. You know, you're looking at the top 7 cards and you're picking your 2. It's card quality as opposed to
Yeah.
card quantity.
And-
You know, the Treasure Cruise was very powerful.
Yes.
We were talking about earlier. You know, it fit very well in the red blue Delver deck. The difference in between the 2 decks though is red blue Delver cares about card quantity. Sorry. You know, it doesn't care what its top 3 are because all of its 3 are going to be equally as good as each other. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's actually any good. You know, you're looking at something like Dig Through Time. You know, you're looking at your top 7 and you're picking your Force of Will and your Show and Tell. So you can Show and Tell in your Omniscience to win the game with Force backup. Cards like that, you know, it's very, very good. It's one of those cards that's, you know, you're looking at your card quality more than anything. And especially in something like this, you know, it finds your Silumgar Scorn and your Dragon Lord Ojutai.
Yeah.
It finds your other dragon and your Ojutai. It finds your kill spell and your counter spell. You know, it finds everything you need, and that's what's really good about Dig.
And that became abundantly apparent when Matt was able to cast 2 Dig Through Times. He's just going to, when we say he's sculpting his hand, he's working a way to make sure that he has every answer he needs, but also
Exactly.
able to find Ojutai. And Dig Through Time is so good at finding Ojutai. You look through 7 cards. That's a lot of cards, bearing in mind you've also looked through a good number with just the various draw steps. And with these Esper Dragon decks, it doesn't take long to be able to cast it for maybe 3 or 4 mana. And 3 or 4 mana Dig Through Time, you're not unhappy, because if you've been able to go kill spell, Thought Seize, kill spell, Dig Through Time,
You're laughing
with a
at that
couple
point.
because your opponent probably has nothing, or if
Exactly.
he does, it's a 1/1 hang about.
You know, this is running the Esper Dragons deck is running usually about 5 fetches, which are they're only in there to fuel delve.
Yes.
You know,
Sometimes they get the right basic.
they fix your mana, but most of the time they're in there for the delve.
I mean, one of the interesting things with the Esper Dragon deck, it's very mana intensive because it's trying to go Bulb Light, Silumgar Scorn on turn 2.
Yes.
But
Yes. Some matchups, that's what it's trying to do.
Yeah.
But obviously, what's really good is it depends on the matchup. So, you know, when when Silumgar Scorn is not as good, it's more looking to go Barb Light into Barb Light. Or, you know, just Barb Light into Downfall or something like that.
That's right. Into
So,
Languish.
and Barb Light doesn't always need to be cast on turn 2, and that's something that's very good about
Yeah.
it.
And one of the interesting things about the Esper Dragons deck is it's made the most of
Silumgar Scorn.
Scorn and also the 2 Dragon Reveal cards, Foul Tongue
Yes.
Invocation, Silumgar Scorn.
Yes.
You have to play that many dragons. You haven't played 5 dragons to make these cards
Exactly.
work. And sometimes these cards are good without the dragons.
But that's the thing, is you're not playing the dragons to make the cards good. You're playing these cards because you're playing the dragons.
Yeah.
You know, Silumgar's Scorn on curve is Force Spike. Force Spike is very good on curve. You know, a lot of people are going to be going, oh look, I'm going to make a 1-drop, and then I'm going to make a 2-drop, and then I'm going to make a 3-drop. Ah, my 3-drop got countered.
And your 1 and
because-
2 drop probably aren't very powerful.
Exactly. But you know, it's these 2, 3, 4 drops that are getting countered that are very strong.
Yeah.
But then late game, it's still a powerhouse because, you know, you make an Ojutai and you attack with Ojutai in response downfall. Well, I've got this Silumgar Scorn.
Yeah.
I own a dragon. This dragon right here in front of me.
And it's when it's on the field
Exactly.
as well.
And that's what's so powerful about it is it's right there. It's already there. You've played the threat and you're now protecting it. And that's how these control decks win. Foul Tongue Invocation, again, it deals with hexproof creatures, Shroud, anything like that. It also gains 4 life, which is very relevant in some matchups.
And some of the things we've seen today, actually 4 life is a lot.
Exactly.
Like Matt goes from 5 to 9. If he's still at 5, he can take the attack and dice with Siege Rhino.
Exactly.
The 4 life being very, very important at that point. And you don't realise it until you play the card how important it is.
And that's most of the time negating at least 1 attack.
Yes.
Sometimes 1.5 or 2. And that's really relevant as well. Moving on to the next card, we have...
You sure?
Yeah,
sure?
yeah.
So this is... So the next card is obviously the top end of the deck.
Yes.
Ugin the Spirit Dragon.
Yes.
There's a one-of, and there is one across the 75, but it is so powerful that you probably only want one because you want to draw multiples.
You run 2 Havens as well. 2 Haven of the Spirit Dragon. Haven of the Spirit Dragon gets back any dragon or Ugin the Spirit Dragon, because why not?
Yeah. I mean, Ugin ends the game. Like we saw in both those last 2 rounds, Esper Dragon's deck lands an Ugin, and the game is almost over.
Exactly. You know, this deck, its finishers that aren't Ugin, usually, other than Ashiok, are all 5 or 6 mana. Your opponent's creatures tend to very rarely be 5 or more mana. So, you know, you're casting an Ugin, you're landing an Ugin, you've got Ojutai, Silumgar, Ugin. They've got Rhino, who cares, whatever they have.
I have 6 Siege Rhinos.
Sure,
whatever.
why not? You know, they're all multiple colours, so they're all at least 1 colour. They all cost less than 5, so your -4 on Ugin gets rid of them, leaves you with a lovely Ojutai and a lovely Silumgar, and Ugin, and it's still around.
Yes.
You know,
it comes in with 7 loyalty.
It does.
That's
that is so high.
Amount. You do pay 8 mana, but as we saw in that game, you very easily get there.
Exactly.
We saw Matt hit that 8 mana in both games, and we saw Sam hit it in 2 of 3.
Exactly. And on an empty board, Ugin comes in with 9 loyalty.
Yeah.
Do you know how hard it is to kill something with 9 loyalty? You have to
Without
do 9 damage in one spell, like in one go, to kill Ugin. Otherwise, it keeps bolting otherwise, and that's really big.
And we saw that when he's able to bolt down a Fleece Mana and bolt down a Nissa.
Exactly.
Just the loyalty ticks up, and it's +2 as well. The loyalty goes up very quickly, and the ultimate is game over for a lot of decks. But getting up to that is not hard either. It's 2 turns.
Exactly.
3U, 3U, and 8 mana in these matchups sometimes isn't a lot. But obviously, some of the role players to get you there. We've seen the Bile Blight. We've spoken about that. We've spoken about Foul Tongue. Probably the most important role player in a lot of these decks. Hero's Downfall, 1 black, destroy target creature or planeswalker. Your answer to everything that's not hexproof.
Exactly. And what's something really good about this, about a lot of the decks at the moment, other than something like the aggro decks, you know, all of the decks are trying to go big as opposed to wide. So cards like Hero's Downfall are really good because they're 1-for-1 removal, 1-for-1 removal, 1-for-1 removal. That's what these mid-range decks want to be doing. So something like Esper Dragons, again, we talked about it earlier, it's this weird hybrid-y control deck. It's both hybrid but also very mid-rangey. You know, its idea is to go, you know, 1-for-1, 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 card advantage, win. And that's the slight difference. Instead of going, oh, kill all your stuff, it does that too. But it's more than happy to also trade, you know, sure, you've downfalled my Ugin, sure, you've downfalled my Ojutai because I'm just going to get them back, or I'm going to go fetch up another one.
And Haven's an important part of the deck. Obviously, the last couple of cards that have formed a big thing of it. Crux of Fate, you're playing a Dragon's deck, it's a one-sided Wrath effect, better than End Hostilities because you can keep your Dragons alive. And obviously, the very last
Silumgar Drifting Death.
This actually was probably the standout card for Sam in one of his games, and also for Matt in game 2. Being able to get rid of the Thopters left behind by Hangerback Walker gives you a lot more presence against those decks.
As you saw, as we were saying earlier, the mid-range decks tend to lose once they start having to trade 2 cards. And Silumgar allows Hangerback Walker to be a 1-for-1 because they downfall the Walker and then attack with Silumgar and kill all the Thopters. You know, there was a time where Matt had to kill the Hangerback Walker and then Bile Blight. And he's 2 cards down at this point. And that's not where he wants to be at all. But if he had Silumgar out, he gets to Bile Blight the the
Kill
walker.
it doesn't matter how you kill it.
Yeah, but normally you barb light because it's
the cheapest one.
The slightly worse in that matchup.
Sure.
And then you get to attack with your Silumgar Wrath the board, and that's really really strong.
And I mean, the other really powerful thing about Silumgar is it has 7 toughness. It blocks, as we
Everything.
saw, Siege Rhino, Anafenza, Den Protector.
Exactly.
Kills Den Protector,
It
blocks
does.
Hangerback Walker, blocks anything in the air as well. There's very few things that can attack past Silumgar, and they have to have Death Touch.
Exactly.
And you better hope they've got Death Touch and they're still alive when they attack, because Silumgar does not take long to make his presence felt on the battlefield. So that's a very quick deck tech for Esper Dragons. We've now seen it in 2 other matches, winning both matches on camera. The deck is performing very well in the hands of Matt Light and Sam Luca Rolf. So we're just going to quickly come back to the booth. We will have another deck tech lined up for the next one. Hopefully, for those at home, we don't have another Esper Dragons deck in the
Hopefully not.
area. I can do Hangerback Abzan. Not sure I can do any more Esper Dragons.
Not sure if I want to see more out there.
No.
I think we want to keep the rhinos out for a little bit.
Let's keep the rhinos out of the house. Well, let's wait and see. Rhinos are everywhere. There are somewhere between 50 and 55 copies of Abzan decks in the room. It would be nice to get something else in. We shall wait and see. That brings us to the end of round 3 of coverage. We're going to go for a quick break. Hopefully you'll join us again for round number 4. Thank you for all very much who are watching so far, and we look forward to you joining again in a short while. My name's John Partridge, Shay Hollands. Well, hope to see us after the break.
Our world is a place of beauty and danger. It is equal parts adventure and disaster. It is Zendikar, our home, and it is under siege. Monsters have emerged everywhere. Some say they have been here all along, trapped. But I say they are not of this world, and it is we who are trapped. They are spreading across Zendikar, killing and consuming. Left unchallenged, they will leave our home a wasteland. But Zendikar has its defenders, heroes who fight to save this world from the forces that threaten to destroy it. We all must find strength in one another. Only then can Zendikar be saved. Now is the time to face this alien threat, to take a stand, to battle for Zendikar. Our world is a place of beauty and danger. It is equal parts adventure and disaster. It is Zendikar, our home, and it is under siege. Monsters have emerged everywhere. Some say they have been here all along, trapped. But I say they are not of this world, and it is we who are trapped. They are spreading across Zendikar, killing and consuming. Left unchallenged, they will leave our home a wasteland. But Zendikar has its defenders, heroes who fight to save this world from the forces that threaten to destroy it. We all must find strength in one another. Only then can Zendikar be saved. Now is the time to face this alien threat, to take a stand, to battle for Zendikar.
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to round number 4 of coverage here from the WMCQ, hosted by Darksphere, London WMCQ. Jonathan Partridge, Shay Holland, round number 4. 3 rounds in the book, 5 to go.
Yes.
Well, I think if I can do maths correctly, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 5 rounds to go. I can actually do maths today. I was a bit concerned that I was about to say 5 rounds and there's only 4 to go. So, as we were saying earlier, the format is going to be set up of 8 rounds of Swiss today. And the top 8 will be tomorrow morning. So I'll be able to get some sleep. Me and Shay will look after 8 rounds like we want to go to bed. So hopefully by the end of the 8 rounds and tomorrow morning we'll be back to our full fitness, ready to go. Now, we did have the tables all set up. I believe that they are repairing the top end of the thing. I'm just going to check with the judge. Jack, are they just repairing the top end of the tournament? No, nothing's perfect. So in fact, nothing's perfect. So someone had accidentally got something gone wrong on the system. So the feature match is still the same. So we are just going to put the information into here about who is going to be playing on stream today. We have Conrad Stefanek.
Is he on Abzan Control or Abzan Hangerback?
He is on Abzan Hangerback. Now, I'm not surprised. It's a very powerful deck, and people are doing very well with it. However, his opponent is, should we call it J-Sky?
Oh, I hate that name. It's Jeskai Jeskai.
So we'll call it Jeskai wins. We're going to go back to the old school version.
Yeah.
Let's submit this one.
I think this is the more recent version, so with like Storm Breaths, and I think he might be running Thunder Breaks as well. But you know, it's the sort of not the traditional all-out burn, super aggressive version. It's the kind of a little more control-y, that kind of version.
Which is it's certainly going to be interesting how those things. So just having the names quickly changed. So we're just going to go down live to feature here now. It was a very quick turnaround from last round. We actually got a little bit caught by surprise. We were having a look around at who was in the building, who was doing what, and all of a sudden the pairings went up.
Yes.
And we were a bit like, oh, so we've got to change the camera view. So what we've tried to do is what we'll do for tomorrow is we're going to spin the camera through 90 degrees
90
for tomorrow
degrees.
and try and have it side on. But for today, it will probably just take too much time, too much hassle to try and do it. And obviously, we want to bring you the live stream of all of the games here today. So obviously, top players Conrad, bottom players Matthew Gregory, hanging back Abzan, Jeskai wins. What's your opinion of this match going into it, Shay?
I think the Abzan deck is slightly favoured in this matchup. It does have the Rhinos and the life gain. However, the Jeskai deck does have, it has cards like Jace. It has cards like Stormbreath Dragon. Stormbreath Dragon is actually very hard for Abzan to deal with. A lot of them are cutting their heroes' downfalls and they're putting in their Abzan charms. So it's a lot harder for them to actually deal with the Stormbreath Dragon. Stormbreath Dragon is also very good at blocking Siege Rhino, as it turns out, because Siege Rhino is white and it's a 4/5, and obviously Stormbreath's a 4/4, so it blocks it quite nicely. But the Jeskai deck also has cards like Dig Through Time, you know, it gets that card advantage. Interesting to note as well, Matt is running main deck Magma Sprays.
Okay.
So he is more than happy to fight off these Hangerback Walkers, more than happy to kill them whenever he needs to.
Well, that's certainly an interesting thing. So Magma Spray, what we'll do as well. Actually, let's do this properly. We'll actually pull up Magma Spray. We have access to this.
We do.
We have access to this on the system today. So let's pull up Magma Spray for those of you who don't know. It was a card from Journey into Nyx.
Yes.
One red. Deals 2 damage to target creature. If that creature dies, exile it.
Yep.
And obviously, Hangerback Walker says when it dies, produce a thing. Well, this one says, thanks very much, I'm going to exile your card.
Here's a Magma Spray.
And in fact, here we're going to see the card itself.
Called it.
Soulfire Grandmaster, gain 2 life, exile your Hangerback Walker. Thanks very much for coming. Your turn again, sir.
Exactly. And that is really large. That's you know, that's exactly what Matt wants to be doing. He wants to be getting this removal that's really good for him. You know, Hangerback is one of those cards that's incredibly strong in this matchup. You know, it's these decks are very, very hard at actually dealing with multiple creatures. You know, we were talking earlier about cards that are good against decks that go wide, and cards that are good against decks that go cards that go wide. Cards that are good. Decks that are good against cards that go wide.
We'll get there again.
And cards that are decks that are good against cards that go big. And Jeskai is one of those decks that prefers to go against cards that go medium. Maybe sometimes slightly big, sometimes, but it prefers to be something that's, you know, sort of medium burn range kind of spell.
So we see Valorous Stance removing the
Anafenza
the foremost, and obviously one of the big cards we've now seen, Soulfire Grandmaster, card from Fate Reforged, hasn't really seen a lot of play, despite what the card does. It's a 1 and a white 2/2 with lifelink.
Yep.
On the face of it, not that bad. Gives all your instants and sorcery spells lifelink. So your Stoke the Flames gain 4, your Roasts gain 5, and then obviously its last ability, the most important one, 2 colourless, and then hybrid blue-red, blue-red. Next time you would cast an instant or sorcery spell from your hand this turn, put that card into your hand instead of the graveyard. So it basically is buyback. Imagine if you have anything with Stoke the Flames and loads of tokens. You get 4 mana and you get 3 Stoke the Flames. So we're going to see a Hero's Downfall in response to the Jace trigger. So he's going to target the Jace in response to the activation.
Now, this is an interesting one. I think he sequenced that incorrectly. He's meant to downfall it in response to him tapping, as opposed to in response to him discarding the card. Because once it's all one ability, it's very similar to something like Delver of Secrets. You don't get to see what they're revealing to Delver of Secrets before Delver of Secrets flips. It basically says, here is the top card. Is the top card X? If so, then guess what? It's going away. It's going to flip. So here we see an Oddity's Command getting back Jace.
Countering a Den Protector.
Counter Den Protector, get back Jace.
This Den Protector, get back Jace. We see a Hangerback follow-up. Unfortunately, that Jace is about to flip, and that Hangerback Walker might not be long for
It's going to get pretty sure it's going to get Magma Sprayed, but I might be wrong. And by might be wrong, I mean it's going to get Magma Sprayed. So Matt is just deciding what he wants to discard, and here is the flipped Jace. Now, this card has been, we've talked about it a lot, it's very, very strong. You know, it was one of those cards that everyone saw and thought, you know, maybe it's just going to be a bit like Merfolk Looter, you know, you're going to draw a card, discard a card, it's going to die, etc, etc. Turns out, it's actually slightly similar to a card like Snapcaster Mage. It lets you basically flash back your spells, and it does it so well. You know, it's also, it becomes a Planeswalker that's got another relevant ability. You know, if you're getting beaten down by an aggressive deck and you manage to flip your Jace, you can just keep one of their creatures tapped out, make another blocker, you know, that kind of stuff. So as we can see, this is the, Matt is running the dragon version of Jeskai. You know, the one with, sort of with Thunderbreak Regents, and I believe he's also running the Stormbreaths, as I was saying earlier. Stormbreath Dragon is such a good card against the Abzan decks. The way that they have cut their removal down to basically just Abzan charms means that these Stormbreath Dragons just get their they fly under the radar, and by under the radar I mean they fly hugely in the radar, and just, you know, look at this.
Stormbreath
Attack for
Dragon,
10.
Thunderbolt Regent,
Attack for 10.
Den Protector.
Sure, nice Den Protector, bro. What is this? Attack for 10, put you to, attack for 8. Attack for 8?
Yeah,
Oh, okay, yeah, I see. So he...
drops down to 5. Matthew said he's 29. So I disappeared to go and grab the deck list. So we have the 2 deck lists here. And we see the end of game number 1. Jeskai doing what Jeskai does best.
Yep.
Beating their opponent very, very hard and very, very quickly. And it's one of the interesting things that actually the Jeskai deck can kill very, very quickly, in fact.
Exactly,
so
yeah.
Obviously, looking at the Hangerback Abzan deck, it's very similar to the normal one, so it only has 3 Den Protectors in the main. Instead, it's got an Ultimate Price and 1 Murderous Cut. So actually, I quite like that.
Okay.
The Murderous Cut, use your graveyard well, because otherwise they don't really use the graveyard, apart from the Den Protectors. A Murderous Cut, very powerful card, able to kill any point that it wants. So, moving on to the sideboard. So, access to the sideboard for Conrad. He has 2 Herald of Torment, 2 Elspeth Sun's Champion, 3 Tragic Arrogance, 3 whole copies of the card, 2 Duress, 3 Thoughtseize, a Self-Inflicted Wound, a Surge of Righteousness, and a Glare of Heresy. Now, the cards that stand out, obviously, Glare of Heresy, fantastic against a Jeskai deck. There's a lot of white spells in there. At the same time, some of the other stuff doesn't feel quite so good anymore. The Tragic Arrogance isn't at its best. The stuff you're leaving with them is very efficient. They aren't running any mana accelerants. They aren't running really any tokens. You're going to leave them with Mantis Riders, Dragons, or a Soulfire Grandmaster, or a Heavenford, a Jace.
Yeah, it's interesting. Tragic Arrogance doesn't really feel like its best here. You know, you kind of want to be going wide against this kind of deck, not big. And you know, the Tragic Arrogance is the card that you want when you're going to be going big, as opposed to wide. When you want to be going big, you're going to be bringing your Tragic Arrogance. When you're going to be going wide, you don't want them. So, you know, we are looking at probably no Tragic Arrogance coming in.
How do you feel about, just before we move on to it, how do you feel about something like Duress? There's a lot of spells in Matt's deck.
There are, and I think something like Duress might be coming in. I think if he has Thoughtseize, I'd rather bring in 1 or 2 of those instead.
Okay.
Than Duress. I mean, Duress hits stuff, but the life loss is quite relevant. But Matt doesn't run that many burn spells. You know, it's not.
He's more on board. He's more on board.
Yeah, it's the Dragon Jeskai as opposed to
aggro with Mantis Riders, burn spells. Yeah. Was it Firecraft, Stoke the Flames?
Yeah. We understand that the Jace should have flipped. I think Conrad didn't quite understand that interaction of you have to kill the Jace in response to him tapping it as opposed to after he's discarded the card. So I think Matt sort of just said, okay, I understand what you're trying to do, you just did it in the wrong way, so the Jace dies. You know, Matt knows the rules, he knows what his opponent was trying to do. I think Conrad understood what he was trying to do, but he didn't quite realise in what order he was meant to do it in. So I think Matt just let him kill the Jace. And, I mean, it didn't really matter either way, did it, in that game? So
in the end, Jace's...
Yeah.
The Jace needed to go, maybe he should have done it straight away, you never really know. Instead of trying to be clever with it, just remove the Jace.
I think he had tapped out.
Okay.
So he was trying to do it in the first possible chance. So coming in from Matt, I think we are looking at...
So what is Matt's sideboard at the moment?
So he's got Anger of the Gods, Glare of Heresy, Elspeths, Tragic Arrogance, Revoke Existence, Roasts, Arishan Clerics, Negates, Disdainful Strokes. These cards I see coming in are cards like Glare of Heresy. You know, it deals with Siege Rhino. I can see potentially the Elspeths coming in. You know, you kind of want to be going a bit slower in this matchup. You want to be slowing them down. The Revoke Existence I can definitely see coming in because, you know, it deals with the Hangerback Warpers quite effectively. You know, he does already run 2 Magma Spray, but that third answer to deal with it is very relevant.
Yep.
We're looking at...
And also, because you don't know what the Abzan deck... Some Abzan decks have started looking at going back towards Mastery of the Unseen as well out the sideboard. And obviously, Revoke Existence answers that one, exiles it. There's no Den Protector coming back.
Yeah. We're looking at... He's got 2 copies of Roast, which I think will probably be coming in. They're very efficient removal. You know, they deal with Rhino, they deal with Anafenza, they deal with all of the cards that are coming in, that are in Conrad's deck. And the Disdainful Strokes. Now, I'm interested to see whether or not Disdainful Strokes going to be coming in. Reason being, you know, okay, yeah, Okay, so there we can see Matt brought in the roasts as we thought they would, and he's got a copy of Lightning Strike, which he kept in. I quite like keeping in Lightning Strike. The reason being that it deals with Fleece Mainline.
Yep.
It's also 3 points of damage. You know, it's pretty good. We also have Valorous Stance, which is incredibly powerful in this matchup. So, Valorous Stance, we're going to get it up on screen now
So,
for you.
so Valorous Stance, obviously,
2
uncommon
mana.
from Fate Reforged.
Yep.
The card that's been around since it was printed.
Exactly.
One of a fantastic number of answers to Siege Rhino.
Siege Rhino. Answers Anafenza.
Courser of Crufix.
Courses of Crufix. It answers anything that has 4 or more toughness. Odditize, anything like that. It's also protection for their kill spells. So, you know, you can see here, Conrad is scared of this Valorous Stance. He took it off the dress.
Yeah, rather than
than
the other card in the hand, which was another good removal spell that the Jeskai decks have access to.
Yep.
In Roast.
So, Roast, 5 damage to target creature without flying. Now, there's a lot of creatures in this format with 5 or less toughness that don't have flying. Turns out, one of the main ones is a certain Rhino that costs 4, that does stuff when it comes into play. Yeah. It has 4 power, it has 5 toughness, it has trample. I am obviously talking about Siege Rhino here, in case anyone at home is confused. You know, it is one of those cards that's incredibly strong. It does quite a lot of work. It's very good in almost every matchup.
And I think that's one of the fascinating things with Roast, is that Roast has continually been a very good sideboard card for anyone with a red mana base, that it answers so many things. We're going to see a Lightning Strike here, and I imagine we're going to see a certain 3 mana hasty threat finishing off the Sorin. Mantis Rider had its day in the sun very first. It won the very first Star City games. It was part of the Jeskai Wins deck that Kevin Jones won the first Star City games with. It's hugely powerful. Blue, white, red, 3/3, and then flying, vigilance, haste. Wizards literally probably walked up to a dartboard, threw some darts, said, "Yep, we'll put that on the card." It's such a weird collection of things to have.
It is, but when you think about it, they fit.
Oh,
so
of course.
It's blue, it has flying. It's red, it has haste, and it's white, it has vigilance. Every single one of those abilities is in the color wheel for that card. It's beautiful in that respect.
And a 3 mana 3.
And a 3 mana 3/3 is pretty strong.
The return on that's pretty good as well.
Yeah, I mean it's probably the worst of the 3 color cards for the set. So you've got
Savage Knuckleblade,
Savage Knuckleblade,
Butcher of the Horde, Mantis Rider,
Siege
Rhino, and Sidisi. No, Sidisi.
No, it wasn't Sidisi. It was.
Oh, it was the undead Rakshasha. It was 5 mana 4/4.
Kero Lich Lord, wasn't it?
No, that was a different set. No, it was the 5 mana 4/4 that when you delved away, it put a +1/+1 counter on it, I believe, was the rare of that set. They were all red. But it's by the by. Mantis Rider, Siege Rhino, probably the ones that have seen the most play.
Sure. Okay. Out of the 2 that saw the most play, or 3 actually.
Butcher of the Horde.
Saw
A little bit less now. Was obviously really popular not so long ago.
Yep. So if we are Rakshasa Vizier.
There we go. Someone's done it for us. Someone beat us to it.
Yes. It is like Lightning Angel. Again, same colors, same color wheel, same abilities. So it'll be interesting to see what the play is here from Matt. He's staring down a 2/2.
Well, it's a very easy start. Put this Mantis Rider to the red zone. Obviously, if he has a Stormbreath Dragon or another Mantis Rider, so we're going to roast away that, put some 1/1s into play, which is a very interesting play, actually. Now he's got 2 1/1s. Obviously, the Mantis Rider can still attack into them, and obviously be interested to see if any of them run in the way of the Mantis Rider. Obviously, as we were saying, it was very powerful at the beginning of Khans, fell away a little bit at one point, but has seen a resurgence, obviously, with the printing of all the lands and stuff that have helped it get to that stage. Mantis Rider, obviously, hugely powerful. Struggle slightly with Siege Rhino because normally you could negate the attack, but if a Mantis Rider ever connects any number of times to your board, to your life total, you're probably losing.
Yeah, one of the the original iterations of Jeskai tokens was the fact that it used to run Mantis Rider, and Mantis Rider, not so much anymore, allowed you to basically play a Jeskai aggro, and if you, for whatever reason, couldn't be tokens, you'd be Jeskai aggro. And, you know, there were a few games where you ended up basically going, okay, here is the, here's a Mantis Rider, hit you for a few damage and start burning you out. So there we see Abzan Chan dealing with Mantis Rider.
We see a Glare of Heresy then
deal with the Rhino.
With the
Lion.
The 3/3s don't become 4/5s that quickly. It only becomes a 4/4. Obviously, the Mantis Rider has... The Jeskai decks are always a very interesting choice for a tournament, because sometimes they just end up in a really bad position.
Yep.
Like a lot of the decks have gone to more of the dragon builds, like we're seeing here with Stormbreath Dragon or in Thunderbreak region, rather than just going with Jace, Harbinger of the Tides, for example. There was decks before with Harbinger of the Tides, Jace, and obviously Soulfire Grandmaster, and going to a bigger version with Thunderbreak region. Do you think that's a better place to be with the deck, or do you think that maybe going lower to the ground is slightly more powerful?
So, at the moment, I think the decks are better with the Stormbreath Dragons and the Thunderbreak regions. You know, they're hard to deal with. You know, if you try and kill a Thunderbreak region, you take 3. If you try and kill a Stormbreath, you have to use a non-white spell.
Yes.
It's
so we've seen Elspeth,
very, very
Sun's
hard.
champion as well. So Elspeth coming in from the sideboard.
Brilliant card. You know, making 3/1/1s, they don't fly. But I don't think he cares.
No, but it is a race at the moment, and unfortunately the Thopters are winning that race. So you're going to see Hero's Downfall finish off the Elspeth. Doing it in the end step, untapping, drawing for the turn. So you can just see how many cards Matt's gone through, and he's still not able to quite get there. This is the power of the Abzan decks. They're just so much more mana efficient. They're able to work with resources that are much less than anyone else, or are able to use resources less than anyone else, or more efficiently to get there.
Yeah, exactly. So one of the cards we're seeing, you know, these people bringing in their having Downfall is incredibly good in this matchup, and it's really where you want this deck to be. And you are looking at a card that's just, you know, it's such efficient removal. You know, 3 mana, kill your 6 drop is so good. And it's really where you want to be if you're playing something like this.
And obviously we know that Hero's Downfall will be very soon rotating. Do we think that the replacement Hero's Downfall is good? Ruinous Path?
It's an interesting one. It's good enough, but that doesn't mean that it's good.
Okay. How do you refer to it as that?
Because, you know, you're looking at a card that's sorcery speed.
Okay.
Costs the same amount of mana. I mean, okay, I will concede that it does allow you to use the Awaken effect. It does still kill everything you need it to, but, you know, I think it's still...
Another Mantis Rider appears. See, removal spell, so we're going to see a Surge of Righteousness deal with a Mantis Rider. I haven't seen that one in a while, so obviously...
No?
For those of you at home who are probably going to join us in understanding what this card does, let's just pull it up.
There we go.
Like I spell, that'll be alright. Surge of Righteousness. We're going to go with this one and see if it comes up.
It is
Surge of Righteousness.
There we go.
1 and a white. Destroy target black or red creature that's attacking or blocking. You gain 2 life. So he's going to gain 2 life. Deal with the Mantis Rider. Unfortunately, as it's white, can't deal with the Stormbreath Dragon, which would definitely be the one you would prefer to deal with. But we see Valorous Stance dealing with that idea. Mantis Rider continues to swing on in there. In with the rest as well. And Valorous Stance showing how powerful it is. In this, using both modes throughout this match, dealing with Anna Fenza in game 1, and then being able to keep his stuff alive in this one as well. So obviously, I have just noticed that the playmats have unfortunately lit Comrade all the way down to 4. So hopefully he's got some removal spells, otherwise this game will be over very, very quickly. Matt and Gregory able to turn this around really very quickly.
Yeah.
The thing is, he's still alive. Either he just needs a siege run at this point, and it levels the game up. And no, unfortunately, another land off the top. No, Abzan Charm, no. Unfortunately, the Siege Rhino, a few too many cards away. Matt Gregory, a very, very swift 2-0 victory over Abzan Hangerback. And I don't know if it's me, but I feel very sorry for all the Abzan Hangerback players, because they seem to be getting the worst of it today. They don't seem to be getting the good results.
No, not at all. They are definitely getting some very, very, very tough matchups. You know, this one, the Jeskai deck is incredibly good against the this Hangerback deck. You know, it's just fast, very fast. Has a lot of really good removal, and it can play the long game slightly better. And that's where these Abzan decks tend to shine, is the long game. If its opponent can't go into the long game very well, then it will win. And unfortunately, the Jeskai deck does. It goes very, very nicely due to all of the dragons and stuff. So we're just going to get the cards up on for you. So we're going to have a little look at the
Jeskai deck.
The Jeskai deck.
What we'll do is, obviously, Matt with a very, very swift 2-0 victory. So what we'll do is we will bring it back to the studio booth. Again, my name's John Partridge. I'm joined by Shay Holland. We're just seeing a few players walking past who's obviously had some very quick games as well. And while we have a quick chat about the decks, I'm just going to put some stuff into the document we've got open, which will allow us to have a quick deck check. And we'll actually have a look at what makes up this Jeskai deck. It's a very interesting build, because you are able to build it in so many ways.
Yeah.
And I think that makes the Jeskai deck very powerful. All held together, of course, by everyone's favourite, look at 7, take 2 with you.
Yep.
Can't take them all, but taking 2 is pretty good. It's a nice Fixage Revelation.
I would pay 2 mana for, 2 mana for look at the top 7 cards and pick 2 is insane. You know, it's exactly what you want to be doing.
And I completely agree. And it's one of those decks that will always be very strong no matter where it is. So, information has now been inputted. As I'm sure you can see me furiously typing away. It's the joy of having to use Notepad to get all the stuff ready, but the system is brand new and we are having a whale of a time using it. So, hopefully I've spelt it all correctly. We'll soon find out.
Yeah.
And for those of you who are still with us, thank you very much for watching. We will now go and do a quick deck tech. What we're trying to do is more of an overview of the deck. We're not doing it specifically with people because, well, rotation's in 2 weeks.
Yes.
But what we're looking at specifically is what cards survive.
Yep.
And what they're going to do in post-rotation, and how they're going to affect it. So, we're going to send down to the deck tech and hope you'll join us there as we finish off the coverage of round 4. Matt Gregory taking a very swift win over Conrad. Obviously a bit of a shame. Conrad's time on camera, I would have hopefully wanted him to be a bit there longer.
Yeah, it was, unfortunately he didn't really seem to get much of a game going.
No,
game 2 was a bit closer, but that first game was just so quick.
It was just one of those ones. It was a shame, but one of those things. Obviously, go there now and have a quick look.
Yep.
So, welcome to the deck tech. Hopefully this has been useful for people at home, having this down and the way we're able to pull the cards up. So, Jeskai, whatever colour, doesn't matter what type of build it is, Jeskai aggro, tempo, mid-range, Jeskai Ojutai, Jeskai control. Mantis Rider, as always, forms a huge part of the deck.
Yeah.
This
The deck
goes into everything.
Yeah. You know, no matter what version of Jeskai you're playing, this card is immensely powerful. If you're trying to be really aggressive, it's a 3 mana 3/3 that has flying, haste, and vigilance. You know, if you're trying to be mid-rangey, it's a 3 mana 3/3 that has flying and vigilance. And if you're trying,
you still get to hit them for 3.
Yeah. If you're sort of a bit more control-y, it's a 3 mana 3/3 that has flying, haste, and vigilance. You know, it's one of those cards where no matter what your game plan is, it's always going to fit in that game plan. So, you know, if you're aggressive, it's haste and flying. It's quite hard to block. It's almost always going to connect for 3. If you're mid-rangey, it's not only quite fast, quite aggressive, but it blocks quite nicely.
Yes.
And if you're control, then you bring it in from your sideboard and you all of a sudden get to just completely speed them out.
And I think one of the things you picked up there is very crucial about the card is that it blocks
Mhm.
very well. It
Yes.
blocks well, it attacks well, and it blocks well. It's a 3-mana 3/3, and for a lot of it, I mean, a 3 on the back end as a 3/3 isn't always important, but it blocks so much in this format, and it trades with a lot as well. You can hit them for 3, and if needs be, then finish it off. And obviously, one of the things we've seen with a lot of the spoilers is the cards coming in aren't as big for the mana you're spending on them. So obviously the ally is very expensive, but not much power. They work together as a synergy.
Yep.
Mantis Rider is a 3-mana 3/3, not very expensive, and hits like a house. Obviously, if you and one of the descriptions of Mantis Rider always was, if Mantis Rider is connected with you 3 times, you've basically dead.
Yep.
At that point, because it's so powerful. But obviously, another card that has fitted into all of the versions of the deck has been Soulfire Grandmaster.
Yeah.
Initially with Khans was Seeker of the Way, which was the 1 and a white 2/2 with Prowess, and when it gained Prowess had lifelink. A lot of the decks then went to Soulfire. Despite Courser of Krufix still being a big card, they decided, no, Soulfire's the way I want to go. The ability to give lifelink to all your spells, especially if you've ever had the opportunity to play against a darker red, have this in play, and then anger their board and gain 18 to 21 life points off of it, because it gives any damage it deals, gets lifelink, including to itself. It's a massive blowout, and it really changes the maths of combat damage.
Definitely. It's one of those cards that, you don't really play it for the third ability. It's very, very rare for you to ever really have enough mana to cast a spell and put it back into your hand. 6 mana is a lot, and that's sort of the mana you're looking to spend to use the ability and cast something good. I mean, sure, sometimes you get to 6 mana and you get to cast your Dig Through Time and put it back into your hand.
Yeah.
It's so rare. So rare.
But it's things with Stoke the Flames.
Yeah.
And stuff
Stoke
like
the
that.
Flames, for instance, is one of those cards that it's not that hard to do.
And that was why Soulfire Grandmaster started to make its way into the tokens decks
Exactly.
at one point, because you could activate 4 mana, tap all my stuff, stoke you, get it back, go again, gain 4. And it gains 4 life off of all these spells as well. That's the hugely powerful thing. And late in the game, you can start cycling through, like one of the things was whenever you played against Constellation, you could get to the stage where you could start cycling through Erase. Just erase the guy, get it back, erase them next turn, do it again, Abzan Advantage, or Valorous Stance, and go through all of that as well.
Yeah. So, looking at the next card.
Obviously, this is the newest edition in Jace Vryn's Prodigy, and I've managed to spell it wrong apparently, so I will quickly go and see how I managed to spell that one wrong.
I think most of the people at home have seen this card enough already, but for those who haven't, we will get it up. It is this.
Hopefully it works.
Don't think it will show, unfortunately.
Well,
But it's the 2 mana, 1 and a blue. It has the ability of. Let's see if this works.
No, we've got Dig Through Time this time.
We've got Dig Through Time. We'll talk about Dig Through Time in a second.
We'll go through Jace first.
Yeah, so Jace is the 2 mana, 0/2, tap, draw a card, discard a card. If you have 5 or more in your graveyard, flip him. His flip side is +2, target up to 1 target creature gets -2, -0 until your next turn. -3 is the one of your spells from your graveyard used from recast, instant or sorcery, and the -9, which I don't think I've ever seen anyone actually use, is.
I have once.
Once.
I was so far ahead at that point, I'd ultimated a Narset at the same time.
Oh,
and it was a little bit.
Sure, whatever. That game's over at that point, right?
It's a bit Wimble, but no, I agree. The actual the -9 is very rarely used. What's more, you flip him, plus him, target a thing, and then flashback next turn, or just flashback straight away, depending on how far you're ahead. But obviously, the one that fills with it, we've gone through it again. It was the same in Esper Dragons. Obviously, Dig Through Time. Card's hugely powerful. You're able to pick up draw 7. Well, not draw 7. Look at 7. Take 2 with you. You can't take them all. It's not Sphinx's Revelation anymore, but really powerful card quality rather than card quantity.
Exactly.
Obviously,
And
one of the things with sorry, carry on with what you were saying.
yeah, no. It's the whole point. The decks that these cards are fitting in all want this card quality. Both the Jace, the Dig Through Time, all of this. It wants. It doesn't want any random 3 cards. No. It wants the best 2 cards from the top of the deck.
It's not tokens. It doesn't need card density. It needs card quality.
Exactly, and that's something that we were talking about earlier. It wants this card quality over the card quantity. It doesn't want any 3 spells. It wants 2 specific spells, or even just 1 and a backup, or something like that. And that's what's really strong. And we'll go to. We'll look at the next card, which we have. We've.
It's something that something that's been more of a recent addition to the J-Sky decks. Hopefully it works in Ojutais Command.
Yes.
My button clicking's not been very good today, apparently.
I
might have to replace myself.
So this is the third most popular command.
Behind
Ataka's command and Dromoka's command.
Probably on a similar level to Colligan's at the moment, but Colligan's more modern.
In standard, it's seen slightly more played than the Colligan's command.
I agree with that.
Mainly because the black-red decks aren't really making much use of the Colligan's command. So, Ojutais command, again, it's a command. Choose 2 of 4 abilities. Return a creature card with converted mana cost 2 or less from the graveyard to the battlefield. You gain 4 life, counter target creature spell, or draw a card. Why is this card good in the Jeskai deck? And I'll tell you why. All 4 of its modes are extremely relevant.
Okay. Talk me through them. The viewers at home, talk me through why they're good.
We'll start off with number 1. I'm going to name some cards, and you're going to tell me the power level of them as I'm returning them from my graveyard to the battlefield.
Alright, hit me with it.
Soulfire Grandmaster.
Okay, that's a pretty good one. It's a good start.
Jace Vryn's Prodigy.
Getting there, slightly better. Like that one a lot.
Don't think there's another 2-drop. But we'll
go away. You could do Seeker depending on where you are.
Yeah, it doesn't really seem.
Let's be honest. The 2 you've started with are 2 of the most crucial cards of the deck. Soulfire Grandmaster. You can't get back Mantis Rider, but to be fair, there was an idea at one point of playing like a Bant mid-range deck instead, and then you get back Fleece Mainline as well, or you get back Kythian depending on how you build the deck. You can get back Den Protector if you're really desperate, but the main one is Jace and Soulfire being the most important cards you can get back.
And that's really popular, really important. You know, the Jace is so good in almost all of the matchups, and it dies early almost every single matchup.
Well, we saw in game number 1 when he went for a Morph Den Protector, he was like, Ojutais command, put my Jace back into play. Counter your creature, put my Jace back into play.
Exactly, and that's what I mean. You know, that card advantage you get from that is so good. Okay, so moving on to the second ability, you gain 4 life. That's good against burn, it's good against mid-range. You know, it's good against all of these matchups where, you know, sometimes you just need that extra 4 life. And, you know, you can't help it if that is how it is. You know, sometimes you, like I said, you just need that 4 life. You need to get out of burn range, get out of Rhino range, whatever.
And that's the thing, it's game 4 life, which is useful in a lot of matchups, especially in the mirror, for example, where you're trying to race them.
Yeah. So countering creature.
Okay, well, we all know how good it is.
Yeah, I mean, all of the creatures in standard at the moment have some pretty good impact on the board.
Like we saw countering a Den Protector.
Exactly, countering Den Protector, a morphed Den Protector as well, not even a normal one. Counter Rhino, counter Anafenza, counter
Wingmate Rock,
Hangerback Walker, Wingmate Rock. You know, all of these cards, exactly, and all of them are extremely powerful. And especially when you're combining that with something else like getting back a Jace, drawing a random card. You know, cards like this are all very good, and of course, you know, draw a card. Who doesn't love drawing a card?
Let's be honest, we all know how powerful Cryptic Command is, and don't get me wrong, this card is nowhere on a level near Cryptic Command. But
it's standard's version of Cryptic Command, right?
It's so powerful, and Cryptic Command is on a different power level. The viewers at home, don't get me wrong, we're not trying to compare this card to Cryptic Command at all, the 2 different cards. But Ojutais Command has a similar feel to it in standard, that you're able to go counter your massive threat, draw a card, or counter your massive threat, do something else important.
Exactly.
Because it's not just counter, it's with added bonus. Whether it's get back your Jace or draw a card. And the cards you're drawing are very important, and obviously the important thing with the Jeskai deck is it's not just these cards, because they have very cheap interaction. Valorous Stance, we saw that. A huge role player, destroying Siege Rhinos, Courses of Crucifix, and Offenses.
Exactly.
Protecting your guy from downfalls.
Exactly. Or even Surge of Righteousness.
Or Surge of Righteousness, which was the one we did not expect to see. I did notice in the sideboard, I'm like, I'm not sure you bring this one in against Stormbreath Dragons. And obviously, the other big one, and this is the one that I think the Jeskai decks will miss the most, is Lightning Strike. We don't have a replacement for this one at the moment. But do they need it? Well, it'll have to see what the format's like in terms of what the spells are. We still have Exquisite Firecraft, which we can start to use. And
it's interesting to note as well, Lightning Strike does 3 damage. There's not actually any more X3s in the format. So they're X2s or X4s. So, I mean, obviously Siege Rhino X5. But, you know, you've got Wild Slash to deal with those. You've got Fiery Impulse, which sometimes will also deal with an X3.
Yeah.
You know, you've got your Exquisite Firecraft, you've got your Roast, you've got your Valorous Stances. You know, all of these cards deal with the creatures that are gonna be popular, and it's looks like it's going to be very interesting.
And obviously, then one of the fascinating things with the Just Go deck, we've gone through our basis. We've gone Mantis Rider, Soulfire Grandmaster, Jace, but there's a few different ways you can take it after that. One of the ways is going the more tempo aggro route, which is use of Harbinger of the Tides. It's a great way of getting a tempo advantage because you can play it early. You can also flash it in when they attack, put it back in the hand, and go again. Or in the end step, you sort of take the damage, and now I'm going to put it back in your hands, and you have to go again. You have to waste another turn.
Yep.
Something that appeared at the beginning.
You know, something like bounce your Siege Rhino and untap. You know, end step, bounce your Siege Rhino, untap, play a 3-drop with 2 mana open. Oh look, I now have a Disdainful Stroke.
And that's the thing, because you can play it as a flash threat, and for 4 mana, you're still getting a very powerful effect. You're able to flash it in and say, no, I'm going to now be able to untap and do my own thing, because now I have 5 mana, like you say, I've now got a Mantis Rider and a Disdainful Stroke.
Exactly.
But obviously one of the ways we saw happening in that match, and more this is the way the Ojutai command decks have gone, they've gone slightly bigger, and as we saw with what Matt was doing, Thunderbreak Regent, Stormbreath Dragon.
Exactly.
Going down more the dragon route, not using the dragon reveal cards, not using any of them, no draconic roars or anything like that.
No need.
Just value good dragons.
Exactly.
Evasion is the key in the Jeskai deck.
The main reason for this is, you know, the Amzan decks are moving to this more aggressive route. So they're moving towards the Anafenzas, the Rhinos, the Lions, the Hangerbacks, all of these. These cards are missing sweepers.
Yep.
Any decent sweeper.
Such as Languish, being the one that springs to mind.
Exactly. So their removal for the Thunderbreaks is 1 for 1. And Thunderbreak, when it gets removed, what does it do? It's 3 damage to their face when they try to kill it. We'll look at Stormbreath Dragons. Like I was saying, most of the removal now is Abzan Charm. Yep. Reason being, Abzan Charm has 3 modes.
It's fantastic.
Exactly. But it doesn't deal with Stormbreath Dragon. Stormbreath Dragon has protection from white. Abzan Charm is white. So, you know, when you're at 4 life and your hand is Abzan Charm, you don't really care what your opponent draws. Unless it's a Stormbreath Dragon.
Of course.
Because you're dead on the spot most of the time.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's
one of the scary prospects of sleeving up green-white devotion. You can't beat this card.
You can't.
You can't remove it. Once it lands, that's it. And when I was at GP London, I got to sit next to someone playing with green-red dragons. He killed his opponent with a single Stormbreath Dragon, just because it's attack you for 4, monstrous 7 you, do some damage to like 6 damage from any card you've got.
Exactly.
And you can't deal with it, and
No.
you can't race well enough.
No. And I think that's something that the Stormbreath Dragon is really good at, is just ending games quickly.
Yes, it's certainly that it definitely does. And of course we all understand it's no Thundermaw Hellkite.
It's
but
not.
in this format, it's better than Thundermaw Hellkite.
Definitely.
I would rather play Stormbreath Dragon in this format than Thundermaw
Almost
Hellkite,
certainly,
because pro-white is so important.
So, yeah.
If we go through the cards, Valorous Stance, Abzan Charm, they're the 2 big ones that are seeing the most amount of play at the moment. Siege Rhino, blocks Saturdays, attacks through Wingmate Rock, attacks through Dragonlord Ojutai. There's just a few cards that it's not necessarily that it exactly it blocks. It's not necessarily that it is fantastic against the rest of those decks, but those are the cards and a lot of things which are so powerful. It's hugely powerful, and it's just able to end the game on the spot.
Yep.
And for the people on Twitch who are asking about the beeping, we have a automatic door which has been causing us havoc all day.
Yeah,
I don't. To try and sort it out.
For some reason, it just randomly at times decides to beep for no reason and open the door. Who knows why?
So obviously, the Thundermaw Hellkite, Stormbreath Dragon, 2 very very powerful dragons, and something that will be missing actually when it rotates. Thunderbreak Regent is not Stormbreath Dragon.
It is not.
Dragonlord Colligan or Colligan Stormfury, they are not Stormbreath Dragon.
No.
But it's still a very interesting place to go. Mardu Dragons is a very interesting deck. Jeskai, again, post-rotation, you're probably going to go more into the aggressive build because you're losing Stormbreath Dragon. You might go up to... it might go up to Thunderbreak Regent, but you're probably going to stop. And you're going to play maybe Harbinger, or... Because you've also got to look at how you replace some of your other spells, which is very interesting with post-rotation. We're obviously looking at current decks, because I'm going to speak for myself. I don't know if you. I am in no way a good enough deck builder to come up with a brand new deck idea. I'm going to leave that to the professionals and to the people who are, that is their thing.
Yep.
They will come up with some brand new decks, and it'll be very interesting to see what happens with the new format and how Jeskai survives. Like Jeskai's mana base looks really good because you've got all the pain lands, you've got both pain lands, you've got Priory Stream, you've got Flooded Strand which fetches it. You also have the new man lands to look forward to, as we were discussing earlier, the blue, red, red, white in the next set. There's a lot of good things coming for Jeskai. It seems like it's going to be a very interesting place to go. Stormbreath Dragon obviously going out of the format, but the 3-colour decks look quite good in sort of the mana base. Thunderbreak Regent still looks like a very powerful card, especially with Abzan Charm looking like it's going to be the premier removal spell post-rotation. Obviously, we can only assume this from what we've seen from the spoilers, and going from just the spoilers, there's a lot of very powerful, very expensive, very power-heavy cards. And Abzan Charm goes, oh, thank you very much, 3 mana, nice Eldrazi. If you'd like to put your Ulamog straight into the exile, that would be fantastic.
Exactly.
We'll have to wait and see. Obviously, there's a lot of place to go. So we'll quickly bring it back into the booth. We can obviously hear the players in there, so we're obviously moving towards the end of round number 4.
Probably, yep.
So that will end our coverage of round number 4. We've gone through that deck tech. What we'll try and do is we will try and line up another one. We'll have a chat, look at which one we want to do. We've tried to avoid Abzan as much as possible on the deck tech because, well...
it's boring.
For me, it's fantastic. If anyone knows me, they know I like playing green-black decks that take forever to beat their opponent.
Don't get me wrong. I thoroughly enjoy durdling around. You know, doing nothing. Abzan is not a format I enjoy. It's not a deck I enjoy durdling with.
Okay, I can understand that.
I've played Jund in Modern. I've played the durdliest of Durdle Jund in Modern.
I've played Green-Black Constellation. That's durdling.
No. Okay.
I get what you mean, though.
You know,
I completely agree.
Jund is just... Abzan is just... It's just Abzan. You know, it's Siege Rhino, it's Anafenza, it's Thoughtseize, Abzan Charm. You know, it's one of those ones that's just...
It's going to be very
not
interesting.
That great.
We will have to do an Abzan one. What we might do is, so that people will do it, we might do the Abzan one at the end of round number 8, because by then we'll know what's in the top 8.
Yes.
And what we'll do is we'll do we'll save Abzan for round 7. So for those of you interested in watching Abzan, we'll talk about Abzan and all 3 variants, so aggro, cog, control, and megamorph, and look at what's surviving rotation. We'll do that after round 7. So we've got 5 and 6, which we'll do something else. We'll have a think. We'll come up with something interesting. We might have a look at some other decks that are doing well.
Yep.
And then going out the door of round 8, once we know our top 8, we'll have a quick run through who's made top 8. We'll also look at what they're playing, because that'll be very interesting, and we can then start to make our own minds up of who we think is going to push to where, and obviously who will do well from there. So, thank you very much for joining us. This ends the coverage for round 4. I'm John Partridge, joined by Shay Holland again, and hopefully you will all return to join us for round number 5 when we come back very shortly.
See you
soon. Thank you
soon.
very much for watching.
Our world is a place of beauty and danger. It is equal parts adventure and disaster. It is Zendikar, our home, and it is under siege. Monsters have emerged everywhere. Some say they have been here all along, trapped. But I say they are not of this world, and it is we who are trapped. They are spreading across Zendikar, killing and consuming. Left unchallenged, they will leave our home a wasteland. But Zendikar has its defenders, heroes who fight to save this world from the forces that threaten to destroy it. We all must find strength in one another. Only then can Zendikar be saved. Now is the time to face this alien threat, to take a stand, to battle for Zendikar. Our world is a place of beauty and danger. It is equal parts adventure and disaster. It is Zendikar, our home. And it is under siege. Monsters have emerged everywhere. Some say they have been here all along, trapped. But I say they are not of this world. And it is we who are trapped. They are spreading across Zendikar, killing and consuming. Left unchallenged, they will leave our home a wasteland. But Zendikar has its defenders, heroes who fight to save this world from the forces that threaten to destroy it. We all must find strength in one another. Only then can Zendikar be saved. Now is the time to face this alien threat, to take a stand, to battle for Zendikar.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to round number 5 of coverage here from the standard WMCQ from Darksphere, London, well, hosted by Darksphere, here from the Millennium Gloucester Hotel in Kensington, or South Gloucester, however you want to call it. It's West London, sort of.
Yeah.
Best basically describe it. It's near Kensington, for those of you who don't know where it is. And we are here for round number 5. Now, for those of you on the chat who were wanting us to stay away from Esper Dragons and Abzan Hangerback, because Abzan Hangerback on camera has not had a good day. It's 0-3 at the moment on camera. I feel really sorry for the people that have been in the feature match area. This round, we're in for something a bit different. We have 2 completely different decks.
Yes.
On one side, we have Emmett Norris, who she is playing, well, she's referred to it as red-green, but we would refer to it more as green-red devotion.
Yep.
4 Nykthos Shrine to Nyx, 3 Dragonlord Ataka, 2 Kratos Claws, 3 Genesis Hydra. That's what the deck's wanted to do, so it goes. And on the other side of the bracket, we have Nick Ball, who was meant to be in the feature match last time, and of course, he is playing, well, we're going to call it Bant, but it's really green-white, splashing for counter spells. Constellation.
Yes.
Certainly what I did not expect to see coming out of this tournament,
No.
this event. So, quite the difference, I'm not going to lie. So, completely different, 2 big green decks going at each other, hammer and tongue. Dragonlord Ataka. Time to send it down to the feature match area, I think.
Indeed.
Hope you will enjoy this match as I certainly am. This man maybe not so much, but I'm looking forward to this match a lot. Dragonlord Ataka, best creature in standard.
I enjoy Slow and Durdle. I'm not sure if I enjoy this kind of Slow and
well,
Durdle.
We'll soon find out. Let's send it down to the feature match area. Players are just shuffling up, looking at their opening 7. Both players are 4-0. Welcome to round number 5.
5. Yes. So, 4 more rounds. After 3
we
rounds
can count
after
this
this
time.
one.
5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, we can
3
count
rounds
this time.
after this one. So that's Nick, I believe is Nick is on Bank Constellation. He's at the top, and Emmett is green red on the bottom. So
just before we go, for those that were asking, we tried to move the camera around to be a slightly different direction. Unfortunately, with the way the tables are set up and the way the handle is, it's going to be difficult to do it today.
Yep.
And it will take a bit too much time, and obviously we want to bring the full coverage. So what we're going to do for the top 8 tomorrow, and of course for the top 8 and the GPT, because of course there is a modern GPT here tomorrow, which we'll be doing coverage from. As soon as we finish the top 8, we'll be crashing straight into the modern GPT. And then we're going to try and turn the camera around for tomorrow. So, first play of the game, we see Silkwrap targeting Rattleclaw Mystic. They're doing us a favour, they're using the full side of the table, get the stuff right out the way. So, unfortunately, Nick did miss his 3rd land drop, but here we have a Corsair from Emmett, revealing a land from the top. So, Corsair already doing its work, revealing the first land of the game. So we see Blossoming Sands. So we've had 3 enter the battlefield tap lands. Now, one of the interesting things and defining factors about Nick's deck is he is basically green-white, so your usual Herald of the Pantheon, Nyx Fleece Rams, Corsair Crucifix, Eidolon of Blossoms, but he also has 2 main deck copies of Negate, and then in the sideboard he also has 2 sideboard copies of Negate, so he's basically green-white with blue for that. So we've called it Bant because actually that's what it is, and it's a very interesting deck. So we've already seen one of the blue lands in now. Now, Negate normally against a devotion deck has very little impact. But one of the different things with Emmett's deck is she's running a greater number of spells than you would normally expect. So she doesn't just have the 3 Xenagos the Reveler. She also has 2 Kratos Claws and also 2 copies of Ranger's Guile. Now,
Interesting.
I haven't seen this card for a while.
It's
so what we're going to do...
the one I believe that gives your creature hexproof and +1/+1.
Well, let's find out. We've got a stream system for a reason. Let's have a look. So, Ranger's Guile. 1 and a green.
Just green.
Oh, sorry, 1 green. Just a green.
Just a green.
Target creature gets +1/+1 and gains hexproof for end of turn. Obviously, very good against a lot of removal decks. But obviously, we see there... Emmett not wanting to use her fetch land with a Whisperwood Elemental on top. So we've got to feel there's a 5th land ready for that Whisperwood Elemental. And Whisperwood Elemental is how this deck gets ahead. It's how the Devotion deck goes. I'm going to do something so much more powerful than you. I'm just going to go Berserk. So we see the draw for the turn. We see Xenagos the Reveler on top as well. We can see at least 1 Arbor Colossus in hand. We can see at least 1 Genesis Hydra in hand as well. Now, there is an option here, and also Ranger's Guile, speak of the devil. So we can see Emmett going for a Crack the Fetch land to try and find the 5th land. But obviously, one of the things with this Devotion deck is it takes a little bit of time to get going sometimes, but once it gets going, it's just on a different planet in what it's going to do to you. And obviously, a lot of the... Hopefully I can spell today, yep. One of the big things about the deck is once it gets going, it's basically trying to fuel 2 cards. One that gets you there in Whisperwood Elemental, which... big breakout card, Mythic from Fate Reforged. Really good way of dealing with control decks because it doesn't just make you a 2/2 at the end of every end step. It's a 4/4 in itself, so it hits quite hard. But it also sacrifice Whisper Elemental until end of turn, face up non-token creatures you control game. When this creature dies, manifest a top card. So it can't do it to its own manifest. But it's one way of getting there. And this is the good gap in the between. So obviously Emmett's in the decision. How does she want to go about this? She's drawn a land. She hasn't found the land she's looking for, but obviously Whisper Elemental's great. But the main card that this deck's looking to hit is obviously Dragon Lord Ataka.
Yeah, exactly.
5 green red, 8/8, flying and trample. And just happens to have this ability of dealing 5 damage to any number of creatures and or planeswalkers your opponent controls.
Yeah.
Turns out simply playing an 8/8 isn't enough.
No. This card is really, really strong. You know, it's one of those ones when someone says that do you want to ramp into a deck, ramp into something powerful, and this is what you want to be ramping into.
Yes.
Against the aggro decks, it just kills all of their creatures. Against the Abzani big decks, it just kills their 1 big creature. You know, it's one of those cards that it does everything you want it to. It's also a 8/8 trample flying. That's really, really hard to actually block. Like, impossible to block is probably what it is. So, you know, it's one of those cards that's just really strong. So, seeing the...
I mean, one of the interesting things with Dragon Lord Ataka is that I'm fairly sure they could cost it at 8 mana and the card would still be playable. Just because of how much damage it does. Obviously, the fact it costs 7 is incredible, and it ends games so quickly. So, I mean, I mean, personally, and I might be wrong, and people might disagree with me, but I'm reasonably sure that Dragon Lord Ataka is possibly the most powerful creature in Standard on outright power level. I don't think there's anything more powerful than Dragon Lord Ataka. Obviously, there's things like Den Protector, which are more synergistic and very good at what they do, but just for outright power, I don't think you can beat Dragon Lord Ataka.
No. The Dragon Lord Ataka is incredibly strong, and, you know, it has an immediate effect when it lands, and that's something really important. That's something that most of the other Dragon Lords don't actually have a, you know, other than Silumgar, it has an immediate effect when it enters play. But, and this is something relevant, even if it dies straight away, its effect has still happened. You know, it's still dealt 5 damage to creatures and or planeswalkers.
There we go. We see the first hint of the blue spells. So we're seeing a Crufix's Insight card that has made its way into the Constellation decks as an engine to make sure that they are hitting all of the pieces they need. If I could spell, it would help as well. There we go. it's made its way into the deck as a way of obviously getting ahead. It's card advantage. It's 2 and a green. Reveal the top card, six cards of your library. Put up to 3 enchantment cards from them into your hand. The rest into the graveyard. So we found a Sigil of the Empty Throne and a Nyx Fleet Ram in that one. So we've seen Nyx Fleet Ram cast again, triggering Eidolon of Blossoms, drawing a card, drawing a Silk Wrap. Now Silk Wrap can't target the Whisperwood Elemental, but it can certainly get rid of the Manifest, and it can certainly get rid of the Courser of Crucifix.
Exactly.
But we all know the Manifest is a Sylvan Caryatid. Sylvan Caryatid. This is one of the very few decks that actually runs the card at the moment. Sylvan Caryatid has unfortunately
Really
seen a
fallen
drop
off,
off
yep.
in play. The Abzan decks don't want to play it anymore. For whatever reason they choose to. They don't want to play the card anymore, and we're starting to see more of a bigger build of that. But then it's a hexproof mana accelerator, and this Devotion deck, that's all it wants. It just wants a guy who says, no, I'm hexproof, sorry, you can't actually stop me doing this, which is why it was always a problem for the red decks, and why whenever you played a turn 2 Sylvan Caryatid on the play, the red deck player always deflated a little bit, because he has a much harder task ahead of him.
Certainly, it's a lot harder to deal with a 0-3, especially when that 0-3 has hexproof. You know, it's so powerful. So I think Emmett's going to be manifesting a Whisperwood this turn, which is pretty good.
It's not a bad place. We see the Xenagos makes a 2-2. In with the Whispered Elemental, it's probably just going to get blocked, but again, Ranger's Guile.
Whoa.
Oh, wow. That is probably
Get out next piece, Ryan.
That's probably one of the best things that Ranger's Guile is going to do. Now, actually, it's a very interesting place to be, because Ranger's Guile has this also very interesting effect with with all the Banishing Light effects that it can make up a hexproof. So they target it and you go, no, my guy's hexproof. But obviously, now she knows negates it. Now obviously you see the first miss of Dragon Lord Ataka. Now we've seen that negate does exist in Nick's deck. She might be a lot more unwilling to wait that long and just say, no, I'm going to use it now, get everything I can out of it.
Yep.
See a reveal of a Plains on top. So Corsa going for both decks, more for Nick, doing its piece, getting there, and stuff like that. So obviously, both decks trying to do similar things, but one of them, well, we haven't found a Nykthos yet. But for any of you who haven't seen what happens when a Nykthos hits the battlefield, well, the deck goes into overdrive. Palukronos becomes basically Wrath Effect, one-sided Wrath Effect when you have Nykthos in play. So we see 5 mana being tapped. Looks like we might be seeing Sigil of the Empty Throne. Now, he's going to put the land into play first, because he doesn't want to draw it. He wants to draw an actual card, remembering he does have Eidolon in play, and obviously Eidolon of Blossoms.
Wants to draw an actual card.
Yeah.
Draws the Plains anyway.
Well, sometimes you're not lucky enough. And one of the cards that was released in Journey into Nyx.
Born of the Gods.
Born of the Gods, was it? Sorry, Born of the Gods. Eidolon of Blossoms. And no, it was constant. Well, I believe whichever set it was, we'll move on from that one. Obviously, the important thing with Eidolon of Blossoms is that it brought around the first of the constellation engines in terms of when it gets going with other things, whether it was in the green-black Reanimator deck, the green-black Constellation deck from Karn's Standard, where you were trying to use Doomweight Giant alongside Eidolon and Farika, into this build of Greenwire where you're just trying to nickel and dime your opponent, get the advantage, and go from there. It's certainly been an interesting card to see around. Now, right now, I mean, Eidolon is very powerful in this matchup because it doesn't stop. It's very, very hard to kill an Eidolon of Blossoms from the green-red Devotion deck. You only have 2 Greatest Claws or eating something with Palukronos. And obviously without the Nykthos you don't quite have max acceleration, but there is a Dragon Lord Ataka in hand.
That's coming down this turn.
That card is ginormous.
Yeah, it's going to come down. There's 4.
Can activate Xenagos as well, make mana.
Yeah, exactly. So Xenagos tick up, make 4 mana.
Xenagos to 4, make 4 mana, 5, 6 and 7, and Queen of the Dragons has arrived.
Exactly.
Dragon Lord Ataka trio. I imagine the Angel's probably going to bite the dust and probably put a point of damage onto the Courser of Crucifix. It probably doesn't make much of a difference, but yeah, we see, yeah. So we're going to kill the Angel, get that out of there, And then we're going to be able to start attacking again with the rest of the threats. And manifesting an Elvish Mystic isn't terrible. Needs more things for Xenagos. And Xenagos could ultimate this game. You've got to bear in mind that at the same time, we know Emmett still has at least one copy of Genesis Hydra in hand. And if for whatever reason Nick is able to remove this Dragon Lord Attacker, just find another one.
Exactly.
And there are 3 in the deck.
Yeah.
Alongside, there are also 3 copies of Polukranos World Eater. And I think right now, that's possibly the card that Emmett needs, because it's a way of just wrathing the board. Oh, cool, you made some 4/4 Angels, and now they're all gone.
Yeah.
And finding a Nykthos as well, but Genesis Hydra is very powerful at finding Dragon Lord Attacker.
Unfortunately, I think Emmett would have liked to have been able to kill the Eidolon of Blossoms this turn, but it looks like instead what's going to happen is Nick is going to be able to play that Silk Wraps from the top of his library and draw another card, get another 4/4 Angel, and
so we're still going to see Nick take a fair chunk of damage, and he hasn't actually gained much life.
not yet. No, he hasn't had out this Herald of the Pantheon, which is the one that starts gaining him life. And there's a
Polukranos World Eater. So one of the very interesting things right now in this position is Silk Wrap doesn't answer Dragon Lord Attacker.
Nope.
Only Banishing Light does. But then Banishing Light is the only thing that answers Xenagos. And right now Xenagos is continuing to uptick, but so we see Speak of the Devil, Banishing Light does appear. But there's a Polukranos on top, and if there's a Nykthos underneath that, that's a lot of mana.
I think the Silk Wraps is probably going to be aimed at the Courser of Crufix here.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things is as well, there's still a Whisperwood Elemental, and that card is continuing to gain card advantage, more and more card advantage. And obviously, she can unmanifest the Elvish Mystic with the Sylvan characters she got played, so she can start to get the mana going, get the ball rolling, and there's still a Genesis Hydra. That Genesis Hydra is going to be huge. Obviously, it only costs 2 converted mana cost, so Silk Wrap does answer it, but that's a Silk Wrap used, that's a Banishing Light used. It's starting to get to the effect where Nick might not have enough answers to what Emmett's doing, and as we can see, there's an Arbor Colossus in hand and there's a Genesis Hydra, and I believe the other card's another Arbor Colossus.
Yep.
An Arbor Colossus, well, that kills Angels.
Does kill Angels
And it
quite
also attacks through them very well. So we see Silk Wrap in targeting Courser's Crucifix. Probably the only target. Yeah. So we see drawing the Banishing Light. We see a land revealed from the top of the library after the Banishing Light has been drawn. An Eidolon of Blossoms going to work, starting to do its thing.
Yep.
This is a very interesting match, actually. I mean, Nick has managed to draw 3 copies of Silk Wrap.
Yeah.
One of the things is also going to be very interesting to see, even if the Banishing Light takes care of the Dragon Lord Attacker, there is a very interesting card in Emmett's deck. There is a 1-of Reclamation Sage. Now, Genesis Hydra has a funny way of tutoring things out of the top of your library.
Exactly.
And say, for example, she's able to find a Reclamation Sage to get the Dragon Lord Attacker back. It's a way of starting to get the ball rolling again, starting to get the advantage back. Because Nick's going to draw a lot of cards, and that Eidolon has to go at some point.
Yep.
Obviously, Emmett, she's fighting her way through this. She's playing very well so far, and she's doing as well as the Devotion deck could possibly hope to do in this position against a deck which has an Eidolon in play and has a Sigil. And at this point, you can't even. I mean, Nick's not even guaranteed to win. He's not in a position where Nick will definitely win this game.
Yeah, no, it's.
I mean, Frontier Siege might make a difference because he's able to, and Frontier Siege could form a very interesting part of this game. Normally, you only see one side of it being used, but it does have 2 very relevant pieces of rules text on it. And
yeah, I mean, it depends what the. Obviously, if Emmett has any copies of the.
that's
not
the
Emmett,
Frontier
sorry.
Siege. You're not able to cast that one. That doesn't exile Dragon Lord Attacker. He was meant to cast it. It was a Banishing Light that was meant to be cast.
Yeah.
But obviously, Frontier Siege has an interesting rules. Khans obviously says at the beginning of each of your main phase, add double green to your mana pool. So you get to basically get 4 mana over 2 turns. But also dragons, whenever a creature is flying into the battlefield under your control, you may have it fight target creature you don't control.
Yeah, I think that's something very interesting. That's the kind of card that you want to be bringing in. You want, if you're running something like Hornet Queen,
Yeah.
you get to just play Hornet Queen and Wrath their board,
Yeah.
which is pretty good.
But in this position, it also looks very good.
Yeah, definitely.
Being able to effectively Wrath of God your opponent's board from any enchantment you draw, and you're replacing all of the enchantments you play with more cards because you still have an Eidolon in play. I mean, for example, he finds another one. another Ride-A-Lot, more and more and more cards, and drawing this many, and admittedly the deck does have a lot of Banishing Light effects.
Yep.
But he's drawn a lot of them so far, and obviously having the sigil as well has made a huge difference. So we see 4 mana being tapped.
Probably for a Frontier Siege.
Yeah, see Frontier Siege, making an angel. We shall see. We shall soon find out what it named. Hopefully they'll have a nice bit of paper written on it again, like they did last time. Obviously very helpful for those of you watching, and obviously for us doing the commentary, having something that actually says this is what it is, and this is what the mode's been chosen. I can probably see at this point it being the dragons rather than the cards mode. He's not struggling for mana.
No, not at all. And being able to make an angel and make it fight is incredibly relevant. I'm not sure what actually can help Emmett at this point.
No, unfortunately. Well, Reclamation Sage getting rid of the.
Or an Arbor Colossus.
Well, Reclamation Sage getting rid of the Sigil of the Empty Throne would be a very good start. So we're going to see another Arbor Colossus.
Wow.
Just because you can never have enough Arbor Colossus.
Apparently not. Colossi?
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 Another way. Well, I'm sure we can make it. It's a crash of rhinos. It's a Colossi of Arbor Colossus.
I mean, as in,
No,
I think
know.
multiple is
Arbor
just Colossi.
We'll go for that one, and then, I mean, hopefully, yeah. I mean, they're going to do some good work. 6/6 is with the ability to do it, and we don't know. There aren't going to be that many of the things in the deck anymore.
So
that's very interesting. So you see another Manifest coming into play. Obviously not able to attack quite yet. Arbor Colossus will be able to in next turn. There's no Nykthos yet, but
another Sigil of the Empty Throne.
So maybe the Reclamation Sage not quite able to get Emmett back into this one. But the Reclamation Sage is a very good way of putting itself in a position where it can go, actually, no, I'm going to destroy your Sigil, and we'll go from there. Because obviously there's only a few important cards, and obviously people are making comments that obviously it's a good match for green-red playing against this deck, but without the Pelucranos early, I feel that it's a problem for the Devotion deck to build with if it can't get enough on board, or if it can't get an early Pelucranos or an early Attacker. Like, an Attacker would come down earlier when even better, and we see another Banishing Light. We have 2 Sigils in hand. Bearing in mind that Crucifix's Insight just revealed 2 Sigils of the Empty Throne. We have
and a Banishing Light.
And a Banishing Light, and we have another Banishing Light on top.
Yep. And I think this is just going to, the 2 Banishing Lights are just going to take care of these 2 Arbor Colossi. Arbor Colossi, and Emmett's going to, Nick's going to swing in for 12. Oh, hang on, interesting. So it looks like he's going to his attacks first. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, let's get rid of those Arbor Colossus first. We don't want to get any Arbor Colossi out of the way. Let's get them out of the way. That's right. That's the first one. That's going away. Which is a good place to be. And this is one of the powerful things. And I suppose one of the other ways you can look at it, Nick has drawn a lot of these effects, and I know he's had an Eidolon in play, but he's had a very good draw, and it's helped him a lot that he's hit these things. And this is the power of the Green Constellation deck. It doesn't take long to get there. It goes through it very good. It's very quick at getting through its deck.
Exactly.
Eidolon, of course, doing that job.
Yep.
So you see, another Banishing Light targeting the other Arbor Colossus. Unfortunately, we will never say that the writing's on the wall, because Magic's a funny game where you can always have things change and stuff, but it's certainly not a good-looking position for where Emmett is at the moment. Oh no, we're going after the Xenagos as well.
Ah, I see. So
oh, she's using to fight.
She used the two angels that she made to fight the Arbor Colossus, to kill the Arbor Colossus, but used the second Banishing Light to actually take out the Xenagos.
I like that a lot.
That's very good. Yeah.
That's very good.
Definitely puts Nick ahead. You know, he's got 3 4/4 angels, and interesting he decided not to attack there.
Well, he's far enough ahead at this point. He can put himself in position. He's actually discarding to hand size.
Yeah, but I still think you want to be attacking there.
I can see that. I mean, he's in a position where I'm fairly sure he's sure nothing's going to happen. But losing the Xenagos is a big thing, and obviously we know he hasn't put the angels into play purely on the fact that he knows that they're just going to fight and die. So he's chosen not to put the angels into play and just to try and shortcut slightly where he's gone. Angel fight, well it died, Angel fight. Well, we found the Reclamation Sage, which is a good start. Unfortunately, there are 2 follow-ups, so I think we're going to see the Rec Sage come into play. Probably kill off the... Well, let's go on into things. Unfortunately, the Rec Sage, a little bit too late to the party.
Yeah. There's
Interesting
another
to see what she
couple
chooses to-
copies of Sigil of the Empty Throne in Nick's hand,
Yeah,
and he can just probably just cast them both.
And Emmett, she's done very well. She's played at a very good standard. Like, she knows what she's doing with her deck. Like, you don't get to 4-0 for no reason. It's the same with Nick as well. They both know their decks very well. They're both at 4-0. It's just unfortunate that Emmett's draw hasn't really lined up very well with Nick's draw, and it just feels that she's fallen behind a little bit. Just there wasn't an early Dragon Lord Ataka. Nick was able to answer the turn 2 Rattleclaw Mystic, and then of course because Emmett, she missed a land drop earlier on.
Yep.
It's one of those things.
So she actually decided to blow up the Banishing Light on the
Dragon
Ataka.
Lord Ataka.
And make Ataka and kill the Eidolon of Blossoms.
Which I think is a very good place to start.
Yeah, it might be a little too late, unfortunately.
Well, it's because there's still a Sigil of the Empty Throne, and there's another one in hand.
And there's a Frontier Siege.
Yeah,
so
and that's going to be able to use 2 Angels to fight. I mean, Nick can go down the line of play this Sigil, fight one of your other things, play another card, fight the Ataka, and raff 2 things, 2 creatures from your board.
pretty much, yeah. He does, you know, he is at this point where he can just keep making the.
Are we going to do this? Are we really going to do this? But, so, see another land on top. Back up to 18. So Nick's starting, his life total starting to get there. Obviously, Dragon Lord Ataka can make short work of it if Nick doesn't have an answer, but I'm going to assume that he's going to put himself in a position where he can fight down the Dragon Lord, and obviously then start to attack with the other angels as well. So we're seeing another Sigil of the Empty Throne. Angel into play. Trigger the Frontier Siege. What's he going to choose to fight this time?
Angel, fight your face.
It could be Angel fight your Whispered Elemental. Get rid of that. Oh no, it's going to fight it looks like it fought the Ataka. It's got Nick's Fleece Ram as well. Make 2 more Angels. There goes your Ataka, and I can imagine there goes your Manifest as well. So we are going to get rid of the Manifest, and then we're going to make a 0/5 Sheep. Nick's Fleece Ram forms a very important and crucial part of this deck.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting part.
Yeah, it's a really good card as well because it allows the deck to, you know, to have a really strong matchup against the aggro decks. You know, you get to make this 0/5 that gains a life every turn and is very hard to get past.
And also triggers all the other synergies within the deck.
And,
so
yeah.
So Nick serves in for 12. Now when Nick's going to get on the aggressive, he knows that, well, I'm probably far enough ahead that it's unlikely that Emmett's going to come back. We'll see another land off the top. She'll see what Emmett decides to do with this one. It's unfortunately not lined up very well for her.
No, not at all. It'll be interesting to see. Yeah.
I think she's had enough.
Yeah.
I think it's being able to swing that many angels. There's no flying blockers. Whispered Elemental, unfortunately, does not block on the ground. So, to the sideboards we go. And, well, unfortunately, not too much help for Emmett, but there are 2 very important cards in her sideboard which will help. 2 copies of Stormbreath Dragon. And we saw how much work Stormbreath Dragon has done in other matchups, and this matchup feels like the best matchup possible for Stormbreath Dragon, alongside Ataka as well. 2 very powerful cards against this deck. One they can't actually answer, and one that kills their stuff off. But the sideboard is 2 Roast, 2 Ashcloud Phoenix, 2 Stormbreath Dragon, 2 Nissa Worldwaker, 2 Miscutter Hydra, 2 Plummets, 2 Feed the Clans, and 2 copies of Hornet Nest.
Right.
Now, for me, the only cards that really stand out are the Stormbreath Dragons and the Roasts. Roast purely because it can kill Eidolon very cheaply. It's probably better than Kratos Claws. It's probably better than Ranger's Guile in this matchup, because Ranger's Guile, yes, it's very good. It stops something being taken by a thing, but Nick got so many of them in the deck. And Roast, well, that answers everything on the ground that Nick's trying to play. It answers Nick's Fleece Ram, answers Corsair's Crucifix, answers the Eidolon of Blossoms as well. And I think from the main, you're probably going to look at taking out the 2 Ranger's Guiles. Possibly you'd look to take out one of the Xenagos. Again, it's not at its best in this matchup. Yes, it makes a lot of mana, but it's not its best, and then you're probably going to look at bringing in the 2 Stormbreath Dragons, which are the standouts, and then one of the Roasts or 2 of the Roasts, depending if you can slot it in. I mean, what are we looking at with Nick's sideboard?
So, Nick has 2 copies of Arbor Colossus, 2 copies of Suspension Field, 2 more copies of Negate, which we touched on earlier, 2 copies of Elspeth's Sun's Champion, 2 copies of Plummet. I'm going to skip over this card because we'll come back to it in a minute. 2 copies of Boon Satyr and 1 Arishan Cleric.
Okay.
And the last card, which I didn't mention, is 2 copies of Sphinx's Tutelage.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
And
No, more
I am
more
100%.
people are durdling around.
I'm
with Sphinx's
100%
tutelage.
seeing Sphinx's Tutelage coming in this matchup.
Yes, I agree.
Green Red
I do
Devotion can't really deal with that, other than their 1 of Rex Age.
I was more going on how many cards that Nick draws.
And exactly, you know, when you go Eidolon, play an enchantment, draw 2, mill you 4, mill you 8, mill you 20, 15 million cards.
Your deck.
You're dead. And that's basically what this deck does, is it just draws loads of cards, and it just sits there with an enchantment. It's also an enchantment, it turns on all of the other synergies in the deck. And I can see the Arbor Colossus coming in to deal with the Ataka. I can see cards like Plummet potentially coming in, Elspeth.
I think that I like the Elspeth and I like the Arbor Colossus more than I like the Plummets. More because Elspeth clogs up the ground really well and starts to answer the Whispered Elementals quite well. But obviously the main one being the Suspension Field. It's probably better than Silk Wrap in this because there are less things for Silk Wrap to hit that are effective. Suspension Field, obviously, for those at home, I will just remind myself, I believe it's over toughness of 3. So,
Yeah.
get back onto the screen.
Suspension Field is probably
one of the
coming in.
sideboard cards.
Probably coming in. It deals with almost all of the creatures that they're making. So, you know, it deals with the Coursers, Tarkas, Colossi.
Ojutai? Which
Whisperwood.
Ojutai? Allowed that in the devotion deck?
Well, I mean, you can play it, just can't cast it.
Certainly, that is certainly true. I think this matchup, I think one of the big things with the devotion deck is it just needs to get out in front. If it falls behind, it struggles to then re-catch up. And it's one of those things, it's just one of those things.
So there we go.
Best possible start.
Best possible start.
Elvish Mystic. Turn 1 Elvish Mystic.
Yep.
Best way to get the deck going. And we see there is at least a turn 2 Sylvan Carroted ready to go as well, and a land as well. We see a Xenagos in hand, so we're looking at a turn 3 Xenagos. And there is one
Beatdown.
The Beatdown Central with the Elvish Mystic, and it does look like there is already a copy of Nykthos Shrine to Nyx in Emmett's hand. Obviously, needs a little bit of help because it doesn't look like there's much else to be doing. Obviously, the Herald of the Pantheon doesn't line up so well to Xenagos. It certainly doesn't line up very well. So we see a Wooded Foothills off the top. I think we can see you playing a crack. Try and get a land out of Emmett's deck. Try and get a land out of her deck, and then move forward. Proceed accordingly from there. So Xenagos comes down in for 2. Don't think the Herald's going to be blocking this. Nick down to 18. Xenagos is a very interesting card actually. It's obviously it's rotating out.
Yep. So interestingly, this deck, both of these decks really are kind of going to be not really going to survive rotation at all.
Yeah, I mean the main thing with the Constellation deck is it loses Eidolon, it loses Banishing Light. They're the 2 big ones.
Yep.
It keeps a lot of the other pieces, and it loses Corsair, and it
Yep.
also sorry, I lie. That's my mistake. It loses a lot because it loses all of the Constellation build. It loses all the Corsair Crufix. It loses
Crufix's Insight.
Loses Crufix's Insight. It loses Nyx Fleece Ram.
It loses almost everything.
And it's a shame because the deck's very powerful, and in the right format, it's very good against the decks you want to beat.
Yeah.
Let's see. So we see. Yeah, so in for 2. Obviously, double Herald of the Pantheon, gaining Nick back all the life that this Satyr is slowly dealing. We see Nick doesn't play, pass to the turn, 4 mana open. Obviously, Nick missing his 5th land drop. But right now, I'm not so sure he's concerned. But I think what Nick's concern is that he doesn't have double green yet. He only has a single green mana in play, and that's the problem. We see Whisperwood Elemental on top of the library. I think that one might be staying there this time, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think we're going to see that one going anywhere. So see, in for 2, in for 4. Rattleclaw Mystic probably done its job now, able to start attacking into the soldiers, the Heralds of the Pantheon. 2/2s with value, not pairing so much up against the 2/1 mana accelerator. And the mana's not really a problem. There's a Nykthos in play and all the other things. So we see 3 mana being tapped. We see Crufix's Insight. We see Nick's struggling a little bit. He is missing the double green, and that seems to be causing a small problem. Although if he does find it, he does have a Frontier Siege and a Corsair. He's not going to take the Eidolon this time. He's going to take the Frontier Siege, the Corsair Crufix, and the Sigil of the Empty Throne. The other 3 going to the graveyard. Not in a position where he actually needs them. He's probably got enough gas in hand. Just needs a second green mana source. Okay, so let's see a pass at the turn. He's got a lot of cards in hand. He has at least 1 Eidolon of Blossoms. He has a Corsair Crufix, and as I say, the problem for Nick is no second green mana source. So we see a Sylvan Carried on top. We see a Fetch Land. Oh, that's timely. Gains a life, but at the same time, making a 2/2 manifest out of a Sylvan Carried, it's not the worst in the world because you know you're getting rid of it and you know you're not going to draw it again. So maybe leaving it on top is the important thing, and using that Fetch Land for the next draw step to see if you can dig into something better. So making 5. See Whisperwood Elemental.
Yeah, and you can see the explosiveness of the green-red devotion deck. You know, this Nykthos, you know, it's only a few creatures, but you know
it's starting to make a lot of mana.
Yeah, and there's still 3 lands untapped, plus the 2 mana accelerants. You know, it's possible that this go Whisperwood, go, and that's pretty hard to beat.
Yeah, making 2 2/2s, no number of Banishing Lights and Silver Apps are going to catch you up that much.
No.
So we see the manifest, and we see Dragon Lord Ataka.
Wow.
Sitting proud atop the library, and right now those 2 Heralds of the Pantheon look like they are not in a happy
not long
position.
for this world.
No, and I think Nick's having mana problems. Like, he has not got double green, and he has at least one Keratin, 1 Eidolon. But the Devotion deck has this fantastic way of punishing draws that are missing pieces, whether it's mana, because Dragon Lord Ataka and Whisperwood Elemental are that good that they are able to just go, I'm just going to punish all your things. So obviously Frontier Siege allowing him now to make green mana.
Yep.
But a little bit too late because now those Heralds are going away as well.
Yep.
So he's getting 2 life back to 10. He's taken a lot of damage as well. Like he's at his life total is under an amount of duress. So we see Courser of Crufix in the second main phase, effectively free because it makes 2 mana off of the Frontier Siege. We see a land on top going up to 13 life, but well, Dragon Lord Ataka is probably going to do its thing. Dragon Lord Ataka also will be able to constrict Nick's mana slightly as well, which will be really good as well. And it's just how he wants to play it out from here. He's got enough power in play. He's got a 4/4. He's got 3 2-power creatures that are able to start attacking into the other ones as well. Corsair does put a slight dent in that plan, but so we see a suspension field. I imagine we'll be possibly targeting the Whisper Elemental, although I'm reasonably sure you don't sacrifice in response. And you just put it underneath, because you know you've got a Reclamation Sage awaiting somewhere in the wings. I think you just go, no, that's fine. You can take more Whisper Elemental, and I'll get it back later on in the game when I find my Reclamation Sage.
Yeah, also the Whisper... Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, obviously the...
Another good one on top. All the greatest hits.
Yeah, Nick doesn't run it, but Emmett doesn't know. Nick might have some form of kill spell, and if you sacrifice the Whisperwood, and then he kills your Whisperwood, kills one of your creatures, all of a sudden you're manifesting your Ataka, which you don't really want to be doing.
No. I think you just... And I mean, I was talking to a guy who plays a lot of Devotion, and one of the things he said is, if you cast it, he goes, I'm sure you can have it, because I'm gonna get it back later, whether that's through a Back to Nature, or whether that's through a Reclamation Sage, or a Unravel the Ether, for example. It's like, actually, no, you can have this, because right now it's better that it's under there than in my graveyard.
Yeah.
Because if I can get it back, then I'll be able to go from there. And obviously, having stuff into speed, we see in with everything. Corsair can block, but it's going to be taking a good amount of damage this turn.
Yeah. So it's interesting that, you know, the Nick is definitely on the back foot here. Being stuck on without double green for a lot of turns has really slowed him down. And the green-red Devotion deck has just exploded completely. You know, it's just... Look at that board. That is a lot of creatures.
You're now also going to manifest a Pelucranos. Which you can then unmanifest, you can then flip up in his own turn. So obviously, Nick's in a position, he's got enough mana now. We can see Elspeth, Sun's champion, in hand as well. Elspeth doesn't pair up very well on this board, though, unfortunately. The problem with Elspeth right now is that if she comes in minuses to kill the Ataka, doesn't do anything. She comes in, makes 3 1/1s, the Ataka just eats, well, the Pelukronos just eats her board.
Yeah. It's, you know, it's not really doing much, the Pelukronos. It's just going to, well, I mean, it's not doing much. It's doing quite a lot. You know, it's just going to kill that Corsair and then swing for a lot of damage. I think it's going to be
Shut the door.
lethal probably this turn.
It's one of those things. It's a very interesting deck, though, the Devotion deck, how it's able to just keep going even when things get removed.
Yeah.
On and on again, it just keeps going. And obviously because so we see Elspeth into play. We're going to minus the Elspeth. Ataka leaves. Which does a lot of work, actually. It's very interesting because right now we're seeing a Crufix's Insight as well, negate, Sigil of the Empty Throne, 2 lands, Banishing Light, and another Frontier Siege. So he gets 3 enchantments out of it, which is obviously important. Don't want to leave any of them behind. You don't get to take them with you at the end of the game. You might as well get the most out of them now. Obviously moving on to the next bit. And this is why you must enjoy green magic, Shay. You can't not like playing big green creatures and beating
You
your
can
opponent's face with them.
definitely enjoy not playing big green creatures, I assure you.
Oh, poor you. You've been long lost in a hole somewhere. You haven't been allowed to see the light and see the true path. Like my favourite spoiler from the new set, Shay. It is the way.
No.
It is the true way.
We're not bringing...
So, Elspeth the champion. So we see Pelukronos into play. Now, the interesting thing will be how much mana next turn can be made by the Pelukronos. And obviously there is a Banishing Light on top, which I can imagine. So we see 2 lands cracked. Life total will stay the same. So obviously we've got another play this turn as well that should be able to do something else as well.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
That's 6 mana.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11,
There's no
12.
Nixos there. She's using the Nixos to cast the Pelukronos.
Ah,
Which seems correct because right now I don't think she's in a position where she can get the most out of it, and actually wait until next turn's not a bad thing, although there is a risk that the Pelukronos does bite the dust.
Yeah.
Because there is a Vanishing Light on top, and this is where Elspeth really comes into her own. Right now, if there's a Dragon Lord Ataka in hand, it feels like a really good position to cast another Dragon Lord Ataka.
yeah.
And this is why a lot of the decks have gone to running 4 of them rather than 3 Dragon Lord Ataka, because the card is so powerful. And I mean, if this is the Elspeth goes, the Corsair goes, and Nick is left with nothing. And it's able to swing in for 2, 4, 6, 7 points of damage. Well, it'll be 6 points of damage this turn as well.
So it'll be interesting to see what Emmett has in hand.
There we go, so 7 mana. Oh no, it's maybe a Genesis Hydra. Oh no, we're going to Monstrous the Pelukronos. Ah, very clever. So she managed it. Monstrous is the Pelukronos putting 1, 2, 3 points of damage onto the Corsair Crufix and attacks with everything into Elspeth. Oh, trying to get rid of Elspeth. I like that. I like getting rid of Elspeth. I mean, the Pelukronos is going to be there for a while, and there's Xenagos on top as well. So obviously, an Ataka would have been nicer.
2 at Elspeth, 1 at...
One at Nick as well,
Nick.
and of course not able to block in that position. And right now she has a lethal Pelukronos in play. Again, Banishing Light can mess that all up. But we'll have to wait and see. And obviously Nick's going to be going up to 8 life. There is a land on top of his library, but making 2 mana as well is really important from the Frontier Siege. So he's going to make 2 green. Add 2 green to his pool. And proceed accordingly from there. So Nick's having a good think. He's got enough time. I mean, the round has been going a while. I mean, this is the thing with the Constellation deck. It sometimes just wins 1-0.
Yeah.
It's a little bit reminiscent of the blue-white control deck, where it just grinds you into dust, and if you don't concede, it will kill you when it wants. It will kill you at its leisure.
Cheers. Oh, got a picture. So, see another land off the top. It's probably going to scry that to the bottom. And another Elspeth. And this is Elspeth to make some tokens. So, that's very good. Obviously, the Elspeth is a little scary at this point. Sorry, not the Elspeth, the Polychronos. Oh, and a Vanishing Light. So, there we see an Elspeth making making 3 tokens, and a Banishing Light.
Oh, hang on, another Elspeth.
Yes.
Oh, we found the second one then. So both did obviously come in. Again, Elspeth very, very good against Devotion decks. Making tokens, clogging up the ground, or just killing all your big threats.
Exactly.
Then us making another one. We see a Genesis Hydra on top. So this game's not over quite yet.
Nope, there's a Xenagos as well.
Genesis
start
Hydra
making
makes
some
a big
2-2s.
difference.
Obviously, the T2s aren't as strong as the... There's not as many of them.
But they can attack.
They can attack. They're slightly bigger. And they have to be blocked. So I could definitely see
An Alpha Strike in. Unfortunately, the
an
Corsair
all-out
does get
attack.
one, but yeah, I agree. I like the attack with the 2 Satyrs, the Manifest, and the Corsair with Crewfix.
Yeah.
You might lose your Corsair, but right now the Corsair's not doing
I mean,
a lot
basically you're forcing Nick every turn
to block.
With his 1/1s. So his 1/1s aren't actually doing anything.
Yeah, I agree. It's a very, very powerful place to be. See the way it's blocked. Obviously, the Corsair gets through, puts Nick down to 6. So, pass the turn back to Nick. Untapping with an active Elspeth, but Elspeth versus Xenagos, that's certainly an interesting doing it. So Nick draws.
I mean, right now the Elspeth is winning.
But there is a Genesis Hydra about to become down as well, and,
yeah.
and that could make a big difference.
That could, yeah.
Right now, if you find an Ataka with that Genesis Hydra, it could just be game over.
It could be, yeah. And I think that's obviously, well, yeah, that would definitely be game over, depending on what Nick has in hand. But it's not looking great, unfortunately, for Nick. So we might be getting...
This is the power of the Constellation deck. It's not out. It's not out yet.
No.
It's not lost, and there is only about 6 minutes left on the round. So we are getting very, very close to either drawing or Nick winning 1-0. I mean, this is very, very tight for the moment. You love it, really, Shay. You've got to enjoy the green dirtling with the green. So we see Nick Fleetram on top. Obviously, probably not going to draw that one until next turn. And at this point in time, it's a horrible draw. Nick's Fleetram, you're wanting to sort of see your Idol and Blossoms and stuff like that as well. Nick just doing some maths, working out what he needs to do to try and pull his way back into this game, stabilise it up so he can actually win the match rather than hopefully not having losers. But Genesis Hydra is going to be a problem. It always has been. It's just because it's a 2-for-1, able to put 2 things into, able to put itself into play with however big it is, and something else as well. And Genesis Hydra is not going to be small either. That require a decent chump block as well.
Yeah, I mean, he does have chump blocks, a lot of chump blocks going on. That is, you know, something that
We'll have to think about as well.
We apologise for the beeping again. It's not our fault. It just likes to beep, and
it's just a silly door. We're doing our best. We'll ignore it. It passes very quickly after it gets going.
Yeah. So. Yeah.
2 mana. I'm going to see here. See another Frontier Siege. So we're going to see, and the Sigil. Okay, so oh right, Nick did not. Nick decided he didn't want the sigil. He's obviously happy with winning with Elspeth in this one.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the sigil isn't going to win in the game. At this point, he's quite far behind. The Elspeth, however, probably will. You know,
Eidolon of Blossoms as well. Eidolon of Blossoms as well, using all of the mana generated from the Prestige. And we see a Banishing Light as well. I imagine the Banishing Light is going to go after Xenagos. Draw the planes, reveal a new card. Elspeth's making 3/1/1s, and now we will see if Genesis Hydra can dig Nick out of this. And if he finds an attacker, well, he's only left with a Corsair. We see a land on top. Play the land, gain a life, up to 25. Reveal Whisperwood Elemental. So I think this is the turn where Emmett needs to hit a Dragonlord attacker. Otherwise, I think this game's just going to slowly get lost under the power of Elspeth, Sun's champion.
Yeah, it definitely looks like...
So make 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11? No, we're going for a Genesis Hydra X is 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's not too bad. Like we get the consolation prize of a Whisperwood Elemental, and the thing is, Kratos Claw's still in the deck. There's still an out for Emmett just to kill Nick out of nowhere and just go, well, your life total has now been gone.
Yes, and that is, you know, I mean, he does only... Unfortunately, Emmett only has the one turn. You know, after next turn, that Elspeth is going to be ultimating. And once the Elspeth ultimates, it is going to be game over.
25 life is going to go very quickly. So we see Corsair of Crucifix on top. That is going to manifest. Fortunately, it manifests off the top, so it's not going to be there when Emmett needs something else instead. So, as long as she removes the trigger, we're all right. So, we still get to attack. I think this is an important one to do. So, the problem is the attacks now don't look very good either, because right now you can only attack with 2 things.
Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see.
So Corsair is going to block. So the Corsairs are going to try and kill the Corsair, and then the Manifest is going to get blocked. So Corsair bites the dust. Go from there. Go to the end step. Manifest the Corsair. So Corsair manifests. What is the top card of your library, Emmett? So we play a Manifest. What is the top card? We don't get the reveal, so it's going to be a blind flip as well. Well, not a blind flip, but Elspeth I think might downtick this turn. Obviously that manifests another card. Be interesting from there. It feels like it's still very close. Emmett still has a few turns to get there at the moment.
Yep.
Nick is not out of the woods yet. He's still got a few turns where a few things could come down and spoil the parade. Obviously, we just have to wait and see. So we see Sigil of the Empty Throne at the battlefield. Redraw the Crucifix's Insight. Reveal the Suspension Field on top. Right now, honestly, it is Kratos Claw or bust. And it's starting to get to the stage where it is Kratos Claws or bust. But why have they left the door?
Ooh, so Sigil comes down. Frontier Siege makes an token, draw the suspension field, and we'll see probably a suspension field, take care of the Whisperwood Elemental, make 2 4/4 angels. Oh, sorry, on the Hydra. And this game has very rapidly turned around. This game looked like... It almost looked like
it was going to be a walk.
Emmett had this, and all of a sudden,
there's certainly more angels,
angels,
and more lands to draw.
More
right
lands.
now, Emmett is on. Well, the Elspeth needs to tick up still. It's 1 draw step. Otherwise, the game is over. So, I believe this is up to 7. So untap.
Yeah.
Is there a Kratos Claw there on top of the library?
Slam it.
Come on. Slam it. Slam it.
Windmill slam.
Windmill. Oh. Let's see what he goes. Draw. No. Have we got it? Do we have it? Oh, that's a Corsair Crucifix. Come on. Do we have a Greatest Glory on top of your library? Imagine if it was, though. I feel quite bad for Nick, but it would be a fantastic way to finish the match. No, it's a Haven of the Spirit Dragon. So unfortunately, Dragon Lord Ataka's not going to get there. Although it can deal it can deal 1 to Elspeth and kill an angel.
I don't think that's going to be enough, unfortunately. And the writing is...
So we're going to get back the Dragon Lord Ataka. Hopefully tapping the basics rather than
certainly on the wall right here.
Yeah. I mean...
There's 20 power of angel.
Yeah.
I mean,
Emmett had a few turns where she just didn't quite hit what she needed to. She either drew lands rather than spells, and unfortunately the Genesis Hydra maybe should have been for 2 more, just used all her mana and just gone for it, but instead, unfortunately, well, that's how it sometimes goes. So we're going to activate the Nykthos. We're going to make 2, 4, 6 mana. 7, 8, 9. We're going to crack this using that. Play this mountain, cast this Dragon Lord Ataka. See where it triggers, but unfortunately, well,
5 to Elspeth.
No, it's 5. It is 5 to Elspeth. So let's just get that one out of the way.
Get out, Elspeth.
Silk Wrap on top. Angels is still going to be able to attack. Although Nick still has to find something to do with the attack, or he has to start leaving things back. So we'll play the Nykthos. The Nykthos reveal. Hey, the Reclamation Sage. It's very interesting. Although I don't think it makes too much difference at the moment.
No, unfortunately
Doesn't kill
not.
Elspeth.
It does not, no.
So, I imagine this will be... We're looking at the last turn. Okay. We'll draw more cards, make more angels, and this is what happened. The deck's just started to snowball now. So obviously we knew there wasn't much time left in the game, so I don't think there's much
time left on the round.
I think this will soon be very soon in turns.
Yeah. We
have 2 more angels now being represented by dice on top of sleeves to try and get it across. So one of them is going to be blocked by the Dragon Lord. And we're now going to take 4, 8, 12, 16 damage down to 9 life. So we see another Crucifix's Insight. Not really hitting much. Idle on the Blossoms, Course of Trivias, don't really think it's needed that time. So, Villa card and stuff. So, not sure what Emmett is hoping for right now. Okay, so see another course, more angels made.
Yep.
Emmett's just, Nick's just going through the motions now. I think he's got this one sewn up, although I think maybe he could have started sending in the ground. Well, the ground pounders can't really do a lot at the moment. The angels are in a position where I don't think there's any way that Emmett can come back from this board position. Another Silk Wrap enters the battlefield. We're now up to 6 spare angels that just happen to be there ready to block the Ataka. And right now, unfortunately, the Kratos Claws was what Emma was looking for. And unfortunately it wasn't there when she needed it to be. And I think that this will
probably
soon be saying congratulations to Nick on making it to 5-0.
Yep.
And, well, there's another round at least to play before he can even consider. I suppose the other concern is milling himself out, but I think he'll stop now.
I think he has probably, he's probably going to stop before he mills himself out.
He's still going.
Well, I mean, you've got to make some amount of angels, right?
he's basically trying to rub it in my face that I didn't make the play area big enough for his deck.
I mean, you know, there's only 12 angels on the field. What, you know,
Only
why have 12 when you could have 14?
That's true.
Why have 14 when you could have 20? You could have 20. Dream big, John. Dream big.
Got a dream.
And that.
Got a dream. Got a dream. Got a dream.
And that looks how Nick is going to do. He wants to dream big.
So he's going to get rid of
the Ataka.
He's going to get rid of the Ataka. was it intervene? I think this is where he started to throw a banishment.
Yeah,
Like,
whatever.
there you go.
Here's
There's
some cards.
another
Yeah.
thing, but- and one of the things, obviously, with this devotion deck, there's no Ugin in anywhere in Emmet 75. That is the way for her to be. And devotion decks have moved in and out of having Ugin in their 75. Some people swear by Ugin in the 75. Some people can't look at it and can't stand it. So it's just one of those things. And it's one of those interesting factors. We see a Fluke here, unfortunately. Not quite in a position that I don't think Emma wants to be. So she's going to make some mana. Yeah, no, as I say, no back to nature's in her sideboard. So we're going to 2 for 3. Unfortunately, not quite enough. You're going to kill an angel. We'll see another forest.
Manifest
the
this
manifest.
forest.
You don't have to show that one, Emmett, but I think at this point it's yeah. There's the handshake. Nick Baldwin's
13 angels.
Yes, enough.
That's 52 power.
Yes,
quite a lot of flying power.
So Nick wins 2-0.
Yep.
Congratulations to Nick. He marches on to 5-0. We're going to bring it back to the commentary booth. So you can see our wonderful smiling faces. Well, at least my smiling face after that game. This man not so impressed with the green mid-range mirrors. It's what I love, and this man doesn't so much.
It's not really mid-range though, is it?
It was.
No.
It was real mid-range.
That's not real mid-range.
Sorry, just because it didn't have black in it, but no. Welcome back to the commentary booth. That concludes round 5 of action. Again, a very long game.
Yep.
A very long match. In fact, I think we almost went to time and might have gone over the top as well. So, congratulations to Nick. He marches on to 5-0. Commiserations to Emmett. 4-1. She's still live for top 8. She's not out of it yet at all. So, we're going to take a quick break. It's going to hopefully be a very quick turnaround because basically at the end of the day, and right now I just need to go and get some water. We will go water ourselves, make sure we're in the right place, and hopefully we will see you back here for round number 6 of action from the standard WMCQ here with 3 rounds to go.
Yes.
And we shall soon know our top 8. Thank you very much for watching. We've got a video for the Zendikar spoilers on the way out. Well, it's a Zendikar video that Wizards have given us today. We're using it as our in and out theme. Basically, it's the best way for us to get in a position to send it out. And we shall look forward to seeing you all for round number 6 of standard action here from the standard WMCQ in London. Thank you very much for watching.
Our world is a place of beauty and danger. It is equal parts adventure and disaster. It is Zendikar, our home, and it is under siege. Monsters have emerged everywhere. Some say they have been here all along, trapped. But I say they are not of this world, and it is we who are trapped. They are spreading across Zendikar, killing and consuming. Left unchallenged, they will leave our home a wasteland. But Zendikar has its defenders, heroes who fight to save this world from the forces that threaten to destroy it. We all must find strength in one another. Only then can Zendikar be saved. Now is the time to face this alien threat, to take a stand, to battle for Zendikar. Our world is a place of beauty and danger. It is equal parts adventure and disaster. It is Zendikar, our home. And it is under siege. Monsters have emerged everywhere. Some say they have been here all along, trapped. But I say they are not of this world. And it is we who are trapped. They are spreading across Zendikar, killing and consuming. Left unchallenged, they will leave our home, a wasteland. But Zendikar has its defenders, heroes who fight to save this world from the forces that threaten to destroy it. We all must find strength in one another. Only then can Zendikar be saved. Now is the time to face this alien threat, to take a stand, to battle for Zendikar.
So, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to round number 6 of action here from the standard WMCQ, here from the Millennium Gloucester Hotel in Kensington, London, hosted by Darksphere. My name's John Partridge. I'm joined by Shay Holland. We have Jack Doyle sat next to us once again, giving us the
evil eye.
The evil eye whenever we say something we probably shouldn't do, or get a judge ruling wrong, or say something again wrong. So it's always good to have him in the background there. And on to round number 6. Now, we have a little bit of a special one. We have no green in any of the decks. We also have no black in any of the decks. In fact, what we have
Jeskai mirrors.
The Jeskai mirror.
Yes.
So, on one side, we have Sam Stanton on the top of your screen with Jeskai wins, Jeskai midrange. He's on the standard Mantis Rider, Odotized Command, Soul 5 Grandmaster build. Zhao, on the other hand, what is Zhao on today?
Zhao is on Jeskai tokens. He is playing 4 copies of Jeskai Ascendancy, 4 copies of Stoke the Flames, Treasure Cruise, Hordling Outburst. This beautiful deck that we were showing you guys earlier, that we deck teched earlier, I think it was just after round 1 that we were talking about. He is playing this, and this is, it's such a nice deck. It's such a fun deck to watch. It's such an interesting deck to watch go off. You know, you make some tokens, and you start just out of nowhere, bam, damage. It's such an interesting deck, and the format, the staple card, obviously, is this Jeskai Ascendancy. Here you go. 1, it's blue, red, white. Enchantment. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, give your creatures +1/+1 and untap them until end of turn and untap them. And then, if you cast it, you will also draw. You may draw and discard a card. Yes, Zhao has top 8'd the previous 2 WMCQs. He did top 8 Manchester, and he was playing this deck. It is a brilliant deck. It's really good against a lot of the field. You know, the worst matchup is Devotion, which is actually kind of bad. Thankfully, Devotion has kind of fallen off quite a bit from the field. So, you know, it's got quite a good matchup now. The Abzan matchup is not bad at all. The Jeskai Mirror matchup is probably not too bad. I mean, Zhao did Malta 6, but he is on the draw. So I'm thinking that his hand, you know, it was able to deal with the turn 2 Jace, but can it deal with the turn 3 Rabble Master? And that's the question. That's the real question.
Well, this is going to be the challenge. 3 mana being tapped by Sam, and we see a Goblin Rabble Master appear. So,
actually, interestingly, this deck isn't bad against Dramoka's Command. Dramoka's Command is actually not too bad. The deck can just go as a normal aggro plan if it needs to. It's actually cards like the Wild Blight and Drown and Sorrow were really, really scary for this deck, and obviously they
start to
aren't
see a lot
around
less
anymore.
play at the moment.
Yeah, so it's going to be an interesting.
So Mantis Rider.
There's
so,
the Mantis Rider.
So Sam starting to throw in the big guns. Follow Goblin Rabble Master into Mantis Rider. Sam going got almost the perfect curve. Jace, Rabble Master, Mantis Rider, and the land to follow up as well. Zhao deciding no, not going to block at all. Obviously he needs his tokens for other things. Zhao all the way down to 13 already.
Yes, Zhao has Pikazard on his sleeves. It's Pikachu dressed as Charizard. So we'll see what the follow-up for Zhao is. I think if he has an Ascendancy, I think he is looking...
Well, if he does,
very
he'll need another land as well, because obviously he'll want to play if he's got Stoke the Flames as well. Now, like, the best turn for Zhao now would be Jeskai Ascendancy into Stoke the Flames.
Definitely.
Allowing him to trigger and then attack with everything as well.
Yep.
But there's a lot of things that he still needs to get through before he can get this. And right now, Mantis Rider could be a problem card.
Yes. The Mantis Rider is, it's quite a good clock. But at the moment, the scary one is the Rabble Master.
Okay.
Just because it is making quite a few tokens at this point. And there isn't really anything that Zhao can actually do about it. He hasn't got any removal for it yet. So it'll be interesting to see. Okay, so it looks like Zhao has a copy of Raise the Alarm in hand. He's leaving the white mana open for it. So here is a Soulfire Grandmaster and another token, Goblin token.
That's the thing. So obviously, Jace was a nice follow-up there for Zhao, obviously.
Yeah, it probably wasn't the best card that he wanted to play on that turn, but it still puts him up into a good position. He's got quite a lot of...
What we're also planning, for those that are asking, at the end of this round we're going to put up the standings. Obviously the system we've got will allow us to show us the top 12 players and how they're getting on, and obviously we can start working it out from there. We'll be putting that up at the end of this round.
Definitely, yes. I know a lot of people are wanting to see... so there's a Stoke the Flames for the Mantis Rider.
Seems like a good target as any.
Yeah, I mean... the Mantis Rider does quite a lot of damage. We were talking about it earlier. If you can't answer it fast enough, if you take quite a lot of damage, then we are looking at getting into burn range and just dying. So Zhao tapping with 2 Goblin tokens here.
So obviously we see Rabble Master biting the dust as well. Soulfire Grandmaster, like, still going to be good, and if Zhao would need to trade obviously 2 cards for the Soulfire. Obviously it feels that Zhao's trying to set up for a long game where he can basically have enough stuff in play to make the Ascendancy almost lethal in one go, rather than trying to nickel and dime too much with what Sam's trying to do. So another Rabble Master, the Wild Slash having dealt with the other one, in with the team.
Yeah, unfortunately Zhao had quite a slow start here with his Malta 6. He didn't really get the explosiveness that he wanted. He only got to play 1 outburst, which
we see obviously the 2 tokens trading off for the Soulfire Grandmaster. Better get that off the table sooner than anything else.
So shuffling up for going into game 2 now. Zhao unfortunately was not able to win that one. So let's look at the sideboard. What do we think Sam is going to be bringing in?
So Sam, as his sideboard, is looking at 3 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Anger of the Gods, 2 Mastery of the Unseen, 2 Negate, 2 Rending Volley, 1 Orbs of Warding, an Elspeth Sun's Champion, a Glare of Heresy, and a Revoke Existence. I think for me, some of the important cards in this matchup are going to be Glare of Heresy, Revoke Existence, because obviously just being able to answer enchantments is really important in this matchup. The Jessica Ascendancy is obviously Zhao's best way of stealing a win out from under his nose, but also the 2 negates as well. It's quite good as well. So they're the cards that probably stand out the most for me. The 2 negates, the Glare of Heresy, and the Revoke Existence. Elspeth's too slow, I think, but same with Mastery and Anger of the Gods. Well, Anger of the Gods could come in as well, but his deck, remember, Sam's deck's quite low to the ground as well, so he's only got 2 Dragon Lord Ojuchai which avoid the Anger of the Gods. So I think the ones for me, the 2 negates, the Glare of Heresy, the Revoke Existence, and then things coming out. Jeskai Charm isn't at its best in this matchup. Also the Valorous stances as well. 3 Valorous stance and 1 Jeskai Charm I think would be my choices for things coming out in this matchup. And about what we're looking at with Zhao.
So from Zhao's list, he's got 3 Anger of the Gods, 2 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Elspeth, 2 Negate, 2 Tragic Arrogance, 2 Valorous Stance, 1 Narset Transcendent, and 1 Revoke Existence. So I can see the angers coming in here. You know, he's more than happy to trade a Hordling Outburst for 2 or 3 cards. You know, his threats are all multiple threats on 1 card as opposed to 1 threat, multiple threats over 2 or 3 cards. I could potentially see something like the maybe the Narset coming in. This is quite a slow game. You know, I mean that was quite quick, but the game can go quite slow. Zhao can go into a more control-y route with Narsets. Again, maybe even the Elspeths kind of, you know, getting to the controlling the board, start making the multiple tokens, and then once the tokens are out, start actually killing them. And yeah, the problem is there's quite a lot of cards in the main deck that are very strong. You know, you've got Valorous. The Valorous Stances are probably going to come out. They're not very good in this matchup. I could potentially see the Disdainful Strokes coming out, although Zhao hasn't seen Dragon Lord Ojutai, so that's probably why they'll be coming out. The Disdainful Strokes don't really hit anything, and you know, you're looking at quite a few cards coming in, and probably not that much to take out. But we will see.
I think Zhao might be sideboarding slightly more heavily than Sam will be, turning into more of the Jeskai control deck. I think Sam has got a very good plan that he's got to stick to with the Mantis Riders, the Goblin Rebel Masters anyway.
Yeah.
And I think bringing in Anger of the Gods for a tokens deck is quite a risky proposition, because obviously they can play so much at instant speed.
Yeah, and you know, the problem is that sometimes you just end up with a deck that's just something like a matchup like this. As long as Sam knows how to play against it, you know, make sure he doesn't overcommit with the into angers, then it's probably okay.
I mean, one of the other options that Sam has is to also bring in the Orbs of Warding, which he has in his sideboard. It means that if Zhao doesn't find a Jeskai Ascendancy, that he can play that and the tokens then don't do any damage, and also makes him hexproof to all the burn spells Zhao could throw there, like the Stoke, like we were talking about, Stoke the Flames. Obviously, doesn't stop the Jeskai Ascendancy. No,
that's the thing. Is it if Zhao doesn't have the Jeskai Ascendancy, and you know the Orbs of Warding does come in, then it does make the tokens blank. But it does cost 5 mana, and that's quite a lot of mana, and it's probably going to be very hard to actually get to. So it's going to be interesting to see how the...
And for those of you who are interested, we are just posting up the standings for the top number of players, within the top 20 or 30 players onto the Facebook page at the moment, if anyone's interested in looking at how the players are doing. That was at the end of the beginning of this round. We're going to do the same once we finish this round and all the results are in. We'll put up all the pairings before we come back, and we'll go from there, and it will just give you an idea of how everyone's doing in the event so far. So Sam taking a very quick win, game 1, and that's one of the defining factors of the Jeskai deck and why people are quite positive about playing it, because it does win very quickly when it needs to.
Yep. And
obviously the Jeskai, the tokens deck, obviously just not drawing enough things. He only drew 1 Hordling Outburst and the Jason, not quite enough in the end.
Yeah, it wasn't. He didn't really have anything, unfortunately, and you know there was quite a lot of pressure coming out from Sam there. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in the next game.
I think this is a very interesting matchup actually between the two decks. They're both trying to do similar things, but both going about it in different ways.
Yeah.
Sam is a very fair beatdown strategy, get you with very good creatures, Mantis Riders, Rabble Master and stuff like that. But okay, Jack Doyle has just posted the standings for the top 30 players at this event. All the 12 pointers. So anyone on X1 or above has just been posted up onto the Facebook page. That's just been done by Jack sat next to us, courtesy of the questions being asked on the chat. We have done our best to get that sorted out for you, and we will do exactly the same at the end of this round, and once all the results are in, we'll do the same there. So obviously we're looking at quite a good number of players who are doing well at the moment.
So we're just gonna post in the chat. Excellent. So Jack has posted in the
beating
chat.
us to it as well.
I know.
God, this is why this man is in charge of judging, and this is why we're in the commentary booth doing the commentary.
He's scorekeeping. He's
more than scorekeeping. He's an honorary man.
He's Jack Doyling.
He's Jack Doyle.
It's a verb. Look it up.
It's a verb that we can now use for that. So obviously we've put it up all in the chat for you, so you can all have a look at where everyone stands currently at the moment. So going into game 2, there are a number of things that Zhao will be looking to hit, which is an early Jace. Hopefully it's sticking.
Yes.
And be able to go from there. So it looks like Zhao was happy with the 7. Sam taking a mulligan. I mean, the Jeskai deck feels like mulligans reasonably well.
Yep.
It's only trying to hit 3 mana at the beginning of the game, so going down to 6 isn't necessarily a problem. But it has enough Scrylands in there to make sure it gets there.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, you are... You know, a mulligan for either players... Obviously, we saw Zhao mulliganing in game 1 and losing. And Sam mulliganing in game 2.
Doesn't mean anything.
Doesn't mean anything.
Way to go. Mantis Rider is Mantis Rider can steal.
Yeah,
games
Mantis
from
Rider
that
is very strong in this matchup, and you know, it's one of those cards that Zhao doesn't actually have any life gain in the deck. So if he does go low, it can be very dangerous. Whereas Sam obviously has the Soulfire Grandmasters and he has the Jeskai Charms, and you know,
we know how that one ends.
We know how that one ends indeed.
So Sam not happy with the 6.
Nope.
Down to 5. Not a good place to be.
Not at all.
Being on the draw maybe offsets that slightly with the ability to get the extra cards and stuff like that.
Indeed. So we're just waiting for them to start. So, have you ever played the Jeskai aggro version of this deck?
Yeah, I have had the joy of, despite misconceptions, I have played both at different tournaments. Are you now going to ask me which one I prefer?
No.
Because if the answer is I prefer Mantis Rider in my opponents to Jeskai Ascendancy in my opponents, that's just a personal thing.
Well, of course. But my question actually was going to be, what do you want this? What do you think Sam's best ideal opening hand is going to be?
I think it has to start with 1 Scryland, a land to be able to cast a Jace.
Yep.
And then into a Mantis Rider. I think that his removal is not efficient enough to deal with a lot of Zhao's threats, that he can't always afford to just go, okay, I will keep this removal spell because I think it's going to be good, because Zhao might not have a Jace, might have a Raise the Alarm, in which case your Wild Slash looks really bad, and I'd rather have a more proactive strategy after board where I go, I'm going to cast this Jace on turn 2, and then I'm going to Mantis Rider you on turn 3, and we'll see where it goes from there. Obviously, we've seen Zhao's got a Jace of his own on turn 2, so it'll be interesting to see if there's a follow-up one for Sam, or if he has a removal spell for that.
Yep. And I mean, we saw in that previous game where Sam went turn 1, turn 2 Jace, and Zhao had to spend.
We do actually have dueling Jaces today.
I think
one of the very interesting things though is Zhao has gone on a island into planes, so it'd be interesting to see if he has red mana to hopefully be able to remove Sam's Jace, because I think Zhao will want to have the only Jace in play and not have one on both sides of the table. I mean, what would you look at? What would you be looking at with the a multi-5 for the Jeskai deck. Obviously, we've had a good start so far. Unfortunately, Zhao does have the removal spell for
The Jeskai
Jace.
aggro. I mean, you know, turn 1 threat, turn 2 threat. Sorry, turn 2 threat, turn 3 threat. So, you know,
Well, we're getting there. We've
Jace,
got turn 2 threat,
Jason
turn
to
3
Rabble
threat.
Mask seems pretty good.
Yeah.
Following it up with something like a Mantis Rider or something else like that would be very strong. There's quite a few sort of cards in the Jeskai deck. Obviously, with the Jeskai tokens, they kind of want, this hand's a little slow, but I think Zhao's okay with it.
He turns into a bit more of the control deck.
There were 26 people on
Okay, so
Hangerback Abzan.
basically the breakdown for those listening on Twitch, the Hangerback Abzan deck formed up about 26 players. There were 26 Abzan aggro, 24 Abzan control, and then there were some number of mid-range and Megamorph decks as well. So you totaled up to about 50 to 55 copies of Abzan decks in the field, and that's a lot.
That is.
And bear in mind, Abzan Hangerback is the most popular deck. So, I mean, bearing in mind that the next one was mono red on 16 players, it's quite a lot of players. And the reason, obviously, we're showing this match is, well, they are correct. The Esper Dragons decks have been doing very well, and we wanted to try and show a different match, a match that wasn't Hangerback Abzan or Esper Dragons, because we've had a lot of that on camera. And we also wanted to do the Hangerback Abzan players a favour, because right now Hangerback Abzan is the grand total of 0-3 on camera as well. It's not been a good day for the Hangerback Abzan players on camera.
No,
Try
definitely
to keep
not.
them away from it at the moment. They've appreciated not being dropped on camera because of the what's happened before. So, Rabble Master's still going again. So Jace activating, removing another Jace. So, you're going to see the flip into the Telepath Unbound now. Right now, I think that Zhao's going to end up down ticking and removing the Rabble Master with a Lightning Strike, just because Rabble Master is right now soon poised to go out of control and stuff.
So here's an
It's
anger
the
of the
anger
gods.
of the gods. Oh, see, and negate. You're going to see a counter war over this. Does Zhao have a negate as well? So the negates did come in for Sam. So yep, the negate does counter thing, but Zhao can now flash back the lightning strike if he so wishes. Deal with the Rabble Master.
Yep.
Which I don't think is a bad position to be in. Admittedly, it puts the Jace to 3 loyalty. It's still not dead though.
It puts the Jace to 2.
2 loyalty, sorry. So the Jace will die to
The tokens,
tokens, but again, Sam's on a multi 5, so Sam might not have much of a follow-up from this. And he might be in a position where, if he says has a Dragon Lord Ojutai in hand and he doesn't have anything to do, but yeah. So we see the tokens in at Jace, and the follow-up is a land, and looks like you might have something to play. We have 2 mana, we have the Soulfire Grandmaster. So Stoke the Flames is now quite a good card.
Yeah. So the Jace, bought a bit of life, killed the Rabble Master off,
And answer to the people's question on Twitch, yes, the Esper Dragons decks have been doing well. I'm not sure how many at the top tables, but they have been having some good success over the tournament, especially on camera, and also in the few rounds. Not sure in the last round, but they had been having some very good success up till then. There were a number of players on 4-0 and X and 1, so we've seen a treasure cruise from Zhao. 1 mana, Ancestral Recall in Standard. Who knew it was good? So, Zhao's in a bit of a difficult position at the moment. He's at 13 life, which isn't a lot. He's up against an opponent who has a lot of burn spells available. So we see a land play from Zhao. So the untap. So there was no lightning strike on the end step. So Sam draws, trying to dig his way out of a multi 5. So in for 2, Zhao down to 11. So no Mantis Rider again. So we're still not quite at that stage yet. But well, that's not a bad follow-up.
No,
Dragon
not
Lord
at all.
Ojutai. 2 copies for Sam this week. 2 in the main.
And
this is turning into quite a good multi 5.
yeah, definitely. It did have all of the answers. It had it had a lot of threats. Had some permission with the negate to stop the anger of the gods, and now obviously there is an Ojutai who is incredibly hard to deal with. for Zhao. It depends whether or not he's left in his Valor stance, which personally I think he would have taken out, but it would depend on his matchup. It depends on whether or not he was expecting Neogetais or not.
So, I mean, Zhao's struggling at one point. He only has 1 blue mana as well, so he's a little bit constrained on mana. I know blue's one of the minor colours, but he's still a little bit constrained.
Yeah.
So we're going to see Hordling Outburst as a starting point for what he's wanting to do. We'll see 3 Goblin tokens, and will he pass the turn? I can see if he's got to Stoke the Flames, just waiting for the Ojutai to attack, because we've got to assume that his opponent is going to have a lesser number of counter spells as well. Obviously, the Jeskai Aggro deck not renowned for having a huge amount of counter spells. Obviously, Disdainful Stroke, Ojutai's Command. Ojutai Command, not so good against Stoke the Flames.
No.
But it does get back the Jace.
It does.
It's, as we were discussing earlier with the deck tech, a very important part of it as well. So you see Battlefield Forge and the pass of the turn from Zhao, so he's still only on 1 blue. And this hand's unfortunately not, even with the Treasure Cruise, just seems to be just lacking a few things on it.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he hasn't drawn, or at least hasn't played his Jeskai Ascendancy, has really hindered his ability to just explode. And that's what the problem with this Jeskai Ascendancy deck has. Is that if it isn't able to, you know, just make the Ascendancy, play some spells, start pumping and stuff.
So then we see first activation, we see Negate, Mantis Rider, Lightning Strike. I like taking the Negate now, give yourself a bit of insurance in case Zhao does happen to draw any way of removing the Dragon Lord Ojutai. And also it's a good way of answering Jeskai Ascendancy. Negate, it's an all-round good guy card.
It is,
and it's going to be with us for a while. Being added, and now we have Dispel as well coming in the next set as well.
Yep.
Not sure that's going to have as much impact as Negate, but it will still be a very good card. Depending on what the control decks look like. There's a lot more sorcery speed stuff coming in for the control decks rather than instant speed. But having a 1 mana answer is always nice as well. But Negate, again, a very powerful card to have. Although I'm very interested in the dueling artworks.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's certainly very interesting. Obviously, Sam ran out of the ability to play them and stuff like that. So we see Evolving Wilds. Obviously now if Zhao has a...
He doesn't have another basic.
Does he not have another basic?
No.
He's only got 1 island in the deck.
Yep.
Ah, it's very interesting. So he's probably looking. So he's looking to field Treasure Cruise right now with that. Then, obviously not a great time to draw. He has drawn a lot of basics this game.
He has, yeah.
Which has obviously again hindered his ability to develop his board and stuff like that because dual lands are very helpful to have. So we'll see what his follow up is. He's going to have quite a few cards in hand at the moment, but we've got to assume that Sam took the Negate as the card of choice. But again, if Zhao has his own, then that'd be very good as well. So we see he's separating his mana out. You can see 5 mana. Does he have his own? We have a Treasure Cruise. Let's see if this Sam's got the Negate. I'm going to see him snap Negate in this one.
I don't think you do.
Okay.
Reason being that your opponent's obviously looking for a Valor stance.
Okay.
If you negate this, then you have to hope that he doesn't already have one.
Okay.
And if he does have one, and he casts it now, then obviously you get to negate the Valor stance. So instead, he's just opting for an end of turn dig.
But let's be honest. Sam had a better follow-up.
Yes.
You can have your Treasure Cruise. I'll now dig through time. And you've
Yes.
got 2 mana available. So I'm going to go look for the best pieces I can have. Now, if Zhao had Valorous Stance, he would have Valorous Stance now as well.
Yeah, almost certainly.
So Sam's got to be under the reasonably safe assumption that there is no Valorous Stance in Zhao's hand. Unfortunately, well, okay. That's yes, Sam. Thank you very much. That's quite a hand, and unfortunately, well, not a good set of games for Zhao. His hand's just not coming together. The Treasure Cruise not drawing into anything at all, and well, that's all she wrote for round number 6. And unfortunately, Zhao now X and 2 and can't continue his burning trail to his 3rd WMCQ top 8, and he'll have to give his slot to someone else today instead. So
unfortunately, so
we're just going to bring it back to the booth. So welcome back. My name's John Partridge, joined by Shay Holland again, and congratulations to Sam.
Yep.
2-0, taking that game down with his Jeskai mid-range, Jeskai wins, Ojutai Jeskai, however you want to describe it now. Very, very quick games, showing the power of Mantis Rider in game 1.
Yep.
And Rabble Master, and then just showing the power of just value creatures in game 2.
Yep.
Even on a Malta 5. His Malta 5 turned out very, very well indeed. So, what we're going to do is we are going to take a break. I think we need to go and get some food. This is the first round that has finished in a reasonable amount of time in quite a while.
Yes.
So, thank you very much for joining us.
Yep.
We will be back for round 7 very soon.
Mm-hmm.
We shall be looking forward to you joining us all then. I'm very much looking forward to these last 2 rounds. It's going to be certainly a journey to see who's going to be in this top 8, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow morning as well. I'm very glad that as much as it's been painful for people to split it over 2 days, it's actually paid off very well because it means that we don't have to do 11 straight rounds of commentary.
This is very true.
I enjoy what I'm doing, and I hope that the enjoyment I have in doing the commentating, and Shay as well, has come across to you people watching. And I hope that you have enjoyed our commentary, and that we have been doing it to a standard that we want to provide the best commentary possible, because at the end of the day, we enjoy what we do, and I would quite like to do it quite a lot more. So if people are enjoying it, that's even better for me. And again, as I say with other things, when all the games are finished here, we will put the standings on, we'll upload them so we can put them up on the screen, and then when we'll be back for round 7, we'll have a quick look through, see who's where, see who can look to start ID, we'll go from there. So again, 2 rounds to go, we're almost there. 8 rounds, 188 players. 2 rounds, we'll be down to 8. The chosen 8 to fight for that title of WMCQ London champion, and the third and final place in the final episode of the story of the WMCQ 2015 for the UK. Thank you very much for watching, and we will see you back here very soon indeed.
Yep.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to round number 7 of standard action here from the WMCQ, hosted by Darksphere at the Millennium Gloucester Hotel in London, in Kensington. My name is John Partridge. I'm joined by Shay Holland. We have Jack Doyle next to us on the scoreboard today. He's doing all the standings, which are now up in the chat room. But for the benefit of what you have, we have the top 12 that we can put up on the standings. So I'm just going to put these up at the moment. So, one of the big things, 2 players on 6 and 0. But because they can ID, we're not going to have them in our feature match. In fact, what we're going to do... Okay, we are going to put on table 2, which is Peter Kessel. This is Hamza Kernick. I'm going to completely incorrectly pronounce his name. I only know his first one because he plays in Oxford. Both players currently at 5-0 and 1. So they can't ID at the moment.
Yep.
They have to play.
They do.
So this is sort of a winning into a winning in, possibly. It
Pretty
could be
much.
winning into a winning in, or it could be a winning into top 8.
Yes.
One of those things. Both players are still live. Even if one of them loses, they could both still be live, depending on how tiebreakers and stuff. Obviously, everyone else down from there, Matthew Gregory, Thomas Luke, all on X and 1. They're going to be battling it out. Obviously, Jack's put on the top 38 players onto the Twitch chat for any of those of you who are interested in having a look at that. So, next feature match. Now, we're just waiting for the deck lists. We'll soon have them through. I believe that one person is on Abzan Aggro. However, it's with a twist. There are no copies of Hangerback Walker. He's going old school.
Old school, the full old school of...
I believe, I'm waiting for
Ratchester
when we get the
dealer?
deck list come through, I'll be able to tell you for certain. So what we're going to do, I'm just going to put up the next feature match screen. I'm going to go grab the deck lists, and then we'll be ready for round number 7 of action here from the London WMCQ.
Excellent. And we have the deck lists now. So,
In fact, I was right. He is on a very old school version of the deck. So I'll go through that in one moment. However, what I need to do is I need to put some information in here. So, Hamza, you are on Aggro. And it is actual Abzan Aggro. And what is Peter on?
he is on Sidisi.
Not
Not Sidisi Whip.
No, there are no copies of it. So let's. What's he named his deck today then?
He
What should we name
hasn't.
it?
Sidisi.
Sadisi Aggro.
Sidisi.
Let's go for Sadisi
Sidisi
Aggro.
Control?
Oh wow, no, it is more control. Yeah, we'll go
It's
with
got
that.
Languish. Interesting.
Let's go with Sadisi Control. It's also got
Torrent Elementals and Single.
So, welcome to round number 7. So, players are sat down. We're going to send it down to the feature match area for round number 7 of action here from the WMCQ here in London. Now, one of the very interesting things, these are 2 decks we haven't necessarily seen. I'm just going to have to go do one thing. I'm going to have to get rid of this playmat.
Yep, we're just going to get rid of the playmat because it makes it quite difficult to see. And... there we go. That makes it a little easier for the you guys at home to be able to see what's going on. There's a much better contrast when it's on the black playmat.
And it's very interesting actually with Hamza's take on Abzan Aggro. And actually, he's doing very well with it. Bear in mind he's 5 wins and a draw at the moment. One of the big things with this deck, there's no Hangerback Walkers. Instead, he's gone for the full play set of Rashasha Death Dealer. This is going old school. This is back to Khan's Mike Sigrist style of deck, where you've got Thought Seas, Rashasha Death Dealer, Fleece Mainline, Anafenza, Siege Rhino, and 2 copies of Wingmate Rock.
Warden of the First Tree.
Yeah, with the new edition of Warden of the First Tree, and the removal spells. 2 Heroes Downfall, 3 Dramoka's Command, 3 Abzan Charm. Nice and easy, bit more expensive, but a lot more efficient on what it's trying to do. It's a very simple deck, and hopefully it's served him well so far, and so might continue. It's actually interesting. It's so old school. Don't nick my deck. It's so old school, in fact, that he's playing 2 Airborgs to make sure he hits all his black mana on time.
Wow.
So, on the other side of the table, what are we looking at with Peter?
So, again, this is a traditional sort of Sultai deck. He's running 4 Wayfinder, 4 Sidisi Brew Tyrant, 4 Tasiga the Golden Fang.
Oh,
1.
wow.
Yep.
4 Tasiga.
Yep.
So
1
he's on the
Gurmag
DC
Angler.
Delve deck, then.
1
Oh,
Gurmag
I'll
Angler.
win this one.
3 Necropolis Fiend. So yeah, it's like a more DC Delve, a bit aggressive, but not super aggro. Necropolis Fiend, 2 Torrent Elemental, 1 Silumgar the Drifting Death, 2 copies of Jace Friend's Prodigy, and 1 copy of Nissa Vastwood.
Initially was meant to be Sidisi Undead Vizier, from what we can read.
Yes.
A hastily scribbled out Sidisi Undead Vizier on this deck list over here, and it's certainly a very interesting deck choice. And well, it's one that's served him well so far. So congratulations to him so far. So off we go. So we see a turn 1 Opulent Palace into a turn 1 Thoughtseize. Shut the door at all. So what we're looking with. So it's actually interesting. I hadn't Stubborn Denial as well. There's one Stubborn Denial in the main. So we have here, we see Silumgar the Drifting Death, a Gather the Pack, a Commune with the Gods, a Stubborn Denial, a Tasiga, and a Swamp. Now, from this, it's actually quite hard to Thoughtseize, because if you take the Tasiga, it just finds another one.
Yep.
But obviously there's the thing. So I think Tasiga might be the choice here. Obviously Hamza doesn't know what this deck's trying to do, and more on the fact that if at some point he goes and plays the Commune with the Gods, Hamza doesn't know what he's going to find. So I think it will be very much a take your Tasiga, try and take the gas, and go from there, and use my superior quality of creatures to get me there in the long run.
Definitely, it's the style of deck he seems to be playing is sort of a, you know, get some cards in the graveyard and then make a giant man that is very hard to deal with. For some reason, it's written it as 510 as opposed to 501. They are both on 16 points. They are both undefeated at this point in time. So okay,
this man's now getting deleted from this one. I'm just dropping it from it. That's fine. Obviously, ladies and gentlemen, obviously on the chat, please make sure we are keeping it clean to a certain standard, please. Obviously, one of the things we don't want to appreciate is people trying to say things about others that are not necessarily appreciated by the other person, which aren't necessarily true. In fact, I was the one who chose this match. Hamza's played very, very well today. He's put himself into this position. He's played
it definitely
really well.
It did take some convincing to me to make.
I had to convince Shay to put Hamza in the feature match area.
To put another green deck.
I just said
mirror.
I just said no. I want Hamza in the feature match area. He's played fantastically well, and he deserves to be here. And quite rightly, I mean, you don't get to 5-0-1 in a feature match area without playing well.
Exactly.
And I actually went and asked him what deck he playing. They said, "Oh, you're in the feature match area," and he didn't believe me. I said, "No, you are. We're about to put you in there. In fact, I want you to be in the feature match area." So, obviously, please, ladies and gentlemen, let's keep it clean on the chat, and we can move from there. So, see a Satyr Wayfinder follow-up for Peter. Finding the land. Satyr Wayfinder drop off a little bit in popularity on what we've seen recently.
Yeah, I think that's mainly due to Anafenza the Foremost. You know, you don't really want to be milling half your deck when half of your cards are actually stuff like creatures that you want to get back. So, you know, it's it's one of those things that because the obviously the Anafenza is so popular at the moment, she exiles all creatures that come into play. Go into graveyards from something like a Satyr Wayfinder. So there we see Peter is exiling some stuff to his Sidisi. His Tasiga to come out, and one of the cards he's exiled is Torrent Elemental. And for those who don't know what Torrent Elemental does, it is a 3/5 for 5 mana. And here you go. So, flying 3/5 for 5 mana. Whenever it attacks, you can tap all creatures defending player controls. And for 3 hybrid mana of green and the black variety, you get to put him from exile onto the battlefield tapped. Obviously, this is a card that you're more than happy to exile with your exile effects,
Anything.
like your
Murderous
Taskers.
Tasiga, anything like that, because you can put it into play. And also, one of the other things people forget, because you're putting it into play, you can't counter it. You can't counter putting the Torrent Elemental back into place. It gives you this fantastic ability to beat the control decks that are trying to stop you when you just go, alright, I'll exile this with my Tasiga and then play it. And you can't do anything about it now, and I get to attack you with it and see if you can deal with it. And it's just another threat they have to deal with, and it's a continual source of advantage.
Exactly.
So we see a Gather the Pack.
Yep. So this is reveal the top number of cards from your library, top 5, and you get a creature.
You may take a creature. You may take a creature. So it's reveal the top 5 cards. You may take a creature. If you have Spell Mastery, you can take 2.
Excellent.
But it's not enchantment. It's just creature. So for those at home that aren't sure, we will put it up on the stream for you. Ooh, if I could spell Gather the Pack. So for those of you who don't know, it was a card from Origins. It was mainly used initially to fuel the Rally the Ancestor deck, the initial one, the 3-colour one with Jace, 4-colour with Jace, trying to do that way, and then Gather the Pack, putting loads of stuff in the graveyard. But obviously, here's one of the best cards against anything trying to put something in the graveyard, and Defender the Foremost. One of those cards that doesn't always have relevant text, but when the text is relevant, it's a very powerful card. So, 3 mana. Hopefully get it up this time. Let's see if we can go another game. So, Anafen's the Foremost, card from the Abzan clan. Well, Khan of the Abzan clan, actually, from Khans of Tarkir. Obviously, the most important thing on this matchup, if a creature card will be put into an opponent's graveyard from anywhere, exile it instead. And that's included into Satyr Wayfinder, Commune with the Gods, Gather the Pack, anything of those, Anafenza can exile.
Thoughtseize. Thoughtseize also does
it. Oh,
it.
of course, as well, yes. Thoughtseize your creature, put that in the graveyard, and now it's exiled. And
interesting interaction as well is it's a replacement effect. So something like Sidisi would not actually put a 2/2 zombie into play because it doesn't actually get put into the graveyard at any point in time. It gets immediately exiled.
Yeah, and Anafenza the Foremost is actually quite a difficult card for the deck to deal with. Like Languish right now is obviously very good, and he has 3 copies of Murderous Cut. Obviously, if he has any of those, then it looks fantastic. So we're going to see 2 mana being tapped. We're going to see another Satyr Wayfinder. So we're going 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's Sidisi, unfortunately. He's heading straight for the exile zone. Yeah,
and it's quite unfortunate for Peter right now. But I mean, you know, he has got Hamza to 6. You know, it's quite an aggressive start. I think he made a turn 3 Tasiga.
Yeah, it was like Gather the Pack, Satyr Wayfinder, Tasiga. That's quick. That's a quick Tasiga. That's modern standards. Quick to get a Tasiga into play, and obviously the 4/5 doing the beatdown, putting Hamza to 6. So the Thoughtseize. I mean, and let me look at this now. Thoughtseize hasn't really got Hamza anywhere, but Hamza still has a lot of play left in his deck. The thing with the Abzan aggro deck, even if it's the older school version or the hanging back Abzan, has a lot of staying power against these sorts of decks because its threats are so impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, Hamza has any number of Heroes Downfalls. He has Abzan Charms, which allows him to try and get ahead in that regards as well. So it'd be interesting to see if Hamza has any of those threats in hand. So you see
definitely.
Peter just having a quick look through his graveyard, see what it is. He's going to have a quick flick through, check it all, look at his hand, see what he's got as well. So we're going to see a load of cards exiled. See 1 and 2, and we are now going to see a Necropolis Fiend.
So, an interesting
We're definitely going to have to look this one up.
Yes, I don't think I've ever seen this play. I don't think I've ever seen this in Standard. It's certainly a powerhouse in Limited.
Oh, we are seeing. Right. There we go. Necropolis Fiend. We've got it there, and we're seeing Stubborn Denial here, countering the Abzan Charm.
7 black for a 4/5 with Delve and flying, with the ability of X, tap, exile X cards from your graveyard. Target creature gets -X until end of turn. That's surprisingly good in a deck filled with Satyr Wayfinders.
Yes, and including the Sata Wayfinders that eventually made their way to the bin through Languish or anything like that. And Necropolis thing, that was actually very interesting. If we back right at the beginning of Khan's Standard, when they first tried to put the Abzan Reanimator deck together, it did really well at the beginning. It had Necropolis Fiend in there purely for this thing. It was a removal spell on a 4/5 flying body that could be delved for, as I see, double black.
Yeah.
And then giving him access to, oh wow.
+1/+1 counter of fight.
Oh wow, it's going to hit the exile. Now that is very impressive. Actually, it should get exiled. Yep. And Anafen's now a 5/5. What we're going to see as a follow-up. I'm going to see a Rakshasa Death Dealer as well.
Now, if Hamza attacks here... Nah, he didn't. Thankfully he didn't attack, otherwise that Satyr Wayfinder was definitely eating an Anafenza. So...
Because obviously it had 4 points of damage on it.
Yes.
Something that people don't always remember. When you do fight, the damage does remain on the creature, so... that Satyr Wayfinder could have been Peter's best friend had Hamza tries to attack, but obviously Hamza recognising that threat, going, no, I'm going to stay back. I have a 5/5, you only have a 4/5. My Anafenza now trumps yours, and Anafenza could cause all sorts of problems if Peter can't deal with it. And to be fair, so could the Death Dealer. If Hamza finds any number of more lands, then it could be very difficult. We've seen an attack with the Satyr Wayfinders. I'm fairly sure Hamza double blocks here. Puts one under each of them. I mean, oh no, sorry, Languish. So only blocks one of them. Takes one, goes to 3. There's no Siege Runner, there's no real reach in this deck. It depends on if he sees the Languish coming. I mean, so he's going to go and block both of them.
I don't think he does. I think that was a block on each of them. So, Peter more than happy to do that. So, we'll see a Languish to follow. There we go.
The Sweeper from Origins already starting to make waves in Standard.
Yeah.
The card is very, very powerful, especially against a lot of these decks that, well, struggle to put anything more than 4 toughness on the board, especially Abzan aggro and Languish. People were always concerned that Languish would mark the end of the Abzan aggro deck.
Yeah. I mean, people assumed it would because it's one of those cards that just does everything, almost. You know, it does the damage that you need it to. It's, you know, it kills the cards that it wants to, and I mean, in the Abzan, against the Abzan aggro deck, it's a in the Abzan aggro deck, it's, you know, it's one of those, against the Abzan aggro deck, sorry, it's one of those cards, it kills a lot of the relevant threats, but they can make their guys just bigger, and, you know, it's not always good enough, and they can just follow it up with something else. So, we are just waiting to see what Peter is deciding to do. So here we see a Jace Vryn's Prodigy. Interesting addition to this deck. It's, you know, it makes the...
Well, it enables you to start fueling...
Yeah, your Delph, and you can also...
Just Languish in the graveyard as well, and Siege Runner doing a good job of blocking. in with
the Rhino. Das Rhino.
And it's quite a good attack actually, because if Peter chooses not to block, Hamza has 5 mana, which, if we look at his deck, could signal Wingmate Rock, and that could be really difficult for... However, if he's able to activate the Jace, flashback the Languish, well, we're back to where we were before, but then the Tasker can't attack, and the Siege Runner's got him 4 points of free damage. Exactly. So obviously, he's taken the damage, and depends see what Hamza follows up with now. So we see a raided Wingmate Rock. This is obviously a very good threat, and this probably forces Peter's hand with what he has to do with his Jace, and I don't think he wants to flashback the Languish. But unfortunately, he might be in a position where he has to.
I think he has to. I think he does. I think he's okay with flashing that back. It's an okay card to flash back at this point. You know, it's not really costing him much, and I mean, you never know. He might actually just have drawn one that turn, or he might still have a chance to draw one. If he does, then you know you've got you get to cast it anyway. Okay, so we're just moving the player's lands up so that we can actually see all of his lands and stuff. Yep, there we go. So
So obviously just sorting the lands out slightly, just making sure Hamza's able to everyone see. We've got some tape lines set up, and it's just trying to make sure everyone understands where the cards sit with the tape and stuff. So Jace obviously flips into the Fringe Prodigy. And you're going to see a flashback of Languish. The Murderous Cut doesn't get there. And Peter at 5, Jace, if Jace down ticks and he tries the Murderous Cut, then unfortunately Jace will be the one biting the dust. And well, it'll be interesting to see.
yeah, and you know, you've got a lot of decisions to make this turn. So we'll see which one he goes for.
See another land enter the battlefield for Peter, and Peter feels like he's struggling a little bit. Hamza won't go away.
No.
He just keeps coming. He's played threat after threat, and this is what the Abzan aggro deck does against decks that are trying to be almost too clever with what they're doing.
Yep.
He's putting Hamza in a position where actually Hamza's starting to pull away, and Hamza's forcing Peter's hand more than Peter's being able to dictate the pace of the game. And with the start that Peter had, the early Tassiger and stuff, it's just going back. In fact, well, it seems like he actually drew a Languish, so he did have a Languish.
This is actually amazing. So this allows him to plus.
Oh no, he's going for the minus. He's going to Murderous Cut the Siege.
Oh, he's going to Murderous Cut.
That's an interesting.
That's an interesting one. See, I think you just minus the Siege Rhino at this point.
-2, -0.
Minus
so you
2.
plus the Jace.
Yeah.
Okay. And obviously, for those who are unsure, the lesser known part of Jace, Telepath Unbound.
He's not just Snapcaster Mage.
He
He also does other things.
+1 loyalty, up to one target creature gets -2, -7 till your next turn, and that's pretty powerful.
That is. Yeah.
I still think personally I might have preferred the flashback of the Languish and holding the other Languish in hand, because Jace is now down ticked and can't do it again. Whereas if you minus and choose to Languish in that position, you put Hamza back again, but at the same time we see another Siege Rhino and a Fleece Mane Lion. Now that's two very good threats right now. Fleece Mane Lion able to Monstrous. Both of them are lethal. Like, Peter's at 1, and how long ago were we in a position where Hamza was completely on the ropes?
Yep.
And I mean, Hamza has played this game very well. He's given himself the most number of outs to bring him to this position. He's now at 10 life.
Yep.
And unfortunately, Peter has stumbled to an extent, but Hamza's not allowed him to recover from those stumbles. And Jace now can't minus to bring back any help.
No.
And both threats are lethal, so we're going to see 4 mana being tapped. Does he have another Languish? Has he drawn his... oh, he's only got 2, so there's no more Languishes.
No. So, might be something like a Sidisi.
Mm-hmm.
Sidisi Brute Tyrant.
Oh, he's going to activate the Tassiger.
Interesting.
So one, I think he's going to get an Acropolis Fiend.
Yeah.
Or a Sidisi. I think he gives him the Sidisi. I think you just say, yep, sure, here's a Sidisi. You can't cast it.
Can't cast anything.
No. Hamza doing the honour of reminding him that Murderous Cut was in fact exiled.
Yep.
As duty done by Jason Telepath Unbound, it says whenever you cast that spell, exile instead. Re-putting it into your graveyard. Go from there. So I think, well, Hamza needs to either count how many cards are in his graveyard. He's going to give him the Necropolis Fiend. He's going on the assumption that you probably don't have anything, and rather you have something that doesn't really do anything.
Yep. And
you have to require a lot of input into it. Whereas Sidisi is only 4 mana. So we're going to see the Jace tick up, presumably targeting the Fleece Mane Lion. Either of them, it doesn't really matter because it's lethal either way if he doesn't have a removal spell.
Yep. Even if he does, it's lethal. Oh no, there's an Urborg in play.
So I think we see Hamza here just turn everything sideways, say, what do you have?
Yep.
I think just basically putting all the onus back on Peter to say, well, what do you have, Peter? Do you have anything that stops me killing you here? Because a lot of players will just say go in this situation and won't mind and just sit there and stuff like that. So we see in 7, well, in for 5.
Yep.
I say, no, Peter has nothing and packs it all in. So 1-0 to Hamza.
1-0 to Hamza.
Certainly a turnaround after the turn 3
Yep.
Merman Rim here. Turn 3 Tassiger
Yep.
on the play.
Yep.
Sideboards then.
Yes.
So looking at Hamza's sideboard, we have a Dromoka's Command, 2 Nyx Fleece Rams, 2 Self-Inflicted Wounds, 2 Ultimate Price, 3 Herald of Torment, a Sorin Solemn Visitor, 2 Tragic Arrogance, and an Elspeth Sun's Champion. So I think for me, the ones that stand out the most are the Ultimate Prices. From what we've seen, there is a lot of mono-coloured creatures in Peter's deck. Apart from the Sidisi, but then he has the Abzan Charms and stuff like that. He has a lot of stuff like that. So something like that. I don't like things like Dromoka's Command as much in this matchup. It feels a little bit on the slow side.
Yep.
And to an extent that puts them in the position where it's sort of like it was obviously good in that match. It was able to fight, but some of the other things about it, Ultimate Price just clean answers it as well. Also, I don't mind bringing in the Elspeth, because it's a very hard threat to answer for this deck, which has no Heroes Downfalls in the main and no Doomwake Giants or anything like that. It's simply relying on value. If you're ever able to land it, you just get to a position where, oh, hang on a minute, you've cast a Tassiger, and okay, I've got 3/1/1s. Block this attack for 2 and make some new ones. So they're the ones I like. I like the 2 Elspeth Sun's Champions and the 2 Self-Inflicted Wound, and probably taking out the Sorin, which is just a bit too slow, and the 3 copies of Dromoka's Command. Everything else I like a lot. Because he's playing a Delve list, he's trying to put a lot of big things into play, so obviously Abzan Charm is at its best at that position. Yep. So on Peter's side of the table, what are we looking at?
So we have 2 Self-Inflicted Wounds, which I believe will be coming in.
Okay.
A Dark Betrayal.
And for those of whom who don't know,
instant speed, destroy target black creature.
Today is not going well with mouse clicking.
No, you are inept at this, aren't you?
I need to probably go back to school and know how to click mouse again. So let's have another go.
Mousey clicky game.
Click. There we go. We got it this time. So it was from Theros. It was a cycle of same colour hate cards.
Yep.
So 1 black, instant destroy target black creature. Now,
that's insane against this deck.
It's pretty good. 1 mana answer to Siege Rhino, Anafenza, and Rakshasa Death Dealer. And Death Dealer's a problem card a lot of the time for a lot of decks, especially if you can't get it off the table. So Dark Betrayal, obviously a fantastic one to bring in for this matchup.
He's got a Whip of Erebos.
Okay, that seems fantastic as well.
2 Den Protector, which might come in.
I like that. I like the whip a lot. So it's interesting. It's an interesting sort of game of leveling at the moment. So Hamza, because Hamza didn't see any copies of Whip of Erebos, he might not know that there wasn't one, unless he's. I'm sure Hamza's paid a lot of attention to the graveyard of Peter and not seen one there. It's whether Hamza hedges and leaves in the Dromoka's commands and doesn't bring in, say, the Elspeths, because he's worried about a Whip of Erebos in the main. Obviously, his opponent's played a deck that looks like it should probably have Whip of Erebos in. Obviously, we have a different situation looking at the deck list. So there is a chance that Hamza leaves in some number of his Dromoka's commands to answer a possible Whip of Erebos. And then, of course, it's the level of, does Peter bring it in? And I think he has to bring it in.
Yes.
Because I think it's his way of going over the top of Hamza. Obviously, he doesn't have the powerful threats like Hornet Queen or Doomwake Giant or anything like that to make the advantage of it. But Whip of Erebos, sometimes just gaining life is relevant, which is a lot of importance as well.
Yeah, and I mean, earlier on, if he'd whipped back at a Sidisi at any point, that would have definitely changed the dynamics of that game completely. You know, he would have probably... It would have definitely been a different game, and, you know, it would have looked like one that would have got closer to a win for Peter. So, just shuffling up for game number 2. We're just trying to sort out the camera.
So obviously shuffling up for game number 2. Peter on the play, and see if he can have as explosive a start as last time. Now, it seems really weird to say that Thoughtseize is good in this matchup, but I think for Hamza, it's actually still good. Because there's a lot of high impact cards that Peter has in his deck. At the same time, I mean, Thoughtseize was made to look pretty terrible in that match. He took a Tassiger and then a Tassiger appeared on turn 3 because of the commune and stuff. But if Peter keeps a hand which is reliant on one thing, Thoughtseize can strip it away, and it feels that Peter's deck may be reliant on that slightly. but at the same time, Thoughtseize again, has always been a very powerful card. It's just how you decide to use it from there.
Exactly, and that's one of the things about this matchup is that, you know, it is one of those cards that Thoughtseize seems like it could be amazing, and yet sometimes it just isn't. Sometimes it just doesn't do enough, and you know that's a really big problem. Is that you can sometimes just end up with the.
What are you looking for?
Can't remember.
That's right. It's been one of those days. We're around.
I've
round
definitely been.
There's only 2 more rounds, Shay. We're almost there.
Yes.
We're almost there.
We're almost
1.5 rounds. Well, one round and some other things. So.
I think the Sato, the Feed the Clan, sorry, the self-inflicted wounds probably isn't coming in from Hamza. It's probably coming in from Peter.
Definitely not. I think self-inflicted wound from Hamza is for a completely different matchup. But for Peter's side of the table, it looks very good when you're answering 1-for-1 with Siege Rhinos and stuff.
Yeah, you know, it gets rid of Siege Rhino, it gets rid of Iron Fencer, it gets rid of Rakshas the Death Dealer, and it gets rid of Fleecemane Lion. There's no cards in Hamza's deck that it doesn't actually kill.
No, it kills them all.
It kills
every single one of them.
Yep,
in which
green
case
or white,
it
gets them all. Unless he brings in Herald of Torment, and that's it.
Okay. So we see Sato Wayfinder on turn 2. It's going to take the Llanowar Waste. Obviously, we see it looks like 2 Murderous Cuts hitting the bin alongside a Temple Mallet. Not quite what he's looking for. But again, the way his deck works, he's not reliant on a whip of variable strategy, so he doesn't mind so much what actually hits the bin, but having those removal spells is actually really important against the Abzan aggro deck. So we'll see 1 mana, and we'll see Thoughtseize again. So obviously Hamza deciding to leave the Thoughtseize in, obviously very powerful, and we see a hand of, okay,
wow.
So he's a hand of 2 self-inflicted wounds, Stubborn Denial, Den Protector, and Gather the Pack. Now, I think from this hand, well, I think
got to be the Den Protector.
You take the Den Protector.
It's got to be.
It's probably the easiest one we've seen all day. Obviously, the 2 self-inflicted wounds, it's probably not nice for Hamza to see, but he can play around them now he knows about them. And the Stubborn Denial, well, you need a creature of that much power. You can do it. Plus, also, no blue mana. It's Temple of Malady, Forest, Llanowar Waste. It's all green-black, so no blue mana yet. And I think Den Protector is probably the card that he wants to take, because outside of Hero's Downfall, the card's very hard to actually kill if it's played as a morph for Hamza, so you can just go, well, I'm going to play this, because you aren't ultimate price it, there's no Bar Blights, Hero's Downfall, there's no Abzan Charm can't work, because it's 2 power, and Jamoke's Command, we're assuming the full number and no longer in the 60 main deck cards. So, Thumbs having a good thing. It's actually an interesting choice. I think that Den Protector is the correct choice, but you don't want to rush these things. You only get yourself on the limelight if you're lucky, if you're unlucky once. If you're lucky, well, we'll hopefully see Hamza back in the top 8.
Yep.
Playing for his place on the on the team for the WMCQ. So in fact, he actually goes for the self-inflicted wound, which is certainly interesting. So obviously he's setting up. He sees another Thoughtseize on top of his library, so he might well be setting up for Thoughtseize into Fleecemane Lion, which would be very good. But we'll have to see what happens. So he's going to keep the Thoughtseize on top.
Now I think if you're Peter here, you just morph this Den Protector.
Yes.
Almost certainly. Because
attack for 1 first. Remember, beat down central.
Of course.
The 1/1 beat
but,
down central. But
you know, you're almost certainly going to be morphing this Den Protector, because if the Hamza's plan is to go, like you said, Thoughtseize into Lion, then you've got your Den Protector to get back your self-inflicted wounds. If your plan is to, if his plan is to do something like.
That's quite a good one. He gets to take 2 with him, so we see Jace and Sidisi.
It might also be Nissa. He does have a copy of Nissa in his deck.
That might be true.
I think it is a Nissa.
It looks like Nissa. It looks like the black mark is on the Nissa that we can see there. So we're going to go with it being the Nissa. I think you can take both. Take the Sidisi, you can take the Nissa.
Yeah, I think they're probably the right ones to take at this point. So we'll see.
He's going to take the Sidisi, and he's going to take the
Nissa
and the Nissa as well. So. If he's found another land, it'd be very helpful at this point. We shall have to wait.
This is his turn 3, so.
Oh yeah, so he's got turn 3. So he's played his land for the turn. So he played the Llanowar Waste, which Hamza knew about. Obviously, always the best thing to do that. So yeah, see what Hamza does this turn. We know he's just drawn a Thoughtseize.
Yeah, I mean, if you have the downfall for the morphed Den Protector, then it's a downfall that's not getting used elsewhere, that you're more than happy to them to use on Den Protector, and it means that, you know, it gives you a, you know, it basically buys you a
You
free
time
turn.
warp.
Yeah,
Time warp
your
Hamza for
opponent
turn.
isn't really doing anything for their turn, and the way this matchup, as we saw last game, the way that Peter lost was because his opponent got to just keep making pressure, and Peter ran out of gas. So, you know, if your opponent is downfalling something like a Den Protector when you've just gotten a Sidisi, I think you're more than happy with that.
Yeah, you don't want them downfalling the Sidisi when they play it.
Exactly.
And sometimes the Den Protector then gets to attack and morph and do some stuff if they don't have it. And we do have to bear in mind, Hamza has a grand total of 2 answers to a morph Den Protector. If he doesn't, because he has no creature, obviously, anything like that. So we see the Anafenza as the follow-up. So this is why maybe I like the Den Protector, because you're able to then get back a Murderous Cut, allow you to kill.
It doesn't even need to get back Murderous Cut. You can get back Self-Inflicted Wound.
It's like self-inflicted wound, and there is a self-inflicted wound in his hand. So I think what Hamza's going on the route is that actually I'm going to force you to do it now. See you, Francois. So he's going to. I think Hamza's saying, well, you've got it in hand. I know you have. Going to use it now. So we'll have to see what happens. And obviously Peter's answers to Anafenza in hand were 1. But again, if Hamza's setting up for a Siege Rhino game, he's quite happy to lose his Anafenza now. Oh, we're going to see Nissa. In fact, he's going to go fetch up a forest. Let's see what happens from there. Obviously, we can't see what Hamza has in hand. We know he has a Thoughtseize.
Yep. And that's all we know.
So we've just got to go on the assumption that the morphing of the Den Protector gives him a lot more long game power. And obviously, if his opponent doesn't play an Anafenza, well, okay, you've got a Den Protector. Your opponent hasn't done anything.
Yeah, exactly. And also, you know, you're being a lot more mana efficient. If you've got your 4th land and you've made a turn 3 morphed Den Protector and it doesn't get killed, which sometimes doesn't happen, then you get to unmorph it, get back. Even if your opponent, for instance, does have the Anafenza and plays it, then you get to get back the self-inflicted wound and kill the Anafenza, and you're much more mana efficient. I think
it's just a very interesting discussion as to why Hamza didn't take the Den Protector at the beginning. Why
Yeah.
would you leave your opponent's best late game card in hand over a self-inflicted wound?
And maybe Hamza doesn't actually have the downfall. He was just trying to bluff it.
Yeah.
And
So you
by
couldn't-
making Peter think that he only has that he has a downfall, then he's just basically, you know. And here's another.
And here's the second Thoughtseize. Wow, that is quite handy. He's accumulated up. But the problem is
2 Jace,
no blue mana.
no blue mana.
It's causing a problem now. I think it's a very easy fit this time. I think if you've chosen self-inflicted wound before, I think you have to probably choose it again.
I mean, I can see actually an argument for taking the
Sidisi?
the Den Protector this time.
Okay.
You're not worried about Sidisi at this point because 1, he's not got any blue, and 2, even if he draws a blue this turn, he can't self-inflicted wounds and cast Sidisi. So you basically have a turn for Sidisi.
So it's interesting. He's going for the self-inflicted wound. One of the interesting things of this is why, like, the Den Protector just gets these back, which is the interesting thought with the whole thing of why you're allowing your opponent to get it back. So, let's see. He's obviously only at 5 lands, so we'll see what happens with the position he's in. So we see the attack with the Nissa, putting Hamza down to 13. Now Hamza's done quite a lot of damage to himself at the moment. There we see blue mana finally been found. So 3 mana. Morphed Den Protector. So we'll have to see if Hamza has the answer. No, he does not on that. But he's got Plains, Sunstep Citadel.
Yep. So he might still have it.
On mana.
He might still have the downfall in hand.
He certainly might do.
But
if he doesn't,
then this is a different story.
and Peter might be able to punish him for not taking the Den Protector at the end of the game. We'll have to wait and see. I'm sure Hamza's hand is either he's probably loaded at this point. He's not actually because he's not done a lot. He's played a couple of Thoughtseizes, played some lands. Doesn't seem to be much more than he needs to do.
Exactly. And, you know, this is what the Abzan and aggro deck is really good at. It's just make a threat, protect the threat, kill you with it. Bit like a control deck, but, you know, it's just a lot more tempo based this time. You know, it's proactive ways of taking the threat, of taking the removal as opposed to reactive. You know, it's all about making multiple threats, so lions, rhinos, etc. There's the massive difference between these 2 decks. So it looks like there's going to be a Siege Rhino. Rhino.
Let's have another go.
There we
Stage
go.
Rhino into the battlefield. Life totals change. Nice, quick swap. I'll be at 16, you're now at 13. I've
Exactly.
decided my life total wants to be more than yours.
Yep.
But again, there's no answer to the Den Protector. The Den Protector now gets to flip. Be
Yep.
interested to see what he chooses. I think something like Murderous Cut's quite at a good position right now. And see, like, at the moment, Hamza is in a position where he's probably quite far ahead.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Hamza is... Actually, I'm going to go with the thing that Hamza is very far ahead right now.
Yep.
He's got 2 threats on board, both of which require an answer, because both of them are not
Huge.
necessarily very good against his deck, but they're damn well powerful.
Yes.
Like, Anafenza is one of the best cards for Hamza right now. It allows him to, whenever anything dies, gets exiled. And right now, nothing can block it,
No.
because it trades both creatures. So here's self-inflicted wound. Den Protector flip without self-inflicted wound. So, yeah, I think Hamza's great. I think you do sacrifice the Siege Rhino right now.
Yep.
Go to 12, take 5. You can pump the brakes with the Anafenza whenever you want. And that's not to say that Hamza's hand doesn't have another, like, multiple copies of Siege Rhino. We know about the Stubborn Denial, which is obviously really important.
So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Hamza's next turn is. If he's got anything, another Rhino, probably
and I
another
think
Rhino.
the problem Peter's now facing is he's trading a turn later than he wants to. The cards he's casting are probably possibly a turn later than he wants. It's a nice play, nice getting the Tastic out now, but it just feels like he was sort of a turn
little too
behind.
late. Yeah.
And maybe this will catch him up, being able to put this many threats on the board. And obviously he's not going to attack, but it feels that maybe he was a turn behind with
Indeed.
not morphing the Den Protector on 3, being able to flip it up. Hamza choosing to leave him with the Den Protector might have probably has made more of a difference with his opinion over why he did something than anything else.
Mm-hmm.
We see the 6th land in for, we see 5 mana being tapped. And we see a bestowed Herald of Torment.
Wow.
You know what? What's better than Anafenza? A flying Anafenza at 7 power. In
Yeah.
for 7, halving Peter's life total. That's a 2-turn clock.
That is.
So obviously Hamza knows more than we do. He decided to bring in the Heralds. Be interesting to see what Hamza took out though. We haven't seen any Fleece Mainlands or any Death Dealers this game.
This is very true.
So has he gone into much more of an Abzan control deck, bringing in the Heralds, bringing in all these other things, bringing in a bit more removal, or has he purely just not seen any of the 2-drops and he's taken out other things instead?
Yeah, I'm unsure why Hamza didn't attack last turn.
So we're going to
This
activate.
would have actually been fatal. A lethal turn.
What if he'd attacked last turn?
If he'd attacked last
Yes.
turn, yeah.
And it's very interesting actually, and I'm not sure what Hamza could have had to stop him doing it. So maybe Hamza. So maybe in turn too late for this attack, but well, Peter might have something in hand. He has many copies of Murderous Cut.
It's not even hard for you to fake it, you just take it yourself.
Interestingly,
3,
if
5, 6, 7, 8.
if Peter had attacked last turn, Hamza would have been at nothing this turn.
Yeah,
'Cause
Hamza would have
last
been
turn
dead.
he would have been at 5, at 9.
Hamza's about to go to 4. So
But-
his trigger down to 4, loses a life for the Herald of Torment.
But what does he have? What does Peter have?
Well, that's the thing. He's got to have something. There is 1 mana. Let's see. Is there an extension of the hand, or is it? No, there is. So nothing in hand then for Peter. Maybe he threw
So-
it away. Maybe he didn't. Maybe he threw it away. We'll never know. Congratulations to Hamza.
Yep,
6-0-1.
there we go. So
Probably can draw into the top
potentially could ID into top 8, but it
Obviously,
would
we'll
be
have to wait and
close.
see.
It would have to be.
8. But
Depends who he's
Peter's
paired
not.
against.
Peter's not dead either.
No.
He was coming into this one. He was still. If X1 and 1 gets into the top 8, he's still live. He's X1-1.
He was third. He had 62% tie breaks.
Yeah. So he's got a good tiebreakers. Hamza's were slightly lower.
Hamza's were Hamza's
60%.
were slightly yep.
And it'll be interesting to see. There might be a lot of people, like if we look down the list, there are 15 points go all the way down to 17th place.
Yep.
So half that, so you're looking at maybe 9th place.
Mm-hmm.
There's a good chance that he'll be able to lose and still get in.
Yep.
Sorry, he'll have to win in. So he's X1-1. He has to play and win his next match.
Exactly.
X1-1 will get you there. X2-1, no, that won't. But
So-
Hamza marches on.
So that was the end of round 7.
Yeah, we'll
We'll bring you back into the booth. we will.
No, congratulations, Hamza. He played that one very well.
Yep.
Especially game one. He gave himself the most number of outs to get out of that game, and obviously made the most of it. Got there. So, welcome back to the commentary booth. My name's John Partridge, again joined by Shay Holland, and that concludes our feature match game for round number 7.
Yep.
1 round to go. Get a little bit more of a break this time, which would be quite nice. I'm quite looking forward to it. The turnaround time today has been a lightning quick pace. I'm going to be honest. I would have liked slightly more time between rounds to actually stop and have a drink of water before we went again. But I would say we've had very high standards of play on camera today. We've unfortunately for some people they might have been affected being under the camera more than others in the last game. Obviously, we have a lot more information than the players do, and at that point we should have been playing a game 3. But congratulations to Hamza. Marches on to X 6-0 and 1. So he should be able to draw into top 8. And even if he has to play, X11 should get him in as well. So congratulations to him.
Yep.
Commiserations obviously with a loss to Peter, but benefit this time. We aren't saying commiserations to your tournament lifeline. He's still in. And if X11 makes it, which we believe it will, at 188 players, I believe, over 8 rounds, X11 should get in.
I think an X2 might make it.
Okay.
Just on the way the
there's a lot of draws.
There's a lot of draws.
Further down the order, there's a lot of draws. Well, there were a lot of draws earlier in the tournament, but no, congratulations to both. And this is the thing. This is one of the fantastic things about the way this tournament's run. Actually, at this position, you're not dead until you are dead.
Exactly.
And both of them are still live. Hamza managed to make it through.
So,
should we take a quick break?
Yes, we will be back.
We'll take a quick break.
Yep.
We will wait for the standings for next round. We will put all the standings up as soon as we have them. But we won't do it straight away. Because you've got... Oh no, we will put it up for the next round, and then after that, we won't put them up straight away, because we'll have an announcement for top 8. And obviously, the important thing is that tomorrow is the event.
Yes.
I've already had a look at the room. It's a bit smaller than we're in today. We get a horrible little cubby hole to go and live in, but that's by the by. We've got Modern tomorrow to commentate. We've got top 8 tomorrow morning to commentate. However, before then, we have one more round of standard action here from the WMCQ. Hopefully, you will join us for that. My name is John Partridge. I'm joined by Shay Holland, signing off for round number 7 of 8, and hopefully, you will join us for round number 8 very shortly. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the 8th and final round of the Swiss round of the WMCQ standard format here from the Millennium Gloucester Hotel, Kensington, London, hosted by our gracious sponsors, Darksphere. Final round.
Final round.
2 competitors enter, only 1 leaves.
Yes.
Not much more you can say about from that.
No.
Should we send it down to the feature match
Yes,
area and
let's.
meet our players? Well,
So-
let's see what we have to do first. Be rude not to. Find the deck list first, and hopefully they're on the same deck as what we think they're meant to be on.
Yes. So Mark Lely is on what is an Abzan pseudo megamorph.
Pseudo megamorph.
Yes,
How
he
did
said
you
it's
get
not
pseudo
quite
megamorph?
Abzan
Okay.
megamorph, but it has a lot more megamorphs. Has a lot more megamorphs than the other Abzan decks.
Okay.
Rory, I am unsure on what he is
Okay.
on.
Well, we will go and find out. While we wait for that, I will go and quickly find out what.
Excellent.
Okay, so I'm making a 4th appearance, we believe, for the 4th time today. Rory
Hanger
Lick
back
is apparently
Abzan.
on Hanger back Abzan.
Excellent.
Now, let's be honest. Hanger back Abzan, it's not had a good run in the feature match area so far.
No.
It's not. Yeah, it's not one of those things. But anyways, send it on down to the feature match area and welcome you to round number 8.
Yes.
Rory, Mark, take it away. It'll be
Indeed.
a very interesting match, this one.
So
See which one's on the better side of it. So Rory is on the top of your screen. Mark is on the bottom of your screen.
yeah. So interesting to note, Mark is not actually 5-2. He is 5-0-2. He has 5 wins and 2 draws. So he is currently on 17 points, with Rory being on 18 points. So what that means is that the winner of this match will be either if Rory wins, he has not only locked himself in top 8, he has also locked himself into Swiss, most likely, depending on how the other matches have gone. Depending on how the other matches go will depend on if he is first or not on the Swiss. Whereas Mark, if he wins, he will be on 20 points. Now, I'm not sure if that will put him on first, because it depends again how the other matches go. There are 9 people on 18 points, so some of them will have to be playing this round. Some of them will be able to ID. So the top 2 tables of Nick Ball and versus Raoul Zimmerman and Hamza, who we saw in the last round, and Matt Gregory, are both going to be able to probably ID. Sam and Andy are playing, and I'm not sure if they'll have to play or not. Their tiebreakers are quite good. Sam is on 65%. Andy is on 61-ish%. And both of them are very good. In fact, but they will have to probably probably play. Maybe. So it'll be interesting to see how it ends basically by the end of this. And we'll be able to see who the top 8 is by the end of this round. So we'll watch this game, and then we will have the top 8, and we will have a little chat, little ceremony about.
I'm so happy right now. Seeing Deathman's Raptor back in the feature match
Oh,
area.
I know.
So nice. So nice to see.
I know.
And this was always one of the things with the Megamorph decks, was that they were very good against the old style Abzan aggro deck. Hang on, can't spell boss.
Can.
Can't.
Definitely can. So
Enter it. Got there. So the main
Death Raptor.
the card of the deck, Death Raptor. I love this card. Mythic rare from Dragons of Tarkir. 1 green, 3/3 with the relevant word Death Touch, and happens to have also a nice ability. It's a Megamorph. So 5 mana Megamorph. So see a follow-up Siege Rhino from Mark, and Rory already down at 13. No, he's down at 14. So we see a Siege Rhino. So dueling Siege Rhinos, and one of the things with the Megamorph deck is that the Death Misraptor is so hard to get rid of for a lot of decks.
Yep. You know, the Death Misraptor is incredibly strong, especially when you have the engine with the Dem Protectors.
Yes, and that's the powerful thing, because Death Misraptor has a fantastic rules. You're going to have to quickly let me double check something, but basically Death Misraptor has this wonderful little bit here. Whenever a permanent you control is turned face up, it says permanent you control is face up. You may return Death Misraptor from your graveyard to the battlefield face up or face down. Now, you can do it from itself, Dem Protector. You can do it from Rattleclaw Mystic when it was in the Devotion deck. So you can do it from a Hidden Dragon Slayer, for example, but it in itself is a very hard card to block. So we're going to see an attack in and a follow-up Wingmate Rock as well. So it's certainly been the dueling powerful cards.
Yes.
Obviously, no one wants to trade with a Death Misraptor, because 3/3 Death Touch is some relevant keywords.
Yeah.
And it's very difficult to block. Even though it gets exiled by an offender, it will kill whatever it attacks
Exactly.
into.
And, I mean, you know, it's one of those ones that it's also more than happy to just block an offender. I mean, sure, you're getting rid of your Death Misraptor for good, but who cares? You've got rid of an offender, and personally, that seems to be a lot better.
Now,
so
when he says it was pseudo, he was actually not lying. It's actually a very interesting deck. When I say it's a Megamorph deck, actually I lied. It does have copies of Hangerback Hangerback Walker. In fact, it has 4 copies of Hangerback Walker. It also has 4 copies of Fleece Mainline, 3 Anafenza, and 3 Wingmate Rocks, a Sorin, a Najani, 3 Jamoka's Command, 3 Abzan Charm, and 2 Hero's Downfall. So it's an Abzan aggro deck with some Megamorph in it.
Abzan Hangerback Abzan, but he's managed to jam in 3 copies of Death Misraptor and 1 copy of
There's only 24 lands as well.
Hidden Dragon Slayer?
Yeah, there's a copy of Hidden Dragon Slayer.
Wow.
There are 3 Death Misraptors, 1 Sorin, 1 Ajani, 3 Anafenza. Wow, this deck is sweet.
This deck is interesting.
And there's
I
4
really like
copies.
this.
And bear in mind, remember, Death Misraptor gets triggered off of Hidden Dragon Slayer.
Yep.
And Death Misraptor.
Yep.
And Dem Protector.
Yep.
Because you can always play Death Misraptor as a morph. And this was one of the things. This was one of the things I remember saying right at the beginning of the stream, that if I was to play a standard event today, I would sleeve up 4 copies of Death Misraptor, 4 copies of Dem Protector, because against a lot of decks, you go, I'll attack you with my Death Misraptor, and you can't block it at all.
Exactly.
So we're going to see a bit of life gain here from the Wingmate Rocks. In for 6. And Wingmate Rock's a very, very good threat. And the fact he had such a curve of Death Misraptor, Siege Rhino, Wingmate Rock.
And
that is a curve.
I mean, if Mark gets another Wingmate Rock off here, I think that will just be... I think
But
they
he has
just
3
confirm it.
copies of them.
I know.
I mean, it's been a while, but Wingmate Rock has looked, for me, Wingmate Rock has looked fantastic today.
Yeah, Languish has just been non-existent, really. I think there's 1 or 2 Languish, maybe 1 Languish in the main, sometimes a second. You know, it's just been absolutely stellar in every single game.
And even when it's died, it's required that instant removal spell. I saw that, and it's been very impressive. And right now, Death Misraptor looks very good as well. So we're going to see, a morph.
A mystery morph.
Well, and actually, in this deck, it's a very
It
mysterious
is a mysterious morph.
It is a very mysterious morph.
It is
Obviously,
very hard to
Anafenza makes
guess.
a slight problem.
Yes.
But, I mean, if that's a Death Misraptor, you don't care that much.
Exactly.
Because it has this wonderful ability to block. There is, basically, in Rory's hand, and this is slightly the problem with the matchup, 1 Abzan Charm, a land, and maybe a Fleece Mainline. And Fleece Mainline on this board looks a little bit outclassed. But Abzan Charm is fantastic in this matchup. And again, because he's playing Abzan Megamorph, he can force the Hangerback Walker to stay at 2 counters, so he's never going to get too many, because Mark can just go, oh, I'll Abzan Charm it when you get your 3rd counter on it, and you don't get anything out of it.
Exactly. And that's one of the things in this matchup that's very interesting is, you know, where do you draw the line between making the 3rd and the 4th, putting the 2nd and the 3rd counter on your Hangerback on your Hangerback Walker? You know, the 2 counters is really good. The 3 counters is really good. Anything higher is amazing. But you do get Abzan Charmed. And then you've wasted all of this time, all of this mana into your Hangerback Walker, and then all of a sudden, nothing. It's gone. No tokens, no Thopters. And, you know, that's a problem for you.
And it's very interesting, actually. Mark's taken a very interesting approach to this Megamorph deck. So he's obviously, there's an Abzan Charm being cast by Rory. It'd be very interesting to see what this is targeting. I've got feelings it's going to target the Wingmate, because you just want to get rid of that card. You don't want it being den protected back, and right now he's got enough blockers to be able to deal with it. But one of the interesting things about Mark's take on the deck is he's got a lot less like bad cards to draw. So normally the Megamorph decks used to run 4 copies of Satyr Wayfinder, and I mean, if I was still sleep up, that's the version I'd run. I'd want to go. If I'm going to do Megamorph, I'm all in on the Megamorph, and you were able to then go up to Elspeth's Sun's Champion as well. And obviously, what Mark's decided to do instead is go, no, I'm going to play an aggro deck, but I'm going to have the Den Protector Death Misraptor package, and it feels so powerful. So we see Ajani, Mentor of Heroes, arrive on the battlefield. Now, this is in the Abzan games. It's a powerhouse.
Yeah, indeed. And you know, this card is from. It's from Born of the Gods.
Was Journey into Nyx?
Was that not Born of the Gods?
I'm fairly sure it was Journey into Nyx, but that's by the by. The card itself is, it's rotating out. Unfortunately, Ajani, Mentor of Heroes, will be with us no longer. And we're actually going to check which set it's from.
No, it was Journey.
Thank you very much. Turns out I might not be good at Magic. Oh, no, I know which set things are from.
Excellent, well done.
Terrible at Magic, but good at knowing where things sets are from. And I mean, obviously, unfortunately, Roy's had to draw past the turn. He's getting a little bit flooded. He's now hit 7 lands, but Ajani can form things. It can find more spells.
Yeah.
It can put counters on things, make things bigger.
Yep.
He could put it in a position where that Death Misraptor's a 9/9.
Exactly.
And literally can't be traded with. But again, so 2 mana being tapped. We're going to see an Unmorph of a Den Protector. And this is the other reason Ajani is really powerful. He can now make this big enough to attack through his opponent's board.
Exactly. And I mean,
so you're going to get the Windswept Teeth back, as you can.
I mean, I don't know if Rory's got any cards in hand, but that goes up to a 6 power.
Yeah, 6
so
power.
That attacks through. He goes to 1.
Yep.
And he's got 3/4 flyer, which has to chump.
Which has to be chumped by the Thopter.
Yeah.
Now, I actually like putting all the eggs in one basket with this attack, because you're not losing anything by doing this. If your opponent has a removal spell, your Den Protectors, whichever gets the Ajani counts on is going to eat it anyway, and you're so far ahead as it is.
Exactly.
You've got possibly the best blocker on the field.
Exactly.
Sat there going, I've got my Jazz hands.
Yes.
Got my Jazz hands.
Wrap the Jazz hands.
Wrap the Jazz hands.
Wrap the
Jazz hands Raptor. It's a Jazz hands Raptor. And Jack Doyle does not appreciate the Jazz hands Raptor.
I want to get a little.
So see another morph.
I want to get one with a little.
Now,
get an altar of it with a little saxophone.
Yes. I've seen one with a top hat and a monocle. That was very interesting to see.
I've seen Swag Tusk as well. That was a good one I saw once.
Yes.
And
unfortunately, it seems like that was a Anafenza drawn by Rory. So
unfortunately,
not much help against the Den Protector. And let me see, scooping it all up. A very good draw then from Mark. A very good place to start. He's going to reveal another Deathsmith Raptor. And that's one of the other really powerful things about Deathsmith Raptor. You can sometimes just morph it.
Yep.
So, sideboards.
Sideboard.
Would you like to start, sir, with the... No, I'm doing Megamorph. It's my thing.
Megamorph.
Megamorph's my thing.
So,
you can do hang
we
back.
have 2 copies of Boon City.
Okay, so one of the interesting things looking at this deck is there are 4 Dromoka's commands in the Hangaback deck, but also a Valorous stance. Haven't seen that today. So.
No.
And
so
there's the Brimaz King of Oreskos as well. So he's going a bit of a different route.
Love
Gotta love Brimaz. Shame he's rotating out, and shame he hasn't seen more play, but far away.
So, 2 Boon City. 2 Thoughtseize, 2 Ultimate Price, 3 Self-Inflicted Wounds, 1 Surge of Righteousness, 2 Arishan Cleric, 1 Ajani, Mentor of Heroes, obviously, 1 Dragon Lord Dromoka, and 1 Elspeth Sun's Champion.
Okay. So what do you like? We might be wrong. We have been wrong a lot of times today, but what do you like?
Self-Inflicted Wounds, firstly. It kills almost everything in Mark's deck.
I like it a lot more against Mark's version of Megamorph, because there's no random Satyr Wayfinders lying around in the deck.
The Ajani, as we said, it was a very good late game card.
Yep.
Less heroes downfalls means that it's going to survive a little longer. And possibly maybe the Elspeth?
I like Elspeth. It gums up the ground well. Obviously, the Den Protector is a slight problem for that. And I don't mind Dragon Lord Dromoka either.
Yeah.
Being able to block Wind Mayrot and basically say, you must have a removal spell, but you have to cast it in your turn.
Yeah.
It seems really powerful to me.
Yeah, cards I dislike. Warden of the First Tree just seems incredibly outcast and incredibly quickly. The Brimaz again.
Yeah. Death Misraptor blocks Brimaz
Yeah.
very well.
Yeah,
Again, it does, but you've got Den Protector.
exactly. I could probably see something like the Barrage Stance coming out. I mean, it's good, but I'm not sure if it's good enough, and that's the problem. But I don't know.
I'm not so much of a fan of the Dromoka's commands, or all 4 of them anyway. I
No.
think you can cut a couple.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's just a little too.
If you just put... So we've managed to confuse a lot of people with, with the automatic door.
Because of the door, because of the beeping, because it stays open and cars go past all the time, it's quite hard for people to hear us if we have the door open. So we've turned it into. We've got it so that the door is closed for most of the time, and it's meant that we have the. We do have people walking up to the door trying to open it, thinking it's a pull door, but.
And I think one of the interesting things with these decks is that they can morph. They can both change into reasonable control, more Abzan control. Like if we look at the sideboard of the Megamorph deck, we've got 3 Thoughtseize, 1 Foul Tongue Invocation, an Ultimate Price, 2 Tragic Arrogance, 2 Elspeth Sun's Champions, a Liliana Vess, a Sorin Solemn Visitor, a Self-Inflicted Wound, an Utter End, a Drownosaur, and a Barbed And the cards for me I like Elspeth Sun's Champion, because the card is very difficult for the Abzan aggro deck to beat, because it's all ground pounders. And it's actually quite difficult for them to punch through all the tokens you're making unless they have a Den Protector. I also don't mind bringing in the Drowning Sorrow and the Utter End. Again, Utter End is another, just a good, it's a clean answer to Planeswalkers and to problem permanents. And we saw there, the games go long as it is. And I mean, the cards that stand out for me that I'm not a fan of, I'm not a fan of Sorin from the Megamorph side of the table. I think the stuff you're doing is much more powerful than that. I'd be tempted to take out one of the Anafenzas and 2 of the Dromoka's commands to make room for those cards. Maybe all the Dromoka's commands and leave the Anafenza in, because I don't think Dromoka's command is particularly effective. Yes, it combos very well with Death Misraptor, because you can trade with anything you want, but I'd rather have clean removal for the problem threats, and also have a much better answer to that. Self-inflicted wounds a possibility as well. It answers everything in their deck, but we shall wait and see. So we're just looking at opening hands, and we can see from Rory's hand he has a Dromoka's command, a Wingmate Rock, a Sorin Solemn Visitor, and a Gianni Mentor of Heroes, a Ultimate Price, and 2 lands. Unfortunately, that smells like a mulligan to me.
Almost certainly. Doesn't really seem to do anything.
And I think it's a mulligan more on the fact because it doesn't do anything. And sometimes that's fine. If you're, say, Abzan Control and you're built with Coursers of Crufix, you're built with Nissa, you're built to go to Elspeth. But because the Abzan aggro deck, Hangerback Abzan, goes a lot faster than that, goes a lot earlier, I think that you're more tempted to say, actually, no, I'm going to play a more aggressive game still, because I think playing the aggressive game is actually good. Anafenza is good in the matchup. Gets rid of Death Misraptor, gets rid of the stuff Den Protector can get back. If he was on the State Away Finder plan, deals with that as well. But obviously, Rory's going on the decision. He doesn't like the hand, doesn't quite do anything. You'll have a quick look himself. But one of the things that's interested me a lot, and I don't know whether it's the same for you. When I was talking to some of the guys when we were discussing standard decks for this event, it was very interesting that we had a chat about a certain sideboard card, which hasn't seen a lot of play for a while, but obviously with the rise of Esper Dragons, a lot of the Abzan decks running around. One of the cards that has stood out as not being included a lot of, Mastery of the Unseen. I mean, what do you think of it? Now, for me, I think it's a fantastic card to put into the sideboard of Abzan decks, or if you're playing white, because I think it's very good against Abzan and stuff like that. And personally, if I was going to today, I'd have at least 2 copies in the 75. I mean, what are your thoughts on it? And do you think there's any reason it's not particularly seeing any play right now?
I'm not sure. I think the card is really good. I think it should be seeing a lot more play. I think it's a little too slow for most of the decks that are going on at the moment. It doesn't really help you against the Esper deck. It's a bit too slow because they just make a Ojutai and kill you with it. And I think it's just against the Abzan mirror. It's just too slow. Making a 2/2 is not that great.
Okay.
I'm liking it in post-rotation. I could see it being quite strong. But at the moment, I don't think it's good enough, unfortunately.
I mean, at the moment, for the gentleman who's just asked on the Twitch chat what was probably making top 8, well, we can already assume there's an old school Abzan aggro list. There's at least a Bank Constellation. There's at least a J-Sky deck, and one of these two decks is going to be in the top 8.
Exactly.
So you're going to be adding either Hangerback Walker or Hangerback Megamorph. I think we might have to change this to take the Abzan out completely. We'll call it Hangerback Megamorph, and you can put out whatever colours you want in it. But the Naked Den Protector shows you the position that Rory's in right now. We know that he didn't have another land in hand. He's got another draw step to find one. He does have an Anafenza. If he finds a land that he's able to play, he'll be able to get there. Unfortunately, it seems that he didn't find one. So in for 2 again. Mark down to
Only
18.
Yeah.
But there is an Anafenza there, and there's a Wingmate Rock, and if he finds his lands, he's in there. Now, to be fair, this hand looks an awful lot better than the 7 did. But at the same time, we've now got a Death Disruptor. We're going to see it's paying the ultimate price. You've got to do what you've got to do.
Done. Yeah.
You've got to do what you've got to do. And if this is an Anafenza follow-up, this looks really good. So it's just another Den Protector. So not the land he wants. So we'll see him serving for 2. And unfortunately, Rory in a position where he's just not quite able to get there.
Yeah.
The deck runs a lot of lands. In fact, I would imagine that the Abzan, the Abzan aggro deck actually runs more lands than the Megamorph deck does. Yeah, 26 lands. And there's only 24 lands. There's 26 lands in the Hangerback Abzan deck. That's a lot for an aggro deck. But we've actually it's actually very, very interesting. We've actually seen a lot of the old school Abzan aggro decks going to 25 lands because they need to have all 3 colours, and the deck doesn't always hit them.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a. It's not going to be much of a game if Rory doesn't get off his second land soon. But you know, he is applying pressure. He is attacking. And here's a face down. Here's a mysterious morph.
And we've drawn a Siege Rhino. I mean, this could be anything. At this point, Mark's going to go, well, you're missing land drops, so I'm going to play something out. Okay, I'll take 2, go down to 14 if this is... And unfortunately, Rory just doesn't seem to be able to find another land. Well, and unfortunately, that Den Protector has to come in face up, not face down. And
Rory is taking quite a bit of pain off his mana confluence.
He's down
as
to
well.
16 as well.
You know,
it's actually interesting that he's choosing to run. He's a one-off mana confluence in the Hangerback Abzan deck. It's interesting because the mana base is meant to be a lot better, but I can see the need to, because of you're trying to achieve so many different colours so early on in the game.
Yeah, that's the problem is with the Abzan deck and why the sort of the control versions are usually a better positioned. They are just that much more, just that much faster. So, interesting thing of, can I get back my Death Mist Raptor? Do I have to get back my Death Mist Raptor with my Den Protector, or can my Den Protector, can my Death Mist Raptor come into play?
Well, let's have a look, shall we? We've got Den Protector here. Let's have a look. And well, it seems that the Death Mist Raptor is able to come in, but Den Protector itself says return type. You would have to if you stack the triggers the correct way. It says you must. But if you were able to stack the triggers correctly, then you'd be able to bring the Death Mist Raptor first. Obviously, but the Den Protector on first, then the Death Mist Raptor comes into play. Den Protector no longer has anything to target. Just quick nod of approval from the judge sat next to us that it is correct and that we are not completely bad at Magic as we thought we might be. And now we're going to do the Macarena as well. So Hero's Downfall deals with the. Now that's very interesting. It's very interesting that he went to unmegamorph the Den Protector that early rather than Hero's Downfalling and then getting the value of getting it back.
I think he just wanted to apply the pressure.
Okay.
You know,
his opponent is at 6.
Yeah, exactly.
And missing land drops. Oh dear.
And there's a.
That's a wing. Yeah, that is Wingmate Rock showing itself to. Unfortunately, Rory's kind of in a position where he can't really do anything about it. He's just going to concede, unfortunately, right there on the spot. And an unfortunate game that neither the 7 nor the 6 really ever came together for
Rory there.
Rory at all. And unfortunately, that will be the end of his trail to top 8 glory.
Yes.
But Mark marches on, and I imagine into the top 8 as well. A very quick final round. She's probably good for us because we get to go and have some food before the announcement. And then we will be back. Well, let's bring it back to the booth first anyway. It'd be rude not to. We'd like to see our lovely smiling faces for the penultimate time. The next time you see us, we'll be closing out the day. And we see Soren obviously came in from the sideboard. So he decided that he did want the Sorin actually, which is interesting. So bring it back to the booth. I say my name's Jonathan Partridge, joined by Shay Holland, and that was the final match of our Swiss.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit of an anticlimax in terms of the game. We were hoping maybe for a slightly longer game, something a bit more in depth. But
after the game 1, it felt like the next game 2 would be really interesting.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he was stuck on Lance.
Yeah, unfortunately he didn't quite get there. And it's always a shame when someone's not quite able to get there. And, well, sometimes it happens. It's why we play Magic. And they were both in a position where they've obviously played some fantastic Magic to get here. And it's just a shame that, unfortunately, at the last, Rory's deck decided that it didn't want to play the same game. Or it
stumbled at the last hurdle, and unfortunately it allowed Mark to just close out the game and get there.
And the thing with Megamorph is it does kind of punish that. It puts so much power into play at different points in the game. But
and it looked like a hand that, if it had gone the way that Rory wanted it to,
it would have been
I think it probably would have been a win for him.
Yeah.
Mark's hand was a little slow. Mark's hand didn't really... It was good against what happened. It probably wouldn't have been as good against a fully functioning...
Yeah, no, I agree. Any sort of turn 2 Fleece main line, turn 3 Anafenza, which is, turn 3 Anafenza. If he finds the Anafenza on 3, that makes a big difference to the game, because Marks didn't really have anything to do. But sometimes how it goes. But congratulations to Mark. We believe that he will be marching into the top 8 at X, O and 2, and commiserations to Rory. Unfortunately, his journey with us has ended.
Yes.
He might be back playing Modern with us tomorrow, and hopefully we'll be seeing us there while we commentate as well. We're going to take a break. It was a very quick turnaround, so I'm probably going to go and grab some water. We will be back one more time.
Yep.
For the announcement of the top 8, or we'll have the announcement, and what we'll then do is we're going to get all the deck lists for the top 8. We're going to put them together. Once they've been announced, we will then bring you who's the top 8, what the decks are, and most importantly, who's going to be playing who.
Yes.
In the final fight for the 3rd and final slot on the World Magic Cup team, joining Tom Law, Kyan Patel, and of course Fabrizio Anteri as the captain again. So we're not sure how much time's left on the round. There should be a fair amount still. We will get back to you as soon as they've made the top 8 announcement. We will then get the deck lists. We will start to go through what people are playing, and we'll have a quick look at the breakdown of what people are likely to be playing tomorrow. First thing tomorrow morning when the top 8 happens, because the top 8's not today. That is the last game of Magic for the feature match. We'll be bringing you feature match area. We actually have to have a small discussion as well about how we're going to present the top 8. Do we show 2 quarterfinals, the semi-final and the final, or is it just 1 quarterfinal, 1 semi-final, 1 final?
Yep.
But that is something to be decided with
You'll know tomorrow.
With the man who knows a lot more than we do.
Yeah. We may also have a special guest in the booth later.
No, we might do. Yeah, Fabrizio may join us.
Yes.
It'll be very interesting. It's a very good surprise. Thank you, Jack.
It was meant to be a surprise.
Was it meant to be a surprise?
It was meant to be a surprise. I wasn't going to ruin that it was Fabrizio. Thanks, Tom. Thanks, John.
No, they never
well
told
done.
me.
Well
They never
done.
told me this one. I was not involved in this conversation.
I thought by me going, we might have a special guest.
I thought that was an incentive to tell them, but everyone knows who it was going to be anyway.
Well, they might.
I was going to get Father Christmas.
You never know. We might have got Alexi in here.
I was going to get Jack Doyle and Father Christmas in.
Yeah.
That
Aren't
would
they
have
the
been
same person?
job. It's maybe a bit harsh, Jack. We'll go with that. But anyways, that concludes the end of round 8 of coverage here from the WMCQ for Dark Sphere at the Millennium Gloucester Hotel in London. My name's John Partridge, Shay Holland signing off for the moment, and hopefully you will join us for the top 8 announcement, and of course we'll have a quick run through what's happening. Hopefully you will join us then. Thanks very much for watching. Okay, so welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're now going to do a quick interview of each of the top 8 members. My name's John Partridge. I'm joined by Pete Ward. He's one of the top 8 players who I believe finished in
second place.
Second place. So you're going to have the play/draw choice for tomorrow. Obviously, being on the deck you're on, I'm going to be imagine on play. So just want to tell us a bit about you, how old you are, what your name is, and where you're from.
So I'm 18 from Bath.
Okay. And what do you normally do as your occupation, as we put it?
Well, I'm on a gap year, so I don't really do a whole lot at the moment.
Okay, that's pretty nice. We've all had a chance to do gap years at one point. So you came to here today. What previous experience have you had? What would you say would be your standout previous record before this in terms of accomplishments, whether it's magic or otherwise?
I came second at the last WMCQ.
Okay. Oh, you're on Nia Burn?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you get another chance this time, don't you?
Yeah. I'm not playing Burn this time, but...
So, in which, what are you playing then?
I'm playing Red Green Dragons.
Okay. So, what drew you towards Red Green Dragons over, say, Devotion or over Black Red Dragons, which has started to see a bit more play recently?
I guess it has a pretty good matchup against Abzan and Esper, which I expected to be here.
Okay. And is that because of the card you're playing, and because you just go over the top of them with the fact you're playing a lot of flyers?
Yeah, just all the cards in the deck, really.
So, obviously, you're playing Red Green Dragons. Were you happy with the choice? Would you make any changes from the deck list today, or did you feel that the 75 was more or less where you wanted to be?
No, I thought the deck was really good because I've played similar things before, just playing my creatures on curve.
Okay. So you sort of you like playing aggressive decks, something that's proactive, getting on top of your opponent but beating them before they can stabilise, really.
Sure.
Okay. And what was the most important card in your deck that you felt from the weekend?
I wrote here that it was Elvish Mystic.
Okay, so Elvish Mystic. So, argument one of the most powerful creatures in Standard alongside Dragon Lord Ataka, as we were having a bit of an argument in the booth over which we thought was better, but you've gone for Elvish Mystic. And what was the most surprising thing you saw today?
Nothing too surprising, I guess. Playing against a red-white deck was pretty surprising.
Okay.
Didn't expect to see that.
Sure, I can appreciate that's something that's a bit different. Obviously, red-white, more of something that was in Fate Reforged, Goblin Rabble Master, Sombra Dragon Outpost Siege. Okay, so something a bit different. And you feeling confident for tomorrow morning? Top 8? Do you think you can get it? Do you think you can make the full distance again?
Yeah, I mean, I think I have pretty good experience playing at competitive level, so...
And you've already had the experience of being in the finals that time. Sure. So, okay, well, thanks very much. It's a pleasure to meet you. Man. Good luck tomorrow, and hopefully it will work well for you. So, again, Pete Ward, John Partridge, signing off from this one. So, another player, another top 8 competitor here for the WMCQ service. So, how about you introduce yourself? Obviously, we've got your name, but a little bit about you.
You spelled my name wrong.
Oh, did I spell it wrong? Oh, sorry about that. Someone's going to have to. How do you spell your name then?
You've got an extra N in the middle.
Oh, so it's Staten.
It's Staten, but Staten is pretty common.
Okay, so I'm just going to have to go out, come back in, and hopefully it's fixed. Yes, as if by magic, your name is fixed. So, tell us a little about yourself, where you're from, what you do.
I'm 25. I'm from Hemel Hempstead, and I'm a software engineer.
Oh, very nice. So
yeah.
not too far to travel in from Hemel then?
No, it was okay. Got on the train.
For you. That's fine. So, coming into this event, obviously, congratulations on making top 8. Have you got any sort of previous Magic accomplishments that you've really had before that you can sort of speak out as like this is how I've done before and show my experience with the top 8?
In the sort of year and a bit of PTQs that I played before they got rid of them, I managed to.
That's fine. I just wanted to check it was switched on. We had one earlier where it wasn't switched on.
I managed to top 8-5, and I lost 2 finals, which was about as good as my career's gone.
Okay. So
but then they got rid of them.
Yeah, and it changed to the PBTQ system.
Yeah.
So coming into this weekend, obviously a few changes with the Static Games and the GP with what decks turned up. What did you choose to play this weekend? I choose to play Jeskai midrange. So the slightly bigger version.
Yeah, Mantis Rider with a couple of Dragon Lord Ujatais.
So something a bit different, something that not to affect. Obviously, as we were discussing earlier, we did the deck tech. Sometimes again, it's smaller with Harbinger and a bit more tempo, and obviously bigger. So Were you happy with the deck, or would there be any changes that you made, or do you think you'd happily sleeve this all up again?
Yeah, I've been pretty happy with the deck. I think I brought in all of the sideboard cards across different matches, and I sort of just picked up a list from Star City Games last night, and I've not played the deck before at all. I just really wanted to play with Jace and Ujutai's Command.
It's not a bad trade-off.
Yeah, like
It's a good place to be. So obviously you're very happy with that. So what did you feel was the most important card in your deck for the weekend? If someone from home decided to pick up the deck, what was the most important card?
Jace. Just a 2-drop that can.
Can't deny the power level of Jace.
Yeah.
It's nice to have a Jace that's good in standard.
Yeah. Loots into. It's not been that long. We had Architect of Thought. It was pretty good.
Living Guild pack for a bit as well. So it's been a bit of a gap.
I've never seen that card in play.
If I'm honest, I've never seen it either. It was Jace Architect and this Jace, and the one in the middle never existed.
Yep.
So obviously that was the most powerful card. And so you played. I'm assuming you played all 8 rounds.
Yes.
You didn't have to ID.
Nope.
So you had to fight your way through. So what was the most surprising card you played against in all of those 8 rounds? There must have been something that stood out, something you didn't expect to play against.
The back-to-back Jeskai Ascendancy decks is probably about it.
Oh, so
The 75 card mirror.
Oh,
Or
wow.
not mirror, but
So we saw you against Zhao on camera.
Yep.
And then the following round you played against someone else.
yeah, the games went similarly.
Okay. So you crushed them when they drew into Oblivion.
I did, and then I've been told it's a pretty bad matchup for me, so I don't know what's going on.
Not so sure from the standard on camera, it didn't look quite so bad.
Yeah.
You're trying to say it's a bad matchup. No, Jack sat to the right of us saying it's not close, and well, unfortunately for Zhao, his draws made that it wasn't close.
Yeah, I was trying to work out if I took 20 damage in all 4 games I played against that
Okay.
Ascendancy
Well, that's a
deck,
good
and I
place
don't
to
think I did.
Okay, so a good place to be. Mantis Rider, apparently a very good attacker and very good blocker as well.
Yeah.
So, well, congratulations on making top 8. Are you feeling confident for tomorrow? Do you think you can make the full distance?
Okay. I've got to play Esper Dragons in the first round, which
you're
I'm.
playing Esper Dragons. But you got to be on the play.
I don't know about.
Top seed.
I'll do some research.
Well, anyways, good luck for tomorrow. Thanks for
Thank you
joining
very
us,
much.
And I hope it goes well for you. So, John Podrick, Sam Stanton. Welcome back for our third competitor into the top 8. Raul, I'm going to try and pronounce your name and not get it wrong. Raul Zimmerman, is that about right?
That's how English people say it.
That's fine. How would you pronounce it then?
Raul Zimmerman.
Zimmerman, okay. Okay, so near enough that
yeah,
I
it's
feel
fine. I've
quite
gotten used
comfortable
to it
that
by now.
I didn't do it too badly. So
No, it's great.
congratulations on making top 8. Obviously, it's a very quick interview just to get an idea for who you are and obviously from there. And would you like to tell us a quick bit about yourself, who you are, where you're from, and what your occupation
Yeah,
is?
well, I'm Raul. I live in Cambridge. I come from Germany originally, and I moved to England a couple of years ago, and have been doing okay at Magic since. And
Okay.
I managed to win 3 PTQs over since moving to England.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So England has been a successful
England's
stomping ground for you
been
then?
good, yes. I mean, I had to travel back and forth a bunch, but now I'm settled here, so
Okay.
I'm hoping to represent England as well.
Well, that'll be good. So you're now registered here then?
Yes, of course. Yeah, like otherwise I couldn't.
Well,
play.
yeah, you've got to ask silly questions at some time. So, obviously, obviously you've come in as the 4th seed
Yeah.
into the top 8. So obviously you get the choice of in on the play or the draw.
Yes.
So, what previous Magic Cups? Obviously, you've had 3 PTQ wins. So, what did you choose to turn up with today?
I played Esper Dragons, which came about just yesterday evening, to be quite honest. I was going to play Jeskai, but I played against the Esper Dragons deck, and just because I felt it might be very good. And Silumgar the Drifting Death is really good right now because it beats Hangerback Walker. Like, you can just kill it and then attack, and then Hangerback's not a problem. It's impossible for anyone to kill, and it's really good against Elspeth. So
It certainly paid off for you.
yeah, in a metagame where people are playing Abzan or trying to win with Elspeth, that card's really good, and it's been great for me today. So yeah.
Obviously you seem like you're very happy with the deck. So would you make any changes, or would you just happily sleeve up the same 75, or again?
I think main deck is fine. It's like the question I had, which I couldn't really answer given that I didn't have much time to work on the deck, was what to do with the Jaces. I felt like so the Star City guy, yeah, my main or side. So the Star City guy had 3 main deck, but they were much better after boarding when people have board out all their removal, because otherwise like Jace will just die pre-board. So I ended up playing 2 main deck basically because I wanted some more space in the sideboard to put actual sideboard cards, whereas Jace is just a good card which randomly is in your sideboard. Okay. So that's So I think the sideboard in general would need more work.
Just a little bit of testing and stuff. And so obviously from that, what did you feel were the key cards of your deck?
Well, Silumgar the Drifting Death, as I said, was very important.
He was very good on camera when we saw him.
Yeah, he's like, as I said, it's just very good right now. Dig Through Time is the core of the deck, and then from my sideboard, actually, my friend Andy, who unfortunately just lost his win in.
Oh dear.
He I asked him today whether I should be playing 1 or 2 Dragon Lord's Prerogative. He said 2. I played 2, and it was actually really good from the sideboard, given that I played a lot of controlling matchups where.
Okay.
Yeah,
having uncounterable draw 4s is.
Yeah, it was like against Jeskai it's great because it's uncounterable. Against Abzan it's just fine because you just draw more cards when they Thoughtseize and Duress you. So.
And then obviously the last thing, what was the most surprising thing you saw? Surprising card played against you today?
Yeah, like not really anything much. The only thing like around 2 or 3 I can't remember, but someone played Valorous Stance in Abzan Megamorph, which I hadn't seen before. So like, I mean it.
That's pretty.
It was it was like kind of unusual, but nothing really super.
So obviously, thank you very much for sitting down with 3 minutes. Obviously, you've now got to go and have your photo taken, which will probably get attached to this. So thank you very much.
Excellent.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good luck for tomorrow, and hopefully you are able to make the whole way. So, John Baldry, Raoul Zimmerman, thank you very much for sitting down with us for a few minutes, and good luck for tomorrow. So just while we're waiting, our players have just been whisked away for a very quick photo, and then we'll be back with the remaining 5 competitors for tomorrow. I'm just going to flick it on, so obviously it's my name. So one of the interesting things, there's a lot of different decks coming into this top 8. I will actually be joined. I'm going to put his name up here because it saves me having some written commentary. As I'm going to be joined by Nick Ball, who brought a very in deck to the event. He brought Bant Constellation, and we saw it on camera. It was very impressive. He managed to dig his way out of a very difficult situation against the Red-Green Devotion deck. So, the Green-Red Devotion. So, it'd be very interesting to have a quick sit down, find out what he brought into the deck, obviously get the same questions answered. We're just trying to create a small profile of everyone, and hopefully he'll join us there for a moment. And we'll have a quick interview with him soon. So, they're just going to have a quick photo, and we'll be back with you in a couple of moments. So let's turn this on quickly, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for yet another competitor. The last of my interview. Shay is going to actually take you through the other 4. I am joined by number 3 seed. Congratulations, sir, on making top 8.
Thank you very much.
This obviously gentleman here, he's basically ran the tournament for all intents and purposes, cruised his way to 6-0, double ID into 3rd place.
6-0 with 100% game win percentage.
Didn't lose a game apparently as well, so you're on a bit of a confidence high at the moment with the deck. So tell us a bit about yourself, who you are, where you're from, and what you do normally outside of crushing peoples at Magic.
I'm Nick, I'm 31, I'm from Lincoln. Well, I'm from Newark, but I play in Lincoln.
Okay.
I'm a customer service worker basically.
A very good Magic player in the spare time as well.
Yeah, I'll try.
Any previous Magic accomplishments, or is it just today has been your day and you've been able to just crush everyone?
I've had nothing. Nothing.
Fair enough.
Nothing before this.
Well, apart from beating me a lot, I've just gave up Magic when I kept losing to you. It's just easier to move on and commentate instead. So, obviously, we had you on camera earlier. Tell us a little bit about your deck and then what brought you to it, because yours has been a bit of an interesting one. It was a bit of a rogue one that we didn't expect to see.
Yeah, I'm playing Bank Constellation.
Okay.
Basically green-white Constellation, but I'm playing 2 negates main, 2 more side, and 2 Sphinx tutelage side.
No, I didn't see that when I went for the deck list, and then Shay almost jumped off the table and was he was really happy. Yes, he was very happy to see Sphinx's tutelage in your deck. He was over the moon to see it. So obviously it's performed well for you today.
It has.
How many games? How many games did you lose?
None.
Okay, so in quite a good position for tomorrow then. So,
yeah.
Would you change anything? Because your deck seems to have performed quite well. Would you change anything from the 75 you sleeved up, or would you sleeve it up again?
I would take the 1 Irish and Cleric out of the sideboard.
Oh, okay.
It's just not needed.
Okay. Is there anything you put
amazing
in
instead? It's aggro anyway.
Yeah, that's true. You do seem to bury your aggro opponents under I don't know, life gain.
Yeah, pretty much. No, I can't think of anything off the top of my head that would go in.
And obviously, as you say, it was a little bit of a spicy one. So, what would you say was the most important card in your deck?
Negate.
Negate. Okay, so there were 4 copies over the 75.
Because, you know, green-white Constellation, probably the same with Abs and Constellation deck, is stuff like Tragic Arrogance, Back to Nature, Ugin, Perilous Fault.
Yeah.
Can just wreck it one side.
Yeah, it does. It does sound like that could be painful for you.
So negate.
Yes.
It's quite a good answer for 4.
Yeah, it's a good place to be.
Yeah, and that's why I'm playing the blue.
Okay, so and that was the sole reason you just decided, actually, I don't want to lose to these cards anymore.
Yep.
I'm going to give up losing, just take these negates. And to be fair, the mana base looked like it worked quite well. Some temples, and obviously the other Mycos.
I'm just playing 2 Temple of Enlightenment, 2 Temple of Mystery, and 4 Yav Mycos. That's my blue sources.
So it's not
but
too
I
much
don't
of a
need the
stretch.
blue early on in the game, so...
No, of course. Negate mainly for these bigger 4 mana, 5 mana threats as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
and also, I'm not playing Starfield next at all.
Oh, you're not? Okay,
No,
so you've taken that out completely.
I don't like the card. I think it's far too risky to play.
Because then they just
Eternal
wrap your
Yike,
balls.
Silk Wraps into 2 seasons.
I'll blight your silk.
That can go disastrous.
Yeah, I've seen it go wrong for a lot of players. So, what was... Now, you had a very interesting match on camera. What was the most surprising card you played today?
Well, that I played against, Ranger's Guile.
Okay.
Which was in the...
Which was in the Devotion deck that we played. Yeah, that was certainly interesting.
Not expected. Because I played plenty of Devotion on the time and I've never even considered the card.
No, we did not. We saw it and we were like, this is a surprise.
Yeah, I was quite shocked to lose my...
Okay.
I think it was
So what was the most surprising card you saw of today? Not what you played against today.
Today?
Probably the same thing, I imagine.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the 6 matches I played, I don't think I got particularly close to losing at all. Okay. On stream, it was probably the closest.
Yeah, that one looked like you had to dig your way out of quite a hard situation.
Yeah.
So,
but I mean, it was. I mean, I don't know if you can see on stream my hand, but
no, but
I
it was
had one
full.
Elspeth in my opening hand. My first draw was another Elspeth. So
okay, so you were well stocked up for the late game.
Yes.
But no, so I'm guessing you're feeling quite confident for tomorrow. Quietly confident for tomorrow. Do you know what your first round opponent's playing?
Abzan Megamorph, I believe.
Okay.
I didn't play any Abzan until today.
And how's your Abzan matchup normally?
Don't know.
Well, we'll find out tomorrow.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Good, apparently.
Well, Mr. David English stood in front of the camera telling Nick that it's a good matchup and hopefully he should do well.
I'm on the play, that helps.
Well, yeah, exactly. Being the play draw seems to help a lot with your deck, being able to get ahead.
Yes,
so,
absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank
good
you very
luck.
much.
Congratulations on top 18. Good luck for tomorrow. Nick Ball, John Partridge signing off. Shay will be soon joining you in here to do the rest of the interviews.
Hi, I am Shay Holland. I am joined here with Mark Laley, who finished in 6th seed, I believe.
I think it was 6.
I think so, 6. Excellent. So, what did you play today?
What deck?
Yes.
Abzan Megamorph.
Abzan Megamorph. Excellent. And how did you find it?
Fine, like it's an Abzan deck. It has no real terrible matchups, but not many outstanding matchups either.
Yep.
It's just a solid deck.
Yep.
And
And
you just try and play by that way.
yeah, you're quite local to London, aren't you? Relatively
Well,
speaking.
relatively, like an hour and a half away.
Sure. You're Basingstoke?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. And what do you normally do for a living?
Retail consult.
Retail consult. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. Busy.
Sure. Sure.
Especially Christmas time.
Sure. So, what did you play against today?
6 variants of Abzan.
Right.
1. Trying to pick the colour shards. A blue, black, green control.
Blue, black, green. Sultai.
So that's the one.
Yep.
And a heroic deck.
Correct. Right. And what was the most interesting card that you saw?
Well, I was really lots of Abzan decks, and the cards now are pretty linear.
Yeah.
But what was in scenario was I had a draw in round 1.
Right.
And in round 2, I was in the draw bracket, so I thought probably playing more Abzan decks or like an Esper Dragons type deck.
Yep.
So I saw my starting 7 and it was clunky. It's like the
Right.
first play was like turn 4-ish.
Right.
But if we're playing Abzan or Dragons, that's fine.
Yeah.
So I kept it, and anyway, Plains favour top lane.
Right.
And I was like, oh, yes.
That's probably not what you want to be seeing as Abzan in the draw bracket.
It's not what I was expecting to see in the draw bracket. I lost that game, won the match.
That's
Yeah,
good.
I stood there and thought, right, I need to draw some very cheap spells very quickly.
So, why did you play Abzan today?
Like I said, it's got no terrible matchups.
Sure.
And I think that the best thing about Abzan is it's got so many card options
Yep.
that you can tailor it to whatever metagame you're expecting.
Yep.
Like I thought today I'd be a lot of Abzan. Didn't think I'd play 6 of them, but I thought
Right.
I'd play a lot of Abzan and
Sure.
a lot of like control. I think
Sure.
almost everyone would be on Dig Through Time or Rhino.
Right.
That was my logic. I didn't think much red, and there wasn't much red. So I thought, well, what beats those? And I just built Abzan basically to say, I'll beat those 2.
Sure.
And if I start facing like really fast red burn decks, I'm probably in trouble.
Yep.
But like I've got options against them.
Yep.
But the sideboard was certainly more focused on being
Sure.
the mirror match.
If you could make any changes to your deck or your sideboard, what would they be?
So, it's all hindsight because of what you played against.
Yep.
Like in hindsight, the ultimate price never brought it in
Right.
because well, actually I brought it in against heroic, but I never saw it.
Yep.
But other than that, like control and Abzan is terrible against.
Right.
You
yeah.
don't want it in either matchup. So that wasn't great. Tragic Arrogance also I never played
Yep.
because again it's not very good against Abzan. Like
Right.
maybe you can do some shenanigans with it and hang a back Walker,
Yep.
but in general you've got better options.
Yeah.
So those cards have just sat on my sideboard all day.
And what was the most important card in your deck?
Probably Wingmate Rock because it's the single best card in Abzan Mirrors.
Right.
It's the card you most want to see
Right.
because it's a 2-for-1. You make 2 guys, and they then get to use 2 removal spells for it, or Languish. Like it's not great in the Languish matchup. You still have to run it because if they don't have Languish, they just die.
Yep.
Because they've got no blockers to 6 in the air, and the Elspeth doesn't touch it.
Right.
It's the best card against Elspeth because they make 3 guys. You can then just attack straight away, kill Elspeth, or kill them.
Okay.
That was probably the best card. Also, Den Protector.
Yep.
So why not?
Yeah.
It's ubiquitously good.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations on top 8, and
you
we
very
will
much.
see you nice and early tomorrow.
Yes, see you in the morning. Quite. Thank you, Shay.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Shay Holland again. I'm joined with Steve Bain, who is part of Team Stormcount.
Yep.
So whereabouts are you from?
Crawley.
Crawley. Okay. So far to travel?
It wasn't too far. It was about 45 minutes on the train kind of thing. So
Sure.
for me, the parking would be a nightmare. So I thought,
Yeah.
get the train up.
Yep, that's fine. And what do you do for a living?
I'm a transport manager.
Right. So what does that involve?
Just looking after, obviously, haulage and that stuff.
Yep.
Basically, it's like a recycling company that we ship stuff abroad to like Japan
Okay.
and that stuff. So
Yeah.
just organising that for obviously about 30, 40 people for drivers wise and trucks and haulage and stuff.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
So it pays all right, so that's why.
Yeah, yeah. Allows you to play Magic. so-
Exactly. Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, it helps.
So, yeah. So previous Magic accomplishments.
Well, this is now back-to-back WMCQ top 8s because I top 8'd back in Birmingham.
You
so
did,
this is back-to-back,
yes.
so that's pretty good. I'm happy with that.
Well done.
I've had PTQ in before. I've had several like top 8 PTQs, obviously PPTQs and stuff
Yep.
like that. So just generally nothing like massive. I didn't even get to go to the Pro Tour, the one
Yep.
that I actually qualified for. So
Right.
unfortunately, so
Yeah. Okay.
hopefully trying to convert this one.
Yeah. So what did you play today?
Esper Dragons.
Right. Any reason why?
I felt that basically there's a lot of Abzan around the places, and I
Yep.
thought Esper had a good game against Abzan, especially
Yep.
the aggro matchup.
Yes.
Anyway, the control is not too bad, so I
Yep.
had a lot of practice with Esper Dragons itself. So
Yep.
I figured, okay, let's just go lean back on what I know of and just try it from that.
That's
really.
always what you want, really. Isn't
Exactly.
It?
Yeah. So I was happy
Okay.
with that.
Excellent. So would you have made any changes to your deck or your sideboard?
Definitely, I would have. I had 2 Drowning Stories on my sideboard that were just dead cards all day long. I had
Yeah.
them literally for Jow. If I was ever going to play Jow, I guess he was playing tokens or any kind of like goblins or a Tarka Red. So I went
Yeah.
to PPTQ, like about 2-3 weeks ago, and there was 2 Goblin decks and a Tarka Red deck. So
Yeah.
I figured, if that's what some people are playing, I knew they'd be coming up here. I figured, why not have them in there? My other teammate George was playing the same kind of deck, probably about 70 cards there, kind of thing.
Right.
But he was playing 3 Cures, which probably, in hindsight, I should have gone with them over them.
Sure.
But I just felt I wanted to have something against Jow, because I figured if I'm doing well, I'm going to play Jow eventually. And any of those kind of like red or tokeny decks there that I thought I'd have an answer to.
Yeah. Okay. And what was the most important card in your deck?
It was got to be probably Dragon Ojutai. It has to be.
I don't blame you at all. That card.
that
we were
card's
talking about it
insane.
earlier in the coverage, and the card's such a house.
It is. I never really got to have a chance to play it on turn 5 because you always really want to have like a counter backup or anything. Because obviously most of the decks I was playing today had loads of removal or sacks, so I was
Yeah.
like, I've really got to wait to play this. But normally, in some fair games, you just go slam on turn 5, you untap, counter spell backup. You're like, I'm going to hit you in 4 turns. You are dead.
Yeah.
Basically.
Okay. So what was the most surprising card that you weren't expecting to see? Someone played it against you, and you're like, what do I do?
Well, there was no surprising card because I'm running Thoughtseize main. I get to
Yep.
see usually the first
Well,
couple of
yeah,
turns
yeah.
what everyone's playing against me. So the most surprising one I thought was Demonic Pact, and I actually made the guy lose his own game to have his
Oh,
own pact.
excellent.
So he,
That's how you. That's brilliant.
yeah, I just sat back. All right, mate. I just sat with my counter spells and saw his hand, took away his 2 answers to his own pact. I was like, all right, off you go. So I was pretty
Brilliant.
happy with that.
Brilliant. So,
and,
do you know what you're playing tomorrow? What you're playing against?
I believe I'm playing the first seed, which
Okay.
is Jeskai, or J-Sky, probably.
Right.
I believe that's what it is. That's what
Okay.
everyone's told me, so.
And you were 8 seeds.
I was 8 seed, yeah.
Yeah.
So.
And first seed is. Can't even remember now.
Is this the...
No, these were the previous ones.
There it is there.
Sam
Stassen.
Okay,
Yeah.
sure. How do you feel about the matchup?
I'm not too bad. I mean, I've already beaten J-Sky twice today, so it hasn't been too bad for me, to be fair.
Excellent.
They have very few ways, I think, really, of getting around Dragon Lord Ojutai again, so just Thoughtseize, counter spells, you know, to be fair, another card's been really doing well for me. It's getting me a lot of games, obviously, with Bulb Light, but I reckon Foul Tongue, just getting that 4 life, making them sack that 1 Mantis Rider or their 1 Soul Grandmaster kind of thing has been really solid, but that 4 points of life game has been really handy for me there to get through.
Yeah.
So, or even if they try and exile my own guy, I've actually sacked my Ojutai when I've obviously got a Haven, just so I can get it back.
Yeah.
So they're like, oh,
Excellent.
okay, so.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for
No worries
joining
at all.
us,
Cheers.
and we will see you tomorrow for the top 8.
Will do.
Best of luck.
Nice one, thank you, cheers.
welcome back. I am joined in the booth by Matt Gregory, who
Hello.
is our 5th seed?
6th seed, I
Sixth
think,
seed,
yeah.
sorry. So, how are you feeling for tomorrow, Matt?
Pretty good. Happy with the deck. Sort of pretty happy with the way I played today. So, you know, it's a relatively tough bracket. There's not too many horrible matchups for me. Not many great ones either. So, just, you know, I'm probably going to be on the draw quite a lot being in 6th seed. So, just give it a best shot and see how it goes.
You're local to London, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not from London originally, so I'm from East Sussex, a lovely little town called Battle, which lets me say I was born and raised in Battle, which is a fantastic sentence. But yeah, I've been living around here the last few years.
Okay. And what do you do for a living?
I'm a gentleman of leisure at the minute, but so yeah, I don't really do anything for a living. Technically a professional Magic player, I think. Does that count?
Sure.
You know?
No, not really.
Well, I don't have anything else to do.
Not
so,
with a Magic accomplishment like yours. So, speaking of which, you have you won a PTQ.
Yes, it was about a year and a half ago now. Yes, I done only the one Pro Tour appearance. I didn't do particularly well, but it was obviously a great experience. That was Pro Tour Magic 2015 last year in Portland, where I only went 2-6, sadly.
Yes.
But, life goes on.
Let's
move swiftly on.
Yes. So what did you play today?
I played basically kind of a Jeskai. I mean, it's one of those decks no one really knows what to call it. Everyone's called it Jeskai aggro. It's not an aggro deck, or Jeskai mid-range. It's not a mid-range deck.
Jeskai Dragons.
I played it with Dragons, so that probably makes it a bit easier. So basically, it's the classic Jeskai build with sort of Mantis Riders, Jace Prince Prodigy, and so on, but added basically more Dragons to the package, which I thought would be better against the kind of decks I was expecting to play a lot.
And that was in the form of Thunderbreak and Stormbreath.
Yeah, and Dragon Lord Ojutai as well.
Oh, and
so that's in the that's in the deck too. Yeah.
Sure, excellent. So, why did you choose that?
Basically, it's one I was more familiar with. I haven't had that much time to test Standard recently because we had I was out in Spain recently for Grand Prix Madrid and having a bit of a holiday there and spent a lot of time testing Limited. So it's just the deck I was most familiar with in the current format. I felt it had reasonable matchups at least against the decks I expected to see the most. I didn't think the bad matchups would be around the top tables too much, which is how it panned out. So yeah, pretty happy with the deck.
That's what you want. So what changes would you have made to your sideboard?
I'd have taken out all the anti-mono red stuff because I never played it. That would have been quite nice. But it's possible. The only thing I perhaps missed was maybe... Probably could have done with maybe another Tragic Arrogance or another sweeper of that description. I maybe was a little bit light on that. I know there's a Constellation deck in the top 8, which is going to be very tough to beat if I do get paired against that. Generally speaking, I'm pretty happy with the builds. I didn't have that much testing time, so I certainly won't swear blind that I had like the perfect 75. I very much doubt I did, but I felt I sort of had good plans, had all the angles covered, had the right sort of cards. So pretty happy with sort of how it played out. So no major changes. Maybe just tweak the sideboard a little bit is all I'd do if I could do it again.
Sure. So, what was the most important card in your deck?
Definitely Jace Prince Prodigy is the most important one. When you're playing Jeskai, you're playing a deck that often wants to switch roles between aggro and control. You play a lot of games where you sort of get out quickly with a Mantis Rider, which is another very important card, something like that. But then you'll have to slow down a bit when those get dealt with, and you'll play the control role and try and finish with Burn or a Stormbreath Dragon or something like that. Jace is the card that makes it easy to switch roles by smoothing out your draws. It's actually not the flip side of Jace. Good, powerful though that is the most important bit. Just Merfolk Looter would be a great card in this deck because you really need to be looking for specific pieces quite a lot. You've got a lot of cards that are either great or very bad depending on the situation you're in, and Jace is the one that helps tie that all together, get rid of the stuff you don't want at that moment and find the things you need. So very important card and just very powerful.
Okay, and what was the most surprising card that you played against today?
Well, I got into a bit of a time walk. The first two matches I played up against were against Sidisi Whip, which I didn't really expect, and then Mono Blue Devotion, which I definitely didn't expect.
What year is this again?
Yeah, quite exactly. Yeah, so that was a little bit strange. So I think seeing Master of Waves out again was definitely something I wasn't expecting to see.
I bet not.
That was very interesting.
How did you deal against it?
He ran me very, very close. I won.
I bet.
But I tell you what, it was that was a very tight match indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a very interesting deck to play against. So it's one of those ones you're not really sure what your opponent's playing. It's always the advantage of playing a bit of a rogue deck because you don't know what's coming. And I have to admit I didn't quite a fair bit at the time. So, I had to ride my luck a little bit in that one, but just about scraped it.
Yeah, so do you know what you're playing against tomorrow?
Yeah, so my first match is against P Ward, who's playing Red-Green Dragons.
Yep.
I don't know the exact list, of course, but basically I'm going to be on the draw, which means game one's probably favoured to him.
Okay.
So I definitely don't want to be on the draw, but that's life. I think I got a pretty solid sideboard against him. It wasn't one I was specifically metagaming for. I think it's a reasonably close matchup. Like, he's definitely got draws I'm not going to be beating in a hurry, but I've also got the correct answers and the ability to get in front of him. So we'll see. I think I'm second favourite, if I'm honest, but I don't think it's by a large margin. So yeah, just give him my best shot and hopefully, hopefully we'll get there.
He'll be a bit quicker, but you have the sort of the disdainful strokes.
Yeah,
it's
the draws where he can get out with like turn 1 Elvish Mystic are the most dangerous. So if he can really, especially when he's on the play, if he can accelerate very quickly, I've got answers to that. Again, I can deal with it, but I need relatively specific draws if that's what he's doing. And again, like Stormbreath Dragon, even though I play, it's actually very good against me as well. I think my deck is better positioned against his deck than most Jeskai builds, so having the dragons I think should bring it a bit closer, because just by having Thunderbreak Region gives me a relatively reasonable answer to Stormbreath Dragon and other Thunderbreak Region in its own right. But it's going to be, it's one of those matches, it is quite close, it's going to be draw dependent, so you know,
best of luck.
We'll see how it goes, yeah, absolutely.
Thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks very much, Dave, cheers.
Good luck tomorrow and we'll see you then.
Thank you.
So, I am back with Hamza, and you are the 5th seed. Yep. And how are you feeling for tomorrow?
Good. I think most of the matchups are favourable, I think.
Sure. What are you playing?
I'm on Abs and Aggro.
Okay. And do you know what you're against Raul? Do you know what he's on?
Yes, I believe he's on Esper Dragons.
Okay.
Which...
Old school. Old school Abs and Aggro.
Yes, I am on
You are the Rakshasa Death Dealer as opposed to... are you also running the Hangerback Hangerback Walkers?
No.
Just the Death Dealers.
I'm adamant that that is incorrect. But
seems to be doing well.
I think the Esper Dragons matchup is favourable, but I know my opponent is apparently really good, so...
Sure.
It bodes well for me. But I think I'm favoured against most of it. Like, I've looked at the rest of the decks in the top 8, and I think I've identified one deck that can be like quite a big problem, but I think the other ones are favourable, slightly at the least.
Right.
At the very least. So I think it should be okay.
Excellent.
Assuming I don't decide to Thoughtseize and not play my second land, which is something I have a tendency to do.
Right. So, any previous Magic accomplishments?
Not amazingly. Like, I did okay at the WMCQs last year. At one of them, I top 8'd one. And I won against Burn on a multi-4 in Modern. That's pretty much my highest accomplishment.
What were you playing?
I was on Abzan.
Wow.
It was a sweet hand.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's pretty much as far as my accomplishments go.
Sure. I'm still pretty good. So, what did you play today?
Again.
Yes. And why did you pick the old school Abzan aggro?
So I just think that Death Dealer is just much better than Hangerback in most matchups. Like, the only matchup where I think Hangerback is actually much better is Mono Red.
Right.
But I think that matchup is still favourable for Abs and Aggro regardless, so I don't think you need it there. Yep. Also, I think other lists aren't running Thoughtseize in the main. I am. I think that's correct. It's really good. It means like game ones you can punish your opponents for having sketchy hands quite easily and aggro them out, which is worthwhile. It's good.
Sure. So, what changes would you make to your deck?
I wouldn't actually change anything.
Really?
It's been pretty good. Like,
anything to the sideboard?
No, like, so what me and my friends were expecting was we expected like a lot of Abzan to be around, and that's what actually happened. So we weren't like inaccurate with what we were expecting, and the sideboard is fairly well balanced. So I wouldn't actually change anything without like knowing specifically what I was playing each round.
Excellent.
So yeah.
That's where you want to be, right?
Yeah.
What was the most important card in your deck?
Probably Thoughtseizes and Anafenza.
Thoughtseizes
Like
and
most
Anafenza.
of the creatures are like fairly powerful and do
Yeah.
powerful things together, but Anafenza's exile ability has been really relevant today.
Yeah.
And Thoughtseize has just been really great in the main.
Yeah.
Just punishing people and dealing with like problematic cards before it becomes an issue is quite good.
Excellent. And what was the most surprising card you played against?
I played against Sidisi's Faithful, which is I think 1 mana, 1 blue, for a 0/4. When it enters the battlefield, exploit. If you exploited, bounce target creature.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I played against. And yeah, it didn't do much that game, but it was surprising to play against.
Sure.
I also played against a really like cool janky Sultai deck with like a ton of different delve creatures. I think it was the one I was playing against on stream.
Right.
It looked quite fun.
Yeah, that was a very interesting deck. It looked like he was going to be running Whip, and he ended up not running any Whips.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was definitely an interesting game. So yeah, thank you very much for joining us.
No worries.
Best of luck tomorrow, and we will see you then.
Sweet. Thanks. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. John Partridge, Shay Holland. Final time for the day.
Yes.
We've swapped around.
We have.
Shay decided he didn't want to give me my seat back, so I've now got to sit here. But
I can see why you took this one. It's definitely more comfortable than my one.
I think I'll definitely have a Matt seat back tomorrow. A very interesting day.
Yes.
Certainly an interesting set of decks in the top 8.
Definitely.
We've got a Bant Constellation.
I was not expecting
Definitely
that.
didn't expect to see a Constellation deck in the top 8.
Definitely.
A couple of Esper Dragons, we were
Yep.
expecting to see that. The deck is hugely powerful. One of the big surprises we didn't see, there's no Abzan control.
No.
And the only Abzan deck in there is old school Abzan aggro. Rakshasha Death Dealer, no Hangabout Walls. The Megamorph deck is Abzan aggro-ish, but it's got a lot more of the Megamorph package. But Hamza deciding, actually no, I'm going to stick to Death Dealer, and it's paid off really well for him. Like, it's really paid off well, and at the end of the day, the way his deck rolled, especially on camera, it was very impressive to watch it, because it was one of those decks. It was actually like, God, if anyone stumbles, they just get crushed, and that's always been the problem with Hangabout Walker.
Yep.
You're making a 2-mana 1/1.
Yep.
And it takes a lot of mana to get going, whereas when you're in a position with Death Dealer, you play a 2-mana 2/2, which is already bigger, and then it gets bigger again. You make it a 4/4 for 2 mana, and that's always been one of the interesting things whenever I've had a look at Hangabout Walker, and especially commentated on Hangaback Abzan, is Hangaback Walker is very good. Like, don't get me wrong, the power level is undeniable, but it's really slow.
It is.
And I think that was one of the prominent factors when Matt Light was playing Esper Dragons against his opponent, and when the other matchup was before Sam Luka-Rolf. They had so much time to set up, because the draws where their opponent went Fleece Main Lion on turn 2 were a lot more powerful than when they went Hangaback Walker on turn 2. Because being able to just attack for 3 straight away and actually have a pretty hard to remove threat. A Thopter, sure, it's great, but it gets picked up so easily, as we saw, when it's just like, I've now played my copy of Dragonlord Silumgar, your guy's dead and I'll kill all your tokens.
Exactly.
And I mean, it was very hard to come back from at that point. Whereas when they went turn 2 Fleece Main Lion, we saw how quickly Roy was able to kill Sam. Just by going turn 2 Fleece Main and attack you, and eventually we'll play a Siege Rhino and we'll finish the game. And that was one of the fascinating things about it. And it will be very interesting to see, especially post-rotation, how they decide to go. Obviously, post-rotation, Hangabout Walker's still there. You can't get rid of the card, it's still going to be there, and obviously it still has Siege Rhino, it still has Anafenza. You lose Fleece Main Line, but of course you get Death Dealer back.
Yep.
The mana base is going to be interesting, because obviously they get Canopy Vista,
yep.
which is only green-white. There's no green-black land. There's
there
no
isn't.
black-white land either.
There is, no,
but
this is very true.
The pain lands as well, which
yeah.
helps a lot.
So
and you still have refuge lands if you decide to go that route. And they get one of the man lands. And I quite like that man land. 3 mana to make a 2/3 lifelinker.
Yeah.
The 2/3 lifelink is relevant, and if Mono Red's a deck, then sign me up. I like the 2/3s a lot, because Lightning Strike's disappeared from the format.
Exactly.
There's no 2 mana 3 damage spell.
Exactly.
And I'm really looking forward to tomorrow.
Yep.
It's going to be very interesting.
It's going to be interesting.
We've got to look at it. So we've got Jeskai mid-range versus Esper Dragons.
Yep.
It's a very interesting matchup. We also know that Stam I don't believe has any copies of Exquisite Firecraft, which is the way the Jeskai deck can beat the Esper Dragons deck, because it can burn them out with uncounterable spells. You've got to feel that on the play, though, Rabblemaster Mantis Rider is going to be too strong for the Esper Dragons deck. But if Steve is able to steal game 1, I think it's going to be very hard for Sam to win the 2 post-ball games, because Steve gets to get rid of a lot of bad spells and bring in a lot more powerful ones. Yep. The next match is the 2 versus 7. So we've got Pete Ward versus Matt Gregory. So again, we have Esper Dragons.
No. Pete Ward is on Red Green Dragons.
Red Green Dragons versus Jeskai Midrange.
Jeskai Dragons.
Is it Jeskai? Oh, sorry. This it. We've got 2 Jeskai decks. We've got 1 Jeskai Dragons and 1 Jeskai Midrange. And Sam's on the midrange, and so we've got Dragon Mirror. Now, it's going to be very interesting because with Pete being on the play, he has a significant advantage of also having Elvish Mystic.
Definitely.
And Sylvan Carotid, and Rattlepaw Mystic.
Yes.
That card will be able to go out in front. However, Mantis Rider is very good against anything on the ground pounders. If Pete only doesn't find his dragons, or he isn't able to find enough of them, and Matt is able to find either a dragon or a Mantis Rider, he can steal the game very quickly. Mantis Rider ends the game very quickly. Plus, Soulfire Grandmaster can make a difference. It's a very difficult card for Red Green Dragons if they don't have Draconic Roar. It's very difficult for them to deal with for a low amount of mana, because they're trying to just go Elvish Mystic, Guy, Dragon, and end the game that way. And there's no Ataka.
Yep.
They aren't playing Ataka at the moment. They're just going Stormbreath Dragon, Thunderbolt Region. And Ataka's the way they get ahead. They
also interesting, Matt does have things like Valorous Stance, and he also has things like Disdainful Stroke and stuff like that. You know, the counter spells or the kill spells that are very good in that matchup.
I think that's actually a very, very close matchup. That's going to be one of the tightest ones, I think. I think the 1-8 is possibly slightly more in Sam's favour just because he's on the play, and then he gets to bring in a lot more counterspell sideboard. Steve has a very good chance, though. I'm not saying that any of these matchups have got foregone conclusion, but they're all very close. The 3 versus 6. Nick Ball, Marta Laley. Bant Constellation, Abzan Megamorph.
Yep.
Well, Megamorph aggro. I think game 1, Nick's a heavy favourite.
Definitely.
I think his deck just does something that his opponent cannot interact with in any way, shape or form. Postball gets a lot of interest, though, with the ability to use Tragic Arrogance, which is why Nick specifically went for blue to get access to Negate. I think pre-board, Nick's a heavy favourite, but post-board, I mean, anything can happen. And I think if Mark can get enough pressure on, he can bury his opponent under the Death Misraptor Den Protector plan, because Death Misraptor attacks through everything. And you've got to remember, you've got to think that the green-white Constellation deck does lean quite heavily on its Nyx Fleece Rams against the aggro decks to go, no, I'm just going to block you, and you can't get through, whereas they go, and play this Death Misraptor, and I'll attack you for 3, and, oh, wait, you can't block. Well, you can, but your guy's dead, and my guy's still alive.
Yep, there's also a Den Protectors.
Yeah, which can get back Tragic Arrogance, stuff like that. It's going to be a very, very interesting deck. That's the one I'm probably... the one I don't want to see the most.
No.
It's actually one I want to leave to a backup match, because it's possibly one that will probably take the longest, and we'll be waiting. And obviously the final one, the 4 versus the 5.
Raoul Zimmerman
versus
Hamza.
I probably have completely butchered his name, and I will happily admit
I will let you do his name, because I have no idea.
I think it's Chernix his name. I'm going to apologise for anyone on stream who knows how to pronounce it better than me. It was probably terribly pronounced, but he did very well to get to where he was. We saw him on camera, and he decimated his opponent.
Yeah.
He was so far behind in game 1 and was able to bring himself back to have victory in game 1. And obviously his opponent missed the lethal line in game 2. But some magic happens sometimes. When you're under the lights, you don't see the same things that we do. And one of the interesting things is Raoul is on the Esper Dragons deck.
Yes.
Esper Dragons versus Abzan aggro. Now, this is going to be an interesting one. How much difference does it make that Hamza has gone back to the old school with Rakshasha Death Dealer versus the Hangerback Walker plan? It's going to be a very interesting one.
It is. That's going to probably be quite an interesting match.
I still think that Raoul has a distinct advantage in that if Hamza can't get out fast enough, or he can be disrupted in any way. The fact that the Esper Dragon's deck has access to Ugin is just the complete trump in the matchup. Hamza's obviously built his deck to have more copies of Hero's Downfall. He has 2, and he's built it to be a much more removal-centric. He's got 3 Abzan Charm, 3 Dramatic Command, and 2 Hero's Downfall. So he's gone for the removal spells, but he's also then gone for a lot more powerful creatures. So Rakshasha Death Dealer is a very good clock against the Esper decks if they don't have either Languish, which has made a big difference as well, or Foul Tongue Invocation. So just as a recap for those who have just joined us, the top 8 for tomorrow: Sam Statton, Jeskai Midrange, Pete Ward, Green Red Dragons. Nick Ball, Bant Constellation, Green Constellation Splashing Blue, Black Constellation, Brow Zimmerman, Esper Dragons, Hamza Turnick, Abzan Aggro, but not a hangerback. It's old school.
Old school Abzan Aggro.
Rakshasa Death Dealer. I really like his deck a lot. I think his deck's very good. I think it's a good position to be. Mike Laley is, we'll call it Abzan Megamorph Aggro. It's an Abzan Aggro deck, but it's gone more into the Megamorph plan with Deathness Raptor. Matt Gregory on Jeskai Dragons. And Steve Baines on Esper Dragons as well. I mean, what do you think? Who do you think stands the best chance tomorrow?
So, obviously, Roll's quarterfinal matchup is quite good. I think he probably has one of the... Him and Nick seem to have the 2 best quarterfinal matchups. Ones that aren't sort of a 50-50 matchup and aren't plain draw dependent. The other 2, you know, they'll probably be quite close if neither of them get unlucky, and it would be, I think, a bit more play draw dependent in those, which I think makes it a bit harder for both players in that game, because, you know, if they stumble when they're on the play, then they're going to lose, and if they lose on the play, you know, it basically gives their opponent a turn to win on the play. So I think it's going to be interesting, and yeah, I think it will be an interesting top 8. And I'm very much looking forward to it.
I think there are certainly a couple of decks which are better positioned for the where they are going to be in the top 8. So tomorrow, 9:30, we'll confirm it in the morning.
I think it's
top
I think
we've gone for 9:30 as the latest start, because the 11 o'clock is when the modern GPT starts. Tomorrow's plan: top 8, and then we're on to modern. GPT will take you all the way through to include the top 8 as well. So 3 matches to go to decide the 3rd and final member.
3 rounds.
3 rounds, okay. Well, for us, it's probably going to be 3 matches of camera work. For some, it's going to be 3. For some, it's going to be 1. For some, it's going to be 2. And 7 people are going to go home disappointed. 1 will stand above the rest and will become the 3rd member of the Team England at this year's World Magic Cup to join Fabrizio Anteri, Tom Law, and Karan Patel. Hopefully, you'll join us for tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it.
I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you very much for watching. My name is John Partridge. Shay Holland, signing off.
Thank you.